13 meters long అని చెప్తున్నారు. సో 13 meters long అంటే దిస్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 13 meters long, కరెక్ట్. అండ్ 9 meters బ్రాడ్ అంటున్నాడు. సో బ్రాడ్ ఇస్, సో లెంత్ అండ్ బ్రెడ్త్ నాట్ ఈక్వల్, సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ దిస్ ఇస్ అ రెక్టాంగిల్ నాట్ ఎ స్క్వేర్. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ 9 meters and this is length and this is breadth. So length and breadth we know. Now with a carpet 75 centimeters. So carpet width చూసినట్లయితే 75 centimeters. Okay, carpet. Okay, now try to understand ఈ particular హాల్ ఆర్ రూమ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఇస్, ఈ రూమ్ని కంప్లీట్గా కార్పెట్ వేసి క్లోజ్ చేస్తాం. సో కొన్ని కంపెనీస్ ఆఫీసెస్ చూసినట్టయినా, కొన్ని కాలేజెస్ చూసినట్టయినా, ఆడిటోరియం మీద చూసినట్టయినా కింద కంప్లీట్గా ఫ్లోరింగ్ పైన ఒక కార్పెట్ పరిచి ఉంటారు కదా, సేమ్ కాన్సెప్ట్. దీన్ని మొత్తం నేను కార్పెటింగ్ చేయాలి. ఆ కార్పెట్ పరచడాన్ని వాళ్ళు కార్పెటింగ్ అని మెన్షన్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఇంకేం లేదు. ఓకే, నౌ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు యూజ్ ద కార్పెట్ టు కవర్ ద ఫ్లోర్. సో ఫర్ దాట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ టు బై ద కార్పెట్. అండ్ నాకు ఎంత ఛార్జ్ అవుతుంది అనేది క్వశ్చన్. నా సో ఈ కార్పెట్ ఎంత పరచాలి అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఈ రూమ్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత అనేది మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ రూమ్ ఏరియా మనం ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తాం? సో లెంత్, బ్రెడ్త్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ అ రెక్టాంగిల్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ is equal to 13 into 9. So which is 117 square meters or meter square, however the way you want. So now we have got the area of the room. So area ఎంత అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, సో this is the area which we have to. ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం నేను కార్పెట్ పరచాలి అనుకుంటున్నాను. Now try to understand, I know the carpet width. సో నా విడ్త్ ఏంటి అంటే, ఇక్కడ ఇది విడ్త్ ఆర్ వైడ్ అన్నాడు. నా విడ్త్ ఏంటి అంటే 75 centimeters. సో ఈ పారామీటర్స్ అన్ని మీటర్స్లో ఉంది, బట్ కార్పెట్ యొక్క విడ్త్ మాత్రం ఎంత ఉంది అంటే 75 centimeters, విచ్ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్వర్ట్ ఇన్ టు మీటర్స్. సో 75 centimeters అంటే ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ 75 by 100 meters, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బై 3/4 meters. సో 75 centimeters మీటర్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకుంటే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 3/4. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం నేను కార్పెట్ పరచాలంటే నేను కార్పెట్ కొనాల్సిన ఏరియా కూడా ఇంతే, కరెక్ట్. నా సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ రూమ్ లెంత్ ఎంత ఉంటుందో కార్పెట్ లెంత్ కూడా మీరు అంతే తీసుకురావాలి. రూమ్ లెంత్ కంటే కార్పెట్ లెంత్ తక్కువ అయిందంటే డెఫినెట్లీ రూమ్లో స్పేస్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. రూమ్ లెంత్ కంటే కార్పెట్ ఎక్కువ తీసారంటే ఆబ్వియస్గా మిగిలిపోతుంది. సో రిమెంబర్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్ హియర్ ఇస్ ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్ మీరు అలానే కాపీ చేసుకోవచ్చు, విచ్ ఇస్ 117. నా do we know what is the length of the carpet? No, we have to find out the length of the carpet. So length into, but breadth of the carpet, width manaku telusu, which is nothing but 3/4. Now which is 117, correct. Now length of the carpet is equal to 117 into 4/3. 117 is equal to 4/3. So which means you have to divide this. So 3 ones and 3 threes, which is nothing but 9. So 39 into 3, which is nothing but 117, and length is equal to 39 into 4. So 39 into 4 means chesnatlaithe, which is nothing but 4 9s, it is like 36, and 4 3s are 12, and it's like nothing but 156. So 156 meters. So carpet length ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 156 meters length carpet మీరు కొనాలి. Okay, and question, if you observe the rate of a carpet per meter square is nothing but 12. Okay, 12 rupees per meter square. So now, so 156 meters ki meeru find out cheyalsi unta, cost enta ani find out cheyali. So it's like 12 rupees per meter square. So obviously we have to find out 156, which is nothing but 12 into 156. So 12 into 156, which is nothing but, so let's make it as 156 into 12. So 156 into 12. Okay, so which means 2 6 it is 12, and 2 5s it is 10, and then 11, 2 1s it is 2 and 3. Okay, now this is 166, 155 and 1. So it is like 2781. So 1872 rupees. Okay, so which is 1872 rupees, which is so simple. 1872, I mean 1872 rupees మీరు స్పెండ్ చేయాల్సింది. ఎందుకంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు కార్పెట్ విడ్త్ తెలుసు, బట్ వీ డోంట్ నో ద కార్పెట్ లెంత్ మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ యూస్ చేసి కార్పెట్ లెంత్ మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 156 meters, అండ్ 156 meters ఇంటూ ఎంత కావాలి అనేది మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఒక మీటర్ ఎంత అంటున్నారు, 12 rupees అంటున్నారు. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 156 meters into 12, so which means 1872 rupees. Now let's see the next question. Okay, a rectangular grassy plot 100 meters by 70 meters. So 100 meters by 70 meters ante it's once again a rectangle, we know that. So 100 meters acts as the length and 70 meters acts as the width. Has a gravel path 2.5 meters wide all round it on the inside. Find the cost of graveling the path at 100 paise per square meter. Okay, now what is this? First, see, in order to solve these questions, ఈ terms అన్ని మీకు తెలిసి ఉండాలి. What does mean by graveling path? So graveling path is nothing but a path which is made of stones. I mean cement, concrete ఇవన్నీ ఏమీ యూస్ చేయకుండా నేచర్లో మీరు కొన్ని బర్డ్ శాంక్చురీస్, కొన్ని పార్క్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే కొన్ని పార్క్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే స్టోన్స్తో ఒక నడవడానికి ఒక వేలాగా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసి ఉంటారు, విచ్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ బట్ ద గ్రావెల్ పాత్ వేర్ దే క్రియేట్ ద path with the help of stones without any concrete and all. Okay, now let's see the question. So a rectangular grassy plot antunadu. So let's take a rectangular grassy plot which is 100 meters. All right, fantastic. And the width is 70 meters. So length and breadth. Has a gravel path 2.5 meters wide, 2.5 meters right, all around inside. Ante for example, see, ఇది చూసినట్లయితే ఈ 100 meters 70 meters చూసినట్లయితే ఇది టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క లెంత్ అండ్ విడ్త్. బట్ ఈ ప్లాట్కి 2.5 మీటర్స్ చుట్టూ బయటకుందా లోపలికుందా అంటే ఆన్ ద ఇన్సైడ్ క్లియర్గా ఇచ్చాడు. ఈ ప్లాట్ లోపల ఒక కైండ్ ఆఫ్ పాత్ ఉంది నడవడానికి. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ యాక్చువల్ ఏరియా వేరే. ఓకే, సో టోటల్ ఏరియా ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 100/70. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ అ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఓకే. నా సో ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియానే గ్రావెల్ పాత్. అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్, ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియానే గ్రావెల్ పాత్. ఓకే, అంటే నడవడానికి ఒక పాత్ లాగా చుట్టూ, ఈ ప్లాట్కి చుట్టూ. కరెక్ట్. ఓకే, యాక్చువల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా A1 అని మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే విచ్ ఇస్ 100 into 70 విచ్ ఇస్ 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. అవునా, టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా. ఓకే, టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. ఇప్పుడు యాక్చువల్ బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఉన్న ప్లాట్ ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే A2 అని మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. సో 2.5 మీటర్స్ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఉంది. సో దీంట్లో మీరు బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయలేరు. మీరు ఏమి కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలన్నా ఓకే దీంట్లో మాత్రమే. కరెక్ట్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్లో మాత్రమే లోపల. ఎందుకంటే బయట ఉన్న ఎక్స్టర్నల్ పాత్ను వదిలేసేయండి. అది ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ లెంత్ చూడండి. లెంత్ యాక్చువల్లీ చూసినట్లయితే 100 meters. బట్ ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఇక్కడ ఒక 2.5 అండ్ ఇక్కడ ఒక 2.5 మీకు కట్ అవుతుంది. రెండు సైడ్స్ పాత్ ఉంది కాబట్టి 2.5 అంటే ఒక 5 meters కట్ అవుతుంది. సో బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఉన్న యాక్చువల్ ఏరియా ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే లెంత్ ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 95 meters మాత్రమే. ఎందుకంటే ఈ సైడ్ ఒక 2.5 ఈ సైడ్ ఒక 2.5 కట్ అవుతుంది. దాంట్లో మనం కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయలేం. ఓకే, సో ఇంకెంత ఖాళీ ఉంది లేదో కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకునే ప్లేస్ విడ్త్లో మనం చూసినట్లయితే టోటల్ విడ్త్ అయితే 70. సో ఈ టోటల్ విడ్త్ అయితే 70. బట్ టాప్ అండ్ బాటమ్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే రెండు చోట్లను 2.5 అనేది కట్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే అక్కడ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ అంటే ఒక పాత్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఉంది. సో ఖాళీ ప్లేస్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఇది మాత్రమే. ఇంకేదైనా న్యూగా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్లో మాత్రమే కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అవునా? సో దాని యొక్క విడ్త్లో కూడా మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 70లో కూడా పైన ఒక 2.5 కింద ఒక 2.5 ఆ పాత్కి మనకి వెళ్తుంది. సో ఇది 65 అయిపోతుంది. సో లోపల ఖాళీ ఉన్న ప్లేస్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత ఉంది ఆ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ పోగాని చూసినట్లయితే 95 into 65 which means 5 5s it is 25 and 5 9s 40 5 9s 45 it is 47. Now 6 5s 30 9 6 it is 54 57. Now it is 5 7 okay 11 6175 square meters. Okay, now so let's cross check this once again. It's like 5 5s 25 5 5 25 9s 5 9s 45 which is 2 47. Fantastic. Now 6 5s 33 9 6 54 plus 3 once again 57. So obviously here it is 5 7 11. alright 6175 square meters. సో మీరు ఇంకేదైనా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి అనుకుంటే ఈ ఖాళీ ఉన్న ప్లేస్ యొక్క ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 6175 మాత్రమే. కరెక్ట్. నా సో టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఏంటి అంటే 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. ఆ పాత్ పోగా ఆ పాత్ ఈ చుట్టూ ఈ పాత్ పోగా ఖాళీ ఉన్న ఏరియా ఇంకేదైనా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయాలి అనుకుంటే 6175 మాత్రమే. అప్పుడు సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ విచ్ మీన్స్ 825 మీటర్స్ డిఫరెన్స్ అంటే ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ అనేది 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ని ఆక్యుపై చేస్తుంది. అంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఈ ఏరియా ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఈ షేడెడ్ పార్ట్ మాత్రం ఎంత ఉందంటే 825. టోటల్ 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్లో గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఎన్ని మీటర్స్ ఆక్యుపై చేసుకునిందంటే 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ 1 మీటర్కి 100 పైసే అంటున్నాడు, విచ్ మీన్స్ 1 మీటర్కి 1 రూపీ. సో 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ మనం తీసుకున్నట్లయితే 1 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్కి 1 రూపీ. సో 800 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇంటూ 1 రూపీ, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 825 rupees, which means 825 rupees. Okay, so this is how it works. Let's see the last question. See, the length of a rope by which a cow must be tethered in order that it may able to graze an area of 2244 square meters. Repeat. Okay, this is very famous question, frequently asked question in all the top companies. Find the length of a rope by which a cow must be tethered. Tethered ante kattivedam. Okay, kattivedam. So in order that it may be able to graze an area of 2244. Okay, so first thing, see, if you observe this, okay, if you look at the board, see for example, ఇది ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్ అనుకుందాం. ఓకే, సో ఇది ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్, దీని భూమిలోకి పాతి దీంట్లో నుండి ఒక రోప్ తీసుకొని ఒక దారం తీసుకునేసి ఒక కౌకి కట్టారు అని తీసుకుందాం. లెట్స్ లైక్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద కౌ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద రోప్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద మెటల్ రాడ్ విచ్ ఇస్ డగ్ డీప్ ఇన్ టు ద ఎర్త్. ఆల్రైట్, ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్కి ఒక రోప్ చుట్టి ఒక కావ్కి మీరు కట్టివేస్తే ఒక ఆఫ్కి మీరు కట్టారు అంటే ఓకే, ఇది ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇది ఒక గ్రాసీ ఫీల్డ్ అనుకుందాం. ఇట్స్ ద కౌ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్. ఓకే, సో కౌ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దీనికి ఇది రోప్. ఓకే, ఇది ఒక కావ్, ఇది ఒక రాడ్. సో దీంట్లో మీరు కట్టివేశారు, మీరు చైన్లలో మీరు చూసారు అంటే ఒక ఆవుని ఒక ప్లేస్లో కట్టివేసేసి ఉంటారు, ఇట్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్. కరెక్టా? సో ఇట్లాంటి ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్కి కట్టివేసినప్పుడు అది ఎంత తినగలదు, ఎంత ఏరియా ఫస్ట్ కవర్ చేయగలదు అంటే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. ఇట్ కెన్ మ్యాక్సిమమ్ ఇట్ ఫార్మ్స్ అ సర్కిల్. అవునా? సో ఇదేమైతే ఆరిజిన్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, ఇదేమైతే రేడియస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఈ కవ్ అనేది ఇంత రేడియస్లో మాత్రమే ఇట్ కెన్ ఈట్. సో ద మ్యాక్సిమం ఏరియా ద కవ్ కెన్ కవర్ while it is eating is nothing but the area of the circle. ఓకే, సో ఒక ఆవుని మీరు ఇలా కట్టివేశారంటే అది ఎంత కవర్ చేయగలదు అంటే ఇట్ ఫార్మ్స్ ఎ సర్కిల్. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఇట్ కెనాట్ గో బియాండ్ దిస్, ఎందుకంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ రోప్ అనేది ఆ కవ్కి రేడియస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. అది ఇందు లోపల మాత్రమే ఎక్కడన్నా తినగలదు, ఇందు నుంచి బయట వెళ్ళడం అనేది కష్టం. సో నా ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా 2244 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ అయితే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా 2244 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ అయితే ఈ పర్టికులర్ రోప్ లెంత్ ఎంత అంటున్నాడు. సో రోప్ లెంత్ ఎంత అనేది క్వశ్చన్ పరంగా, సో యాజ్ పర్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ రోప్ లెంత్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ హియర్ ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద డయామీటర్, నథింగ్ బట్ ద రేడియస్. కరెక్టా? సో ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం మీకు 2244 అయితే ఈ రేడియస్ ఎంత ఉండాలి, అనేది క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్. నా సో ఏరియా కావ్ ఎంత తింటుంది అంటున్నాడు, 2244 ఎంత కవర్ చేస్తుంది, వేర్ ఇట్ కెన్ గ్రేజ్ అంటే వేర్ ఇట్ కెన్ ఈట్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 2244. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఇస్ లైక్ 2244, విచ్ ఇస్ area of the circle, and we all know that it is pi r square. So pi r square is nothing but 2244. Now it's like you have to find out what is this r. అవునా? సో ఈ ఆర్ని మీరు ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు అని మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఆర్ స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 2244 ఇంటూ, సో 3.14 అనేది ఇన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవడం కంటే కూడా 7/22 చేసుకోవడం ఇట్ ఇస్ బెటర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో వీ ఆల్ నో దట్ పై ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 22/7. అండ్ సో పై నేను అలా 7/22 అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను, విచ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి, నౌ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డివైడ్ దిస్. సో 22, ఇట్స్ లైక్ 2244. ఓకే, సో how this works, it is so simple. So 1, so obviously, and then 4, 0, and then 4 once again, so which is 2, so 4. Okay, so r square is equal to, it is nothing but 102 into 7. 102 into 7. So r square is going to be 714. 714. R square ante 714. So r is equal to under square root of 714. Okay, now don't worry. సో ఈ స్క్వేర్ రూట్ ఆఫ్ 714 నేను ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి అనేది మీరు పాయింట్స్లో ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఎలా చేయడం అనేది సో సింపుల్. జస్ట్ కొంచెం కామన్ సెన్స్ యూస్ చేసినట్టయితే విల్ గెట్ ఇట్. సి వీ ఆల్ నో దాట్, we all know that it is going to be 714 ki, so nearest square root మీరు ఏది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేశారంటే it is going to be so simple. See, we all know that 25 square is like 625, correct? So it is going to be 625 and 26 square. So 26 square మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is 676 and then 27 square మీరు చూసినట్లయితే and it exceeds 714 for sure. So your answer lies within 26 and 27. Okay, so your answer it is going to be 26 points lo meeku answers vachestadi. Okay, so 26 square is nothing but 676 and 27 squares like which goes beyond 729, so which goes beyond 714. So meeku square root of 714 kavali anedi exact ga meer find out cheyalsi avasaram ledu, which lies between 26 and 27. So obviously the answer is going to be 26 points lo unte saripotundi. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed the session and you understood. If you have any doubts, please post the comments in the comment section. Thank you so much for the class.
Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this lesson we are going to understand the Angular validations. In the last class we have created the registration form, right? So inside the same registration form we are going to add the validations. So what is validation exactly, if you can recollect? Earlier also we have created validations in Bootstrap. So validations is a concept of checking the input values whether those are correct or not. If the value is valid, we are going to display one message. If the value is invalid, we are going to display another message. So the success message will be appear if the value is valid. The error message will be appear in case of it is invalid. The success message should be displayed in green color. Error message should be displayed in red color. Also we can additionally display the submit button. In the submit button we can verify whether the values, whether the complete form is valid or invalid. If the complete form is valid, then we are going to execute the program for storing the data into the necessary storage, for example local storage in our example. So if the form is invalid, at least one text box is invalid, then we are going to stop the execution of the saving program and we can display the appropriate message to user, please enter the correct values, etc. So in order to implement these validations, Angular provides necessary predefined classes and also necessary predefined properties. What are the predefined classes that are provided by Angular? ng invalid, ng valid, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng focus and blur. So let us understand the 6 important Angular validation related classes. Then we will discuss about the Angular properties. So let's check. List of Angular classes for validations. The first one, ng pristine, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng touched, ng untouched, ng valid, ng invalid. We have given a brief overview about all these classes in the yesterday lesson. Let us try to recollect the same and also proceed with the practical use of all these things. So first of all, these classes will be applied only depending on the situation, based on the value that is modified by user or entered by user. For example, if you can notice the name text box, I am trying to open the name text box, have a notice. So I am going to check the name text box. Inside the app root we have div, inside that we have app registration, and inside that we have a div, and inside that we have a form, inside that we have a form group. Let's open the correct form group, and there itself we have a text box. By default this text box is untouched. By default any text box that you have is untouched. Untouched indicates the value, the text box is not touched by user. That means the user did not click on the text box at least once. Once the user clicks on the text box and go out of the text box, automatically it becomes as touched. Once cursor in plus cursor out is equal to touched. So by default the class is untouched. Suppose we have clicked on the text box and click outside. Now the same text box become touched. ng untouched has been replaced with ng touched. Same way, once we type some value, and of course we have mentioned required equal to required, and now it is ng valid, which means that required equal to required says that it cannot be blank. Now some value has been typed by the user, right? So the value is valid, right? So if the text box is having valid, the class ng valid automatically gets applied. And if the user has not modified the value, then it is called as ng pristine. If the user has modified the text box value, it becomes ng dirty. So overall, out of the 6, any one will be applied, either ng pristine or ng dirty, ng valid or ng invalid, either ng touched, untouched, either of these only gets applied. Alternatively, so at a time there is a maximum possibility of applying 3 classes in this list. Out of the 6, only 3 will be gets applied maximum, either pristine or dirty, anyone compulsory, either touched or untouched, anyone, and either valid or invalid, anyone. It is not possible to apply valid plus invalid at a time to the same text box. Notice these classes gets applied automatically by Angular depending on the value what is entered by user. As a developer, we can just only read these particular values, and accordingly we can show the styles to the particular text boxes. So let us try to understand when these classes will be applied, when it is not. So sorry, this class gets applied when the text box value not modified by user. That indicates modified by user. So ng pristine indicates the text box value is not modified by the user. That indicates modified by user. When the text box is touched by user, it will be touched. When the text box is untouched by user or is not touched by user, it will be untouched. Next, this class gets applied when the text box value is valid. And ng invalid gets applied if it is invalid. So check the classes. ng pristine gets applied when the text box value is not modified by user. Text box value is not modified by the user. Whatever the default value of the text box, the same is being displayed as it is. If that is the case, ng pristine gets applied. If the user has intentionally modified the value, that means at least one character has been typed by the user, then the class is going to be ng30. But once it becomes 30, it cannot be pristine by default. ng touched will be when the text box is touched by user, that means cursor in plus cursor out, it becomes touched. Once it becomes touched, it never be untouched again. Untouched means the user is not touched the text box. Valid means the text box value is valid. Invalid means the text box value is invalid. So these are the 6 classes gets applied automatically behalf of the validations. So based on these classes, we can apply the corresponding CSS styles. So check the CSS styles. If it is valid and ng touched, that means it is modified by user, and it is valid. If that is the case, we are going to apply green color border, otherwise red color border. So presently the text box value is modified, at the same time it is valid, so green color. In case if it is invalid, you can see red color border. Similarly, email, password, for all these things we can apply required. So for all these, either green or red is being applied. Okay, we have not applied for receive newsletters, gender and country. Date of joining also is mandatory. Okay, so we have applied necessary validations for all these. Next, let us add the necessary validation rules for the fields. So for example, the name is required. At the same time, I want to accept alphabets only. The name should be required, at the same time alphabets only. How to accept alphabets only? We have to apply the regular expressions. Whenever we say the value is valid, we are going to say it's required. Whenever you have a requirement saying that alphabets only or numbers only or email address or phone numbers, if these are the cases, we have to use regular expressions. In HTML5, we have essential attributes to apply the validation rules. Required says that it is mandatory. Pattern says that it is a regular expression. Based on the regular expression, we can specify the rules like alphabets or numbers or emails, all these things. So let's apply the necessary pattern and required for the text boxes. So check it. For the first one, for the first text box, we are going to apply the regular expression, that is A to Z. That means only alphabets accepted. Let's apply the pattern for email address. Pattern is equal to email. For the email address, suitable pattern is this one. Specify that this is the email address. And for the password and confirm password, we are not applying any regular expressions. Also for number, we are going to accept only numericals. So we are going to add pattern is equal to cap symbol, which indicates the beginning of the number, 0 to 9, star means any number of digits, and dollar means ending. So this pattern specifies that we are going to accept the numerical values only. And also, so the name should be alphabets only, In case if you have entered any digits, it is showing error message, and email address should be in a correct format. Suppose we have entered some wrong email address, it will show the error message, I mean the red color border at least. In case if you have entered the correct values, then only it is going to be accepting. Password cannot be blank, confirm password also cannot be blank, and annual income must be number. If you enter the strings, it is going to be error. It must be number. For example, only digits. Okay, so we have entered the name, email, password, confirm password, annual income, all these regular expressions we have applied. So next, let's apply necessary error messages. So in order to display error messages, what we have to try to do, we have to identify the status of the properties. If the value is invalid, then only we are going to show the error message, and also we have to identify the type of the error message. Why it is going to be errored? Is it errored because of required, or is it errored because of pattern? What is the reason of the error? Based on the reason of the error, we have to display the error message. So in order to identify the reason of the error, we have a predefined property called errors, and in order to identify whether it is touched or valid, we are having the respective properties like valid, invalid, touched, untouched. This type of properties we have. Based on these properties, we are able to identify the current status of the text box exactly. Accordingly, we can show or hide the appropriate error message. So let us try to understand the validation related properties in Angular. So let us check it. List of Angular properties for validations. The first one is untouched, touched, valid, invalid, pristine, dirty, and errors. These are the 7 properties available for validations. So the first one is untouched. Untouched can be the true or false. Untouched will be true if the text box value is not touched by user. This will be false in case if the value is touched by user. Next, same like this, touched can be true or false. If the text box is touched by user, this will be true. Not touched by user, this will be false. Just opposite of the untouched. Valid will be true or false, which means that the text box value is valid. Next, text box value is invalid. So if the text box value is valid, it will be true, otherwise false. Then opposite of the same is nothing but invalid. Opposite of the same is invalid. So true means invalid, false means valid. Next one, pristine. If the text box is not modified by user, pristine will be true. Next, if it is modified by the user, this will be false. Opposite of the same is dirty. Modified means true, not modified means false. Next, errors. Next, errors. To identify the list of errors, we have errors. So required will be true if it is error, if it is invalid because of required rule. Same like this, we have pattern. If it is invalid because of pattern, it is errors equal. This will be true. So these seventh one will be used to identify the reason of the error. So to identify if it is invalid because of required, we are going to check this errors dot required. If it is errored because of pattern rule, this will be true. So we are going to check the type of the error in the second one. All this previous already we have seen. So untouched will be true if the text box is not touched. Touched will be true if the text box value is touched by user. Valid will be true if the text box is valid. Invalid will be true if the text box is invalid. Precedent will be true in case if it is not modified, and so on. So now let us check how to display the corresponding messages. For example, we have a message saying that looks good. When I would like to show this message is that whenever the username is valid, at the same time, if it is valid, we are going to show this. So star ng if whenever this username, how to identify this username? We are going to apply some reference name for this. In order to create reference name for this, we are going to have hash followed by the reference name, for example T1 is equal to the ng model. That means we are going to create a reference name for this ng model. So through this name T1, we are going to access this ng model. This T1 is like a nickname or reference name. So in order to do so, what we have to do, T1 dot in or valid. If the T1 is valid, then only we are going to show this. It is valid. At the same time, if it is touched by user, then only we are going to show this message. In what color? Green color. To apply the green color, we are going to apply text success. Text success specifies that it is green color. So we have typed the value. The text box value is valid, right? Then it is going to show the message looks good. Next, if it is invalid, we are going to show another message. So let's create another span which is for invalid. Another span for invalid. If it is invalid, we are going to show the message it is invalid. That means the name cannot be blank. But when this has to be shown, if it is invalid, at the same time it is touched, at the same time another condition is the errors should be required error. In case if it is having required error, then only we are going to show this message name cannot be blank. And for pattern error, we are going to have another error message saying that name can contain only alphabets. So if it is errored because of pattern, then only we are going to show the message name can contain only alphabets. So there are two validation rules, that is required and pattern. If it is required, if it is the errored because of required, we are going to show the first message. Otherwise we are going to show the second message. So let us check this. As of now, the text box is not touched by user, that's why no message. So in case if it is touched at the same time, we are going to type some value. As it is valid, we are going to show the message looks good. If it is invalid, we are going to show the other message, but it should be in which color? Red color, right? To apply the red color, we are going to say danger means red color. In Bootstrap we have some different colors, right? So if it is invalid because of required rule, we are going to show the message like name cannot be blank. If it is invalid because of pattern rule, we are going to show another message saying that name can contain only alphabets. So the same span tags can be repeated for remaining also, right? So let's apply reference name for the text box. Hash t2 is equal to ng model, and also the span tags. But wherever we are having t1, we have to replace with t2 because t2 is representing the email text box. And what should be the message for this? Email cannot be blank and email is invalid. So if it is invalid because of required rule, we are going to show one message, email cannot be blank. If it is invalid because of pattern rule, we are going to show another message called email is invalid. Either of these only will get applied. Similarly, we are going to display the password. For the password, only the first two span tags are enough because we are not having pattern for the password. So hash t3 is equal to ng model. We are going to have a span tag. If the t3 is invalid because of required rule, then only we are going to show the message password cannot be blank. Here t2, right? Okay, so password cannot be blank. And for the confirm password also, only first two spans are enough. So first let's apply the reference name for the text box. Hash t4 is equal to ng model. That means if you want to access this particular text box, we can call it with the name called t4. Then we are going to apply t4 means text box 4. If it is valid, we are going to show the message like looks good. If it is invalid because of required rule, then we are going to show the message called confirm password cannot be blank. And let's apply annual income. For the annual income, the reference name is going to be t5 is equal to ng model, and for the annual income 3 span tags are required, 2 error messages plus 1 success, which is much like this one. These 3 span tags are required because we are having this pattern. What is the reference name for this? t5. Let's replace t5. And then the message is going to be annual income, annual income. So annual income cannot be blank. This is one message. Another message is annual income should contain numbers. And actually for this required rule is not there, right? So we can remove this one. So only one message is enough. That is going to be pattern. So because only we have a pattern for the annual income. So we have applied the error message for all these. So if it is invalid, we are going to show the message like all these things. If it is invalid, we are going to show the message like email cannot be blank, and email is invalid in case if it is pattern wise wrong. If the value is correct, we are going to show the message like looks good. Okay, so for all these validations have been added. and finally we are going to display the console message. In case if it is invalid, we are not going to submit the data. At the same time, we are going to display the message saying that, okay, let's apply T5. T5 is undefined. It is saying there is some error. T5 hash is missing here, right? So hash T5. Let's check the message again. Okay, so what it is going to show? Invalid form. So finally we have completed the validations for registration form. Let us repeat the same for login form. Login form also most similar to registration form, and also it is containing only the two fields, that is username and password. So only the username, password we are going to accept. For username only required rule, for the password again required rule. For the username we are going to accept alphabets, digits and spaces, so other characters not accepted. For the password, minimum it should be containing 6 characters. So these are the rules that we are going to check. So let us see how to create the login form and how to apply the validation error message for that. Okay, let's check here. So first let's check, are we having login form here? No, we are not having login form. Let us create the login form and copy the necessary code from the registration form. How to create the new component? ngg component. We are going to create a component called login. We are going to create the component called login. So the login component has been created. So once we have created the login component, we just go to the login.component.ts and also login.component.html. So for this login component, if you can open the login.component.ts, so already we are having some code for the on login click method, but for this we are going to keep the condition required. What is the condition we have? Required. Required equal to required, which means that it is mandatory, compulsory to enter. Also we have something called pattern. What is the pattern for email address? Email address pattern is this one. This is the pattern for email address. So it should be containing no spaces and @gmail.com etc. compulsory. And let's apply span tags. So we are going to add a span tag. This should be displayed only in case if the form is invalid. So hash T1 is equal to ng model. T1 is nothing but a reference name. Based on that reference name, we are going to access this text box. So T1 dot invalid and T1 dot touched and T1 dot errors dot required. If it is required if it is error because of required error, then only we are going to show the message called email cannot be blank. And also we are going to show another message, that is email is invalid. When this message has to be shown if it is error because of pattern error. And also these two messages should be appear in red color. So class is equal to text danger, because in Bootstrap text danger indicates red color. So go to your login form, and if it is invalid, we are going to show the message email cannot be blank, and password also same. For the password, required equal to required, which means that it is mandatory, and at the same time we have to apply only one span tag. And what should be the reference name for the password? T2. T2 is equal to ng model. Whenever the T2 is invalid and at the same time it is touched and at the same time it is errored because of required rule, then we are going to show the message password cannot be blank. So email is invalid because of required rule, password is invalid because of required rule. We are going to type some email address right now. It is invalid because of pattern rule. So the message has been changed. Now it is valid and password also valid. Then the login form is working and the email address and password is wrong. That's why it is showing invalid login. That's okay. So this is how to implement various types of validations in the registration form as well as login form. So validation is the concept of checking the input values whether those are correct or not. If the values are valid, then we are going to show the success message to user. If it is invalid, we are going to show the another message to user. In order to work with all these things, the Angular provides necessary predefined classes and properties for working with the validations. What are the predefined classes? ng touched, ng invalid, ng touched, ng untouched, ng valid, ng invalid, ng pristine, ng dirty. These are the 6 classes that are having applied automatically by Angular. And also it is providing 7 properties for displaying the validation error messages like a touched, untouched, valid, invalid, pristine, dirty and errors. Based on this we can show or hide the message. So, and why we are using ngIf? ngIf is used to check the condition. Based on the condition we are going to show or hide the message. If the condition is true, the information will be appear, otherwise will be hidden. So how the error message will be appear dynamically based on the value. Whenever we have typed some value in the text box, automatically Angular will check, okay, this text box value is modified, and it is comparing the text box value with the set of rules that we have mentioned in the tag. We are generally mentioning required and pattern type of errors in the tag. Suppose the text box value is empty. So as per the required, it is saying that it is mandatory, compulsory to enter. And as per the actual value, the text box is empty. So it is not following the rule, right? Required saying that the text box cannot be blank. Text box is really blank. That's why automatically it is applying the necessary class like ng invalid. Based on that ng invalid class, the the span tag is going to be appear automatically, because in the ngIf what we are trying to do, we are trying to check the corresponding validation property, and if the value is true, then only we are going to show the message, otherwise we are hiding. So that is the reason finally the text box is going to be appearing. So Angular duty is that dynamically checking the text box value and applying the classes automatically, and developer responsibility is that checking the validation properties and showing the error message is the responsibility of the developer itself. This is how to implement validations. So in the next moment we are going to implement some pipes. What is pipe? Pipe means we are trying to convert the value before printing. There is a value, before the printing I want to convert. Whenever you want to convert the value before printing, we have to use pipe. For example, I want to convert the number into some text based format. Instead of displaying the number, for example 100, we are going to display the text like the complete spelling we are going to display. So to convert the value before printing, we have to use the pipes. And there are several predefined pipes called number, currency, etc. So let us try to implement all these pipes practically. So check there. Pipes. Pipes are used to convert the value before printing. Before printing, if you want to convert the value, we have to use the pipes. For example, we have a value 10. We have to give the value 10 to the pipe. What this pipe will do, it will convert the same into words, for example 10. So the input that we are providing is the real number, but the pipe is receiving it and converting the value into the corresponding format called 10. So this kind of conversions are done by the pipe. So let us try to implement the pipes. In our application, I am going to implement pipes in the about page. So let's go to about component. Let's go to about component, and inside the component we are going to have necessary properties. For example, we are having something called as number. N value is number data type. In the constructor we are going to initialize a value. For example, the n is equal to 80,000. So I want to display this particular value as it is. To display the value as it is, we don't require any pipe. But I want to convert the value, then display means then we have to use pipe. How to display the value? If you want to display the value of n as it is, we can use the interpolation binding, right? So here the n value is going to appear as it is. See, as it is, the n value, that is 80,000, is being displayed as it is. But I want to convert this value into digit grouping. For every 3 digits you want to apply grouping. What we have to try to do at that time, we have to call a pipe. Hey pipe, take this particular value and convert the value. So we are going to apply pipe symbol followed by the number. So what happens right now, we are not going to print the value directly. First value is given to pipe. Is going to be given the value. The pipe result value is being displayed in the output. So what is the pipe we are using right now? Number. Here number is not a data type, number is a pipe here. So this pipe is receiving this particular value n and then converting the same into digit grouping. The converted output is going to be displayed in the result. So similarly, let's apply another one, that is currency. What this currency will do, it is also digit grouping, and at the same time decimal places will be added, that is 00, and also the currency symbol also will be gets added. The default currency symbol is $, and we can change the currency symbol by providing an argument value for the pipe. Pipe argument value is nothing but colon. Let's apply, for example, INR, means Indian rupees. So now we can notice the Indian rupee symbol has been displayed because we have mentioned INR. The default value here itself is USD. That means dollar symbol will be displayed by default. If you don't mention anything, also by default dollar. And in case if you want to display Indian rupees, we have to go for INR. So like this, we have several predefined pipes. So we are going to discuss about the pipes exclusively separately in the further lessons. So that's all for today. Do practice and thank you. Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this training program, we are going to understand about angular pipes. In the last class, we have seen the registration form and login form. We are going to now learn the pipes. What is pipe? Pipe is a value converter. That means it is a predefined class which is receiving a value and converting the value into the required format and returning the same. For example, we can convert the units. For example, we can convert the square yards into square feet, otherwise we can convert the hundreds into thousands, or we can convert the hours into minutes, or we can convert the centimeters to inches, or we can convert from any format to any format. From the numerical to string or string to number, a single value can be converted from one format to another format by using the pipes. Angular comes up with some built-in ready-made pipes. These are useful for common scenarios and common purposes. Whichever the requirements we have of ourselves, we can create our own pipes. So in the today's lesson, we are going to understand about how to use the predefined pipes, at the same time how to create our own pipes, which is also called as custom pipes. So built-in pipes, let us discuss first. Inside the built-in pipes, we are having uppercase, lowercase, number, currency, date, this type of predefined pipes. So let us try to discuss about all these pipes which are all available in the Angular. So let's understand the predefined pipes in Angular. Predefined pipes in Angular. What are the predefined pipes? First one is uppercase, second one is lowercase, next number, date, and JSON also we have, plus slice we have. These are the built-in or predefined pipes in Angular. Now let us try to understand how to use all these predefined or built-in pipes. Okay. In order to understand this, we are taking the about component as an example. Inside the about component, we are going to create the necessary properties. In the corresponding template, we are going to display the same. So only we are trying to work with the about component and about template. So I am closing all the remaining other files. Only I am keeping the about component definition and about component HTML file as a open. So let us understand first. Let's try to prepare something called as person name. It is a which data type? String data type. We can initialize the value in the constructor because when we create object for the class, automatically the constructor will execute. There, what are we trying to do? This dot person name is equal to some name we are trying to provide, for example Harsha. So I would like to display this particular name as it is. In order to display the value as it is, we need not use any pipe. So directly we can mention the name of the property. So the property value will be appear as it is. Also let us take a table for clarity. We are going to take a table. In the first TD, we are going to display the label, that is person name. In the next one, we are going to display the expression or interpolation binding, that is person name. So here the person name is going to be appear. Let's run this. And once we go to about page right now, we can see the person name equal to Harsha. It is displaying the value as it is. Next, we are going to apply the table style, that is class is equal to table bordered. Now we can see the full table, person name with Harsha. I want to display this particular person name with uppercase. So pipe symbol uppercase. Now we can see the person name in uppercase. Whatever the name we have entered here, the same name is going to be converted into uppercase. So how this is going to be converting? Whichever the value we have given, that is called that is being stored inside the component property. So first we have a component property. This component property value we are going to give or supply to the pipe. There is a predefined pipe called uppercase. what this pipe will do, it will convert the same into the uppercase. This is going to be the result or output, we can say. For example, the component property is nothing but person name is equal to Harsha. This is the component property what we have. The uppercase pipe we have used. What this uppercase pipe is trying to do, it is converting this value Harsha into the capital letters. So this is going to be displayed to the user. This is what the developer has given. This is what is going to be displaying in the output. Okay. So just like we have used person name uppercase, we can also use lowercase. Person name in lowercase. So now we can see the value in lowercase. Even though we have given one letter capital, for example, I am going to provide H capital here, but the lowercase output will be purely lowercase. So this is what the original value is. This is going to be converted into uppercase. This is lowercase. Okay, so here we are going to use pipe symbol followed by uppercase, lowercase. Whenever we are using pipe symbol followed by some name, that name is nothing but called as a pipe. So that's what I was saying. Uppercase, lowercase, these are what? Pipes. The syntax of using the pipe, as you can understand in the example itself, inside the double curly braces, that is interpolation binding, we are going to provide the property name pipe symbol followed by pipe. Surprisingly, the syntax also called as pipe. So this is going to be the pipe symbol followed by the pipe name we have to provide. Pipe name means these, like uppercase, lowercase, number, whatever. So the first one, uppercase, it converts the value into uppercase. The second one, lowercase, it converts the value into lowercase. So uppercase will convert the value into uppercase, lowercase will convert the value into lowercase. The next one, third one, number, it is used to apply digit grouping. What is the meaning of digit grouping? For example, if you follow the syntax of property pipe symbol number, so this is going to be printing the value like, for example, 1000 is our input. Once we have used the above mentioned syntax, the output will be 1, 1000, 1, 0, 0, 0. That means for every 3 digits, it is going to add 1 comma. So let's create a number. For example, salary of the employee. Salary of the employee, for example, I am giving some large value. I want to display this value as it is, means we need not use any pipe. So salary, I am going to display the value as it is, right? So we need not use any pipe. So the value is going to appear as it is. But whenever I would like to apply the digit grouping for this, then we have to use number. So I am going to repeat the same, but now I am going to give number, pipe symbol number. So check and focus there. For every 3 digits we got the comma, right? Next, whenever we are going to use currency, it is doing the same thing, but also adding the currency symbol. It is also applying the digit grouping, also adding the decimal places, also adding the currency symbol. and of course we can change the currency symbol. By default it is going to take it as USD, that is dollar. We can specify the currency name, so currency symbol will be provided automatically. So let's add the same in the document. The fourth one is going to be currency. It is used to specify the currency symbol. It adds digit grouping, currency symbol, and decimals. We can specify the number of decimals also. So how do we specify the currency symbol? The default, as I said already, it is USD. We can specify the currency name by using the colon argument. Colon, inside the double quotes we can provide any currency name, any valid currency name. For example, by default USD, right? So we can specify popular names like INR. So we got Indian rupee symbol. So like this we can specify any valid currency name in capital letters here. If you mention any wrong value, see, the wrong value is displaying the value as it is. So it has no use. That's why we can specify any valid name. But sometimes it will be useful. For example, I want to display RS instead of INR. That means instead of Hindi rupee sign, I want to display RS. So then we can specify the same as it is. So RS dot we have added. This currency symbol will be as it is printed there. Okay. And in case of number, we can specify the number of decimals. For example, after the point I wanted 2 decimals, so we can specify 0.2, which means that the number of decimals is going to be 2 decimals you are expecting. So also the digit grouping plus decimal places we can specify in the number, only except the currency symbol. In case if you want the currency symbol, we can use the currency. Okay, the next one, date. If you want to specify the date format, then we have to go for the date formats, date, month, year, or year, month, date. Any kind of date format we can compose by using date, something called as a date. So how do we specify the date format? Let's try to understand. First, let us take a date type of variable. For example, date of joining is of which data type? Date data type. So this dot date of joining is equal to new date. It is going to display the date. If you print this date of joining as it is, for example, I am going to take date of joining, I am going to print it as it is, date of joining. It is a case instance, so you should write the code correctly. So the date is going to be printed in this format. Generally we don't expect this format, right? So this is the actual default format of date in JavaScript, which we don't expect in normal situations, right? But how do we specify in the user expected format? That's what the date pipe will do. So we are going to add the date pipe. That means pipe symbol, date, followed by several options we have. For example, if you can specify short date, by giving the short date, we can see month, date, year is going to be displaying. That year in 2 digits. That means instead of 2018, it is going to display like 18. And the date will be normal, for example 27. month is going to be 9 instead of 09. So very short format it is going to display. This is one case. The other option that we have is medium date. By adding the medium date, what do you mean? So we can expect the medium date. Check it out. Medium date means the month name, that is SAPNET, like this, 3 characters followed by a space and then followed by a date, comma, then the full year. So this is going to be the medium date. Medium date means this one. Next also we have long date. By adding the long date, what do you mean? The long date is going to be displaying the full month name. Okay, for example September space the actual date, for example 27, then followed by the year. So this is going to be the date of joining. So we have seen 3 formats, that is, check the output, short date, medium date, long date. We have 3. The other one that we have is, we have several, don't worry. So many formats available, I am going to show one by one. The next one, full date. By adding the full date, what do you mean? See, the full date look like this. It includes the weekday name followed by the month name and the remaining as it is same as the full date, long date. And then we also have something called short time. I am coming to the time actually. Previously we have concentrated on only date, but now time also can be displayed. Time includes the minutes and hours. The two, instead of 03, it is going to display the short number, that is 3. So we also have something called long time. No, medium time first. Medium time means, okay, I will demonstrate quickly all remaining. So medium time, long time also we can add. Short time, medium time, long time. So have a look once. Short time, okay, medium time, long time. That is the difference. What is the difference between medium time and long time? Medium time means hours, minutes, seconds also being displayed. At the same time, long time means just like medium date time, it is going to display hours, minutes, seconds plus EM or PM plus GMT plus 5:30 or just 5. That means the time zone also being displayed in case of long time. The next one that we have, just a short, medium. Short, medium. So what do you mean by short and medium? Let's try to understand here. Short means short date, comma, short time. Medium means medium date, comma, medium time. Okay, short date plus short time is equal to short. Medium date plus medium time is equal to medium. That's all. And how to specify the custom formats? That means user defined formats. Let us try to understand. User defined formats means we can compose our own format. For example, date, month, year format generally we are expecting, or year, month, date. This is other format that you are expecting. Okay, the people expects month, date, year is default, already it was presented. Date, month, year is some people will go for this, and year, month, date. And also you can check the output here. So now it is going to display, see, date, month, year in this case, and in this case it is year, month, date. Okay, so here D for date, M for month, M must be capital. Don't use M as a lowercase because lowercase m is representing the minutes, and Y for year. Next, and also we have hours and minutes. How to display hours and minutes? I mean the time, custom time can be added like this. HMS means hours, minutes, seconds. And in case if you want to follow the 24-hour format, H must be caps. And if you want to display AM or PM, just we can add A. So now we can try to display hours, minutes, seconds followed by AM or PM. It is going to be displayed like this, and in this case it is a 24-hour format, right? So the difference between the 12-hour format and 24-hour format is 12-hour format hour is small lowercase h, and 24-hour format is h caps. That is the difference. And next one, we also have something called triple E, WE. Next triple M. Next WM. So 4 options we have. Check it out: triple E, WE, triple M, WM. So we can check it out there. Triple E indicates the weekday name, that is a short name, that is THU, FRI, SAT, etc. Just maximum 3 characters. But WE indicates, which means 4E characters indicates the full weekday name. Triple M indicates the month name in shortcut. 4 times EM, that means WM means the full month name is going to be displaying. And then we also have something called the last and final one, the time zone. If you want to display the time zone, we can go for Z, capital Z, which indicates the current working time zone. India Standard Time is our time zone, that is 5:30. Okay, it is working as per the client side settings. That means in the date and time settings, if you can open the control panel, the current time zone is being displayed, right? So that's what the system will take. So presently we have been set like 5:30 as per the India time zone. So accordingly it is working. That means what, in case if you change in the settings screen, the same output is going to be affected automatically here. And sometimes we would like to display some custom names. So if you want to display the custom names, that means user defined names, how do we display? For example, I want to display quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of 12 months, if I'm inside the January to April, I want to display quarter 1. Like this, for every 4 months I want to change the quarter name. So quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 I want to display. For finding out the quarter name, there is no any predefined code or predefined pipe. So we can write our own logic. We have 2 options in this case. Either we can go for the custom pipe, or we can use the ng switch. First I will show the case of ng switch, then we will implement the same by using the custom pipe. The benefit of going for custom pipe is it is useful for reusability. That means in different forms we may require the same requirement. We need not rewrite the complete logic. The logic which is written only one time can be useful for multiple pages or multiple screens. But in case if you want to use it only one time, you don't want to plan for reusability and you want to go easily, then you can go for the writing the ng switch ourselves. So let us write the ng switch ourselves in order to find out the name of the quarter based on the current month. Okay, let's go for the ng switch. So in the NG switch, we are going to take a TR TD NG switch, and I'm going to take something called span tag. Okay, the span tag. For this span tag, we are going to add the NG switch. That means it is much like a switch case in programming. Switch case usually will be having a number of cases, right? Okay, by the way, what is the name of the property we would like to check? Date of joining, pipe symbol, date M. Okay, that's all. So what this means, this indicates we are getting the month, that means month number. Based on the month number, we are going to write the code. I mean, month number may be 1, 2, 3, whatever. So based on the month number, we are going to display the different cases. So inside the span, I am going to use another span followed by NG switch case is equal to 1, which means that whenever the value of n, that means month number, is going to be 1, then what should you display? That is, I am going to display quarter 1. So we got the logic. We can repeat the same for all the remaining months. I am going to paste 12 months. So 1 to 12, (1 to 12) months, and last one also useful. I am not deleting it. So if whenever the value is equal to 1, that means the month value of date of joining is equal to 1. What do you want to display? Quarter 1 I want to display. Then quarter 2, 1, 1. So for all these months of month 1, 2, 3, 4, we can display the quarter 1 only. But in case of May 5, we are going to display quarter 2 for 4 months. From the 9th month, we are going to display the quarter 3. Sorry, here. Okay, here 3, here 4. Okay. So now once we have finished, the last one is useful for us, that is NG switch default. For the NG switch default, we need not supply any value. That means whenever the above conditions are false, not matching, then at that time what should be displayed is none. I would like to display. So by mistake, by chance, the date is given wrongly by the user. The user has given the month maybe 13 or 15 or whatever out of the range. So because of that user mistake, this should not show error. Simply it has to display none. So check the output. Presently, as per now, we are in the quarter 3, right? So it is showing the Q3. This is how to work with the NG switch. But the problem in this approach is, what are the logic we have written here will be useful only for this particular page. If you want the same logic or same output in another component, maybe in another template, you would like to repeat the same code there also. So overall in a big project, you want the same code in 100 times, means 100 times we have to copy paste the same set of tags. The redundancy of the code is being increased, right? That means you are writing the same code multiple times in overall the complete project. That's why we don't suggest writing the NG switch for this kind of cases. Alternatively, we can go for the pipes. The benefit of pipe is, even though it is a bit complex, we can reuse it. We can create the pipe only one time, but we can repeat the same many times. So let us try to understand how to work with the custom pipes, means user defined pipes. Okay. Custom pipes. The meaning of custom pipes is user defined pipes. That means the pipes which are developed by the user is called as user pipe. Here user means the developer itself. So how to create the pipe? Let's have requirements for that. For example, we have a monthly salary of the employee. For example, it is 1000. I want to display annual salary of the employee automatically in the output. So that is 1000 into 12, that is equal to 12,000 I would like to display as output. So how do we achieve this requirement? How do we convert this monthly salary into annual salary? By performing this particular operation. This particular code should be inside the pipe. This logic should be inside the pipe. So the general requirement of the pipe is, the general nature of the pipe is, the pipe is going to be a class which is receiving some argument, one or more argument values from the outside, and doing the operation or some calculation and returning the result value. What of the value that we have written in the pipe, that is going to be displaying in the output directly. Whatever component has given, that we are taking the input from the component, doing the calculation and providing the calculated result value to the corresponding output. This is going to be the general requirement or process of the pipe. So let us see how to create the pipe practically. So let's take a new instance of the command prompt window, and we have to enter to the path, right? The same path what we have given previously, that is C:\Angular 3 PM app1. So there we are going to provide a command called ng, G for generate, pipe. What we are going to create is pipe. Name of the pipe is, for example, salary converter. What is the name of the pipe? Salary converter is the name of the pipe. So these files have been created. Check it out. salary-converter.pipe.ts, app.module.ts updated, and a spec file also gets generated, of course. So the main considerable changes is, it has created something called salary converter pipe.ts, which is this one. So this class has been created automatically, and moreover here is a class, right, and it is having export, right. So this class is going to be importing into app.module.ts, meaning here, and automatically the same pipe is being added here. So these are the changes. We are importing the salary pipe here from the so-and-so file, and we are going to add this particular pipe to this particular module. If you don't add this pipe to the module, it will not be a part of the module. That means the other components which are present in the same module cannot access this pipe. So it is already present, fortunately. So it is ready to use. Here the question, how do we call this particular pipe? In order to call the pipe, there is a predefined name here. Of course, we can give any name alternatively. Instead of giving the salary converter, we can give any other name, and the same name has to be used here for displaying. So custom pipe, and here we are going to pass the salary followed by the pipe name, that is salary converter. Okay, so this salary converter will be invoked automatically now, and also this salary value automatically will be given to this value argument. So look at the syntax of the pipe. Pipe is fundamentally a class. Salary converter pipe, for example, inches to centimeters pipe. So we can provide any name followed by the fixed name, that is pipe, in order to identify that it's a pipe. And then this class can be accessible in other files, right? So that's why we are going to provide like export. By giving export, we are making this class accessible to others. And also we are implementing an interface called pipe transform. This pipe transform interface saying that it is having a compulsory method called transform method. This method will be automatically called while executing the pipe. Here we are going to call the pipe, right? Automatically it is creating an object for the class and invoking the transform method. Whatever the logic we have written here, that will execute, and whatever we written here, that is going to be printing. For example, we are giving like blindly 100, for example. So whatever we have given, this will be blindly displayed as output. You can see the output like 100. Anyway, how to add the custom logic here and how to work with the practical use of the pipes, all these things we are going to understand in the further lessons. So today what we have understood so far, if you can check it out, today mainly we have discussed about the predefined pipes. Also, one or two predefined pipes are pending, and the practical impact of the custom pipe also pending. So we will discuss about the pipes topic, remaining things, in the next class. That's all for today, and thank you. Welcome back to Web Technologies training program. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand about angular pipes part 2. That means the yesterday lesson was about angular pipes part 1. So there we have understood some of the predefined or built-in pipes, and also just syntax introduction to custom pipes. Today we are going to complete the all built-in pipes, and also we are going to implement the real custom pipes. So different types of pipes we are going to develop. So first let us finish the built-in pipes or predefined pipes. Before that, try to recollect what is pipe. Pipe is a class which is receiving a value and doing some process or calculation, such as converting the numbers into words and returning the string value. Whatever the string value we have returned from the pipe, that is going to be displaying in the output directly. For example, I am going to give the number 100 as input to the pipe, and the pipe is receiving such a value and adding the digit grouping. For every 3 digits, comma is being added, and the final value is being given to the corresponding pipe, corresponding output. This is the general functionality of a pipe. Yesterday particularly we have discussed about the predefined pipes like uppercase, lowercase, and also the number, date. These are the 4 predefined pipes that we have discussed in the last class practically. So we have not discussed about 2 built-in pipes, that is a JSON and a slice. So those things we are trying to understand right now. So let us get started with understanding the slice pipe. So check it, slice. It is used to get a part of the string from actual string. Assume you have a string and you want to get a part of this string. That means you are going to get a small portion of this string. For example, you are going to get, we have a value, for example AB, for example Microsoft. Okay, so we want to get only this part of the particular text. So as a result of this pipe, we are going to get this result value. Microsoft is input, CRO is output, which is a part of the Microsoft. But how do we specify the specific number of characters? We can specify the starting index and ending index by using the slice pipe. Okay, let us see the same example practically. So inside the about component, we are going to create the company name is equal to Microsoft. I want to display this company name as it is. So in order to display the company name as it is, we are going to take one td company name, and in the second td we are going to display the actual company name like this. Okay, that's right. So presently we are displaying the company name as it is. If you have a look at once about the output, so we are displaying the name as it is, that is Microsoft. Okay, now I want to get only the part of the string by using slice, means cutting. Getting a part of the string is called as slice. So you want to get the starting from which character, that is C. What is the index position of C? Check it. 0, 1, 2. 2 is the index for C. Index starts from 0, right? So we are going to provide the argument value, that is 2. Once we provided argument value 2, what exactly happens is automatically the starts with the C. That means position number 2 is at C, so it automatically starts with C. But C onwards up to ending we are getting by default. But you want to get only the 3 characters, right? 3 characters means what is the last index? If the string is Microsoft, what is the last index? Let's count. So C is already 2 as we know. R is 3. O is 4. Okay. S is 5. So we have to provide the value S. S is 5, which means that up to less than 5. Less than 5 is nothing but up to CRO. So I will show this graphically to understand this. So let's write the characters called Microsoft. This is the string what we have, this is the string what we have provided. Let's write the indexes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is the existing string actually. So Microsoft totally 9 characters, index will be 0 to 8. But we have provided 2, 3. The arguments, 2, 5 we have provided as inputs. So what do you mean by 2 and 5? So it will start from the 2, ends with less than 5. What is the less than 5? That is 4. That is 2, 3, 4 only it will consider. 2, 3, 4 position number characters are CRO, right? So that's why this part of the string is being get. Okay, remaining will be omitted. That is less than 5. Less than 5 means 4. If you want to get including 5, we have to provide a 2, 6. If you want to get including 6, 2, 7. So we have to add plus 1. Suppose you want to get up to 7, so we have to provide the argument like 8. So this is the consideration that you should have. Okay, so as I want to get CRO, so I am providing 2 and 5. Okay, that's fine. Next, so this is all about the slice. Next one, fifth one, JSON. So about JSON we have discussed already in the the JavaScript lessons. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. JSON is a special format, string format of an object. We are going to describe the object in the form of a string by using the JSON. Particularly JSON is useful for storing the data and retrieving the data from the local storage, and also JSON is particularly useful for sending the data to server as a submittable data, and retrieving the data from the server back to the client. So particularly servers like PHP or Node.js or .NET or ASP.NET, all these providing the response in the form of JSON format. For example, we are going to submit the hall ticket number 101. Based on hall ticket number, I want to get the corresponding mark sheet. The list of marks like subject code, subject name, marks, grade, all these details will come in the form of which format? JSON format we are getting. The JSON format is nothing but a string format. The JSON or string format is being converted into object or object array by using JSON.parse, and then we are going to display in the respective place. This is already we have seen practically in the earlier lessons of jQuery and JavaScript. But coming to this one, so for example, we have an object. In Angular, we have an object which includes some details about the person, for example, person name, first name, last name, email, whatever it is. We are going to print the object as it is in the output by using interpolation binding, but it will not work by default. Since it is an object, it is going to print the output like object space object. Whatever the data it may be, what are the properties methods it may be inside the object, it is going to print the output like object space object. It is not printing actual details or methods. So if you want to display the list of properties or methods inside the particular object, we have to convert this data into JSON format, right? So earlier we have done with JSON.stringify. So the same I want to perform. JSON.stringify can be done by using JSON pipe. In Angular, JSON.stringify can be done by using JSON pipe. JSON pipe is used to receive an object, that means a JavaScript object, and convert the same into JSON and return the same back to the output. So this is all about the JSON pipe. Let's see the same practically here. For example, here we are going to add some details about the person. So address details, it is any, that means an object. It is not a string data type, it is not a number data type, it is any, which includes door number, suppose 1-2-3 for example, street is ABC street, city is XYZ street. I just provide some details, and I would like to display this address as it is to the user. So if you are displaying the address like this with a TD address, if you are printing this address as it is, so it is printing like object notice. We are expecting actual data to display, but it is not displaying actual data, it is going to display object, which we don't expect. If you want to convert this address into in a JSON, we have to give JSON pipe. So now the address is being converted into JSON format. The JSON format is going to be displaying in the output. Now you can see as it is JSON, it is having double quotes for every property. So whenever you have an object and you want to print this object data as it is in the form of JSON, we have to use JSON pipe. So what you can write here, it is used to convert the object into JSON format. So that's all. Like this we have completed all the pipes. In the yesterday lesson we have discussed about uppercase, lowercase, number and date, and in the today's lesson we have understood the JSON and the slice. So with this the built-in or predefined pipes have been completed. Now we are going to understand the custom pipes. Yesterday at the last moment we have created a new pipe. Anybody remember? Otherwise I will delete the existing pipe and recreate the existing pipe and show the custom pipe development from the scratch. So let's understand the context first. What is a custom pipe? A pipe is a class which is used to convert the value before printing. Instead of printing the value as it is, we are going to give this value to the pipe. Apart from the actual value, we can also pass additional value. For example, in the date pipe we are giving the date value, at the same time we are giving the date format. That means two inputs we are providing. One is the property, other one is the format. So like that we can pass the actual property value and additional arguments if any to the pipe, and the pipe is going to convert the value, return the value, but importantly whatever we have written in the pipe that is going to be displaying an output directly. So let's understand the custom pipe. And the custom pipe, why we are developing is we are developing the pipe for converting the length. Converting the length. For example, you are converting the inches to feet. So I want to convert the inches to feet. For that requirement, we are going to create the custom pipe. Let's see how to do that. So we have to create a new pipe. Before that, let me delete the existing pipe. If you can check the tree, there is an existing pipe called salary converter pipe. So we are going to delete it because I want to show the same practically from the scratch. And also we have to remove the respective lines in the app.module.ts. Otherwise we will get unnecessary errors. Okay, let's create cd c:\angular 3pm app1. Now we are going to apply ngg. What you are going to generate? Pipe you are going to generate. Name of the pipe is length converter. Here length converter is just name of the pipe. Length converter is name of the pipe. We can provide any name in this case. We can give any other name. For example, I want to create one more pipe called ngg pipe salary converter. Like this we can provide any number of pipes. We have created two pipes, that is length converter and a salary converter. Okay, so the length converter and salary converter has been added automatically. Okay, it's not added automatically, we have to add it. So import salary converter from salary converter pipe. Okay, I think it is going to show the error. It has an error. Let me delete the salary converter pipe spec.ts. That's for the reason of error. Okay, now let us recreate the same. Yeah, now the salary converter has been created. Now it works. So the salary converter pipe we are going to declare from so and so file, and we are going to add the same as a member of the declarations. So the step number 1 is we are going to import the salary converter pipe from the so and so file, and then we are going to add the same pipe as a part of the declarations over here. So then it will be a part of the module, and then we can open the source code of the salary converter and write the essential code. For example, in the salary converter pipe, as we discussed yesterday, we are going to convert the monthly salary into annual salary. Here we have a special type of method called transform method. So every pipe must and should have a method called transform method. So what is the reason, what is the guarantee that every pipe must have a transform method? Suppose I am not going to create a transform method in the pipe. So will it work? It will not work. So that guarantee is provided by the pipe transform interface. Generally, an interface is a collection of methods. Whenever we are implementing the interface, all its methods must be implemented in the respective class. Okay. So we are going to import the pipe transform interface from the Angular/core package, and we are going to implement the pipe transform interface, and we are going to create a method called transform method, which is a part of pipe transform interface. This method will get called automatically when we invoke the pipe. By the way, how do we invoke the pipe? The name is salary converter, right? So we are going to call the salary converter pipe in the about component exactly like this. We have just provided, so we have just provided salary converter name here. So this will invoke the salary converter pipe. Automatically this salary value, that is in our example salary something, suppose 1000 we are providing, this 1000 will be supplied as input to the transform method. It will come to the value argument. There is a method called value argument. This value argument is representing the actual value of the salary. So if you return this value as it is, what happens is the same salary value is being displayed as it is. There is no change actually, but we can make any changes. We can add any custom logic in this. Before returning, we can just add, for example, into 12. So what happens now? Value will not be returned. Value into 12, the result will be returned. That is, we are going to get 12,000 instead of 1,000. So that's what the benefit of the pipe is. So the pipe is used to do some calculations. We can also do one thing. We can create a dummy variable like this. For example, annual salary is equal to value into 12. Then we can return the annual salary. We can also write any custom variables and custom logic. So whatever, one thing is for sure, whatever you return here, that is going to be displayed in the corresponding output over here. So this is one type of pipe, and also we have created another custom pipe, right? So let's talk about that. The other pipe that we have created is length converter pipe. Length converter pipe. If you can check there, length converter is a pipe. How do we say it's a pipe? It's having a decorator called @pipe. So whenever we have a decorator called @pipe, that is considered as a pipe. That means if you delete this, it is no longer a pipe actually. Still it's having pipe transform interface, it is having a suffix called pipe, it is having a transform method, but still it's not a pipe because it is must be having @pipe decorator, which specifies that this class is qualified as a pipe. Then automatically this implements pipe transform and the transform methods gets added to the same. And here the name specifies the calling name, with which name you want to call this particular pipe, that is declared as a name here. So for example, I want to call the pipe here. So we have a new property, for example, the length is, for example, I mean 16. Okay, 16, I mean inches. I am assuming it's inches. So I am going to print the length inches. So it is going to print the 6 inches as it is. I don't like this. I want to convert into feet, for example. Instead of printing 16 inches, I would like to print like feet. So there is a requirement of converting the inches to feet, right? So that is done by the length converter pipe. So what is the name here we have declared? Length converter. So we have to call it here. So whenever we have mentioned the name of the pipe, this length value will go as input to this value argument, and whatever we have returned, that will be printed. So we are going to return the value as it is, means whatever we have given as it is will be come out from the pipe. So there is no any change. So what happens now, the same value whatever we have given 16 as input, the same value came out as output. Next, instead of doing like that, we can also write like divided by 12. That's all. So what happens now, 12 inches are is equal to 1 feet. So we are getting the output like sorry. Now, so we are getting the output like 1.3333, 1.3 inches. So I want to print the output like 1 feet and so and so remaining inches, for example maybe 4 inches. So I want to print like 1 feet and 4 inches. I will write here, I want the output like 1 feet and 4 inches. This is the expected output for me. So we have to write such a logic. Instead of simply writing by 12, we can write like feet is equal to value by 12, and you would like to get only the integer value. That's why we are going to get math dot floor. So what this math dot floor will do, it is going to get only the floor value, that is instead of getting like 1.33 some change, you will get only the just 1. So inches is equal to value minus feet into 12. So value means, for example, 16, in our example 16. So 16 minus feet into 12. What is feet? Feet means here 1, right? So 1 into 12. Okay, this is the output. So 1 into 12 is nothing but 12. So 16 minus 12 is equal to 4. So final answer is 4 inches. So that will be stored in the variable called inches. And then what are we trying to do is that we are concatenating a string saying that S is equal to feet plus feet. This is actual value and this is going to be just a string value, and so and so inches, then the string value inches, then we are going to return the same. So n number of feet and n number of inches. This is going to be the actual variable, this is also variable, remaining are string values. Now we can see the output exactly we got, and let me delete this literal. Okay, so we are passing the length variable value to the length converter. This length converter is going to receive the value as value argument, and we are dividing by 12 and taking the floor value into the feet, and we are going to write like value minus feet into 12, that is the inches value. Then we are going to concatenate a string so and so feet and so and so inches. The same whatever we written here, same will be as it is printed in this place. So we can expect the corresponding output like 1 feet and 4 inches. But we have a serious problem here. What if the value is having exactly 12? So whenever the value is exactly 12 or 24, something like that, if it is exactly divisible by feet without any remainder, we are getting this output like 1 feet and 0 inches like this. We are particularly getting 0 inches. So in this case, it has to exactly display 1 feet, and this part end of 0 inches should not be added, right? So we have to keep the condition whenever in the pipe. So whenever inches is greater than 0, then only we have to consider this. Otherwise, we have to consider other. So we are going to take something that is whenever the inches is greater than 0, this value as it is, no changes. Whenever the inches value is equal to 0, just we have to concatenate only the feet. Only feet we have to concatenate. So we have to remove the inches. Now if you can check, presently in this case we got 1 feet. But the moment once we have given some other value, for example I am going to give like 13 instead of 12, so we are automatically getting the full value, that is 1 feet and 1 inches. So we can also write any other custom logic. For example, whenever it is 1, it has to just display 1 inch, not inches, right? So we can also keep such a logic if required. So we can just add like else if inches is equal to 1, then we can add one more, that is instead of inches it has to concatenate like inch. So we can write any number of condition. This is what the meaning of the logic whatever we are writing in the feet, sorry, the pipe. So we are getting the output, that is okay, is inches is equal to 1 feet and 1 inches. Let me check. Inches is equal to 1. The condition not executed correctly. Let me refresh. 1 feet and 1 inch it has to show. Let me print the console.log of inches. Whenever we got some problem of getting wrong output, we can display the value in the console.log so that we have some evidence. Yes, we got 1. Okay, whenever the inches value is equal to 1, then we are going to assign so and so feet and inches inch, else yes. Okay, there may be some problem. So it is going to display this value like this. Suppose we are providing the inches value maybe 14, then it is displaying 2 inches. Okay, so this is how we prepare the custom pipes. We have created 2 custom pipes. One is the length converter, which is converting the inches into feet, and other one is converting the monthly salary into annual salary. Like this we have understood how to create the custom pipes, and there is one more step to understand: how to pass custom arguments to the custom pipes. By default, whatever the property we have applied for the pipe, the property value by default will go as a value argument to the custom pipe transfer method. But I want to pass some additional value to the transfer method. For example, in the date predefined pipe, date format we are passing, right? In the slice we are passing the starting index and ending index, right? So in some pipes there is a requirement of passing additional values to the particular pipe as an argument. So how do we pass and how do we receive that value? How do we do some process based on that? Let us try to understand in the custom pipe example. So here, if you can have a requirement, sometimes you want to display and sometimes you want to display some symbol like and symbol. So whichever the value you want to display here in this place, that you want to pass from here. So we can pass, that is length converter colon, we can pass some symbol, for example ampersand symbol, right? This ampersand symbol will be passed as argument here, args. Okay, this args is nothing but the argument value what are passing here, that value we can concatenate here. Args we can concatenate. Okay, so let me give the same for this. Okay, we have given the concatenation properly, check it. Inches plus double quotes inches. Okay, so this is I think correct. So whatever arguments we have, that value is being displayed here. Now instead of printing like a and it is printing the ampersand symbol. So whichever the symbol you would like to display, that we can concatenate in the HTML file. For example, I want to print some hash symbol or comma or space, whatever, we can just provide that same is going to be displaying here. So this is how we pass arguments and utilize that argument value in the corresponding pipe. Okay, so what you can recollect from this, so pipe is used to do some value conversion. For example, it is receiving some value and doing the conversion and printing the corresponding output. This is what the duty of the pipe. And the custom pipes development we have seen, the custom pipe is used to convert the value. Let me show one more example on custom pipe. So we have uppercase and lowercase predefined pipes already we know, but I want to convert something like title case. For example, first letter capital, remaining letters are lowercase. So this is my requirement. So how do we do the same as title case? So let's understand the title case pipe development. NGG pipe, title case is name of the pipe. Name of the pipe, what you can see, title case. So it has created a class called title case pipe. If you can check there, we have title case pipe. So this title case pipe is already having export keyword, and the same will be part of the module here. See, have a look once. The title case class is being imported from so and so file, that is title case pipe. The same class is going to be part of the declaration section of the app module over here, which means that we are eligible to use the pipe called title case in the entire module. So in this one, we have a method called transfer method, and it's having value argument. So I would like to convert the first letter as capital. So where first letter is equal to value of 0. What do you mean by value of 0 here? It must be string. The input must be string. Value of 0 will be a single character. So that value of 0 should be converted as a uppercase, and remaining letters is equal to value dot substring of 1 dot 2 lowercase. So final is equal to first letter plus remaining letters. So let's understand with an example how this solves. For example, the input is Harsha. So I want to convert H caps. Here, how do we get only the single character like H? To get it, we are going to say value of 0. Okay, so the value of 0 indicates the exact first letter, that is H. Okay, so this H value must be converted into uppercase, right? So the converted H, capital H, is being stored inside the variable called first letter. Okay, that's leave it. And value dot substar of 1, which means that substring of 1 except the 0th character, the starting from index number 1, all these value we are getting, that is ARSHEA. This part we are going to get, and that is going to be converting into lowercase. So of course already it is lowercase, that is being concatenated here. So first letter plus remaining letters is equal to H caps, remaining normal. So that is going to be written as a final. So let's apply this title case to any file. For example, we have a city name. For example, city is equal to, so for example, Mumbai. I am providing the value Mumbai. This is by default in lowercase. I would like to convert the same into title case. So in order to do so, just we are going to add the tr. New tr is being added. So custom pipe, that is title case. We are going to display the city as it is. Presently this city value as it is being displayed, that is Mumbai in completely lowercase. So here whatever we have assigned as it is, we will get. For example, I am giving fully lowercase, so the fully lowercase value is being displayed there. But I want to convert the same into title case. In order to do so, what are we trying to do? In the HTML file, we are going to write title case. Here title case is a custom pipe that we have created already, and we are going to invoke the particular custom pipe by using its name. What is the name of this pipe? Title case. So this case C must be caps as mentioned here. So finally the city value is being converted into title case. Irrespective of the original case, whether it is maybe lowercase or uppercase or whatever, it is being converted into the title case. So we have completed this custom pipe development also. Okay. So let's do some enhancements in this particular menu bar. Maybe for example, so whenever we are going to change the particular page, for example home page or about page or contact page, whichever we have selected, the corresponding item should be highlighted with some different style, maybe bold or color should be changed, something. Presently as we are in the home page, the home should be highlighted. So in order to do so, what we have to try to do is that go to the styles.css file, add a class called current menu item or active menu item. We are going to add a class called active menu item, which means the color should be yellow color, for example. So active menu item class we have created right now. It is going to be yellow color. We are going to apply this active menu item class dynamically to this. Statically, if we can apply, for example, if you go to the app.component.html and go to the home component, for example, we are applying here, that is active menu item. If we can apply statically, what happens is by default it is going to apply. Let's apply this important, otherwise Bootstrap is overwriting our own setting. So okay, active menu item, color equal to yellow. Important. So we are going to apply this class, but it is going to apply the color equal to yellow, but the problem is it is statical. That means even though we go to about or contact or register, whatever, it is not changing, it is constantly being applied. Now what I would like to try to do is that I want to change this automatically depending on the requirement. So let's do it. So instead of giving the color equal to yellow or whatever as a constant, we are going to store this value inside a property of a service. So let's create a service first of all. ng service, we are going to create a service called menu service. So in the previous lessons we have understood how to create a service. Service is a class which contains some reusable methods. Whenever you feel that okay, this property or this method may be reusable among multiple components or globally, you can store that particular global properties or global methods inside a service, and we can inject the same service from anywhere, so that you will be able to access the same property or same method from any component. That's what exactly we are trying to do here. Here we have to apply the color dynamically, right? The color is going to be applying dynamically, and we can change that particular color value dynamically from any component, from the home component, from about, from anywhere. So that's why we have taken the services here. So the name of the service that we have taken is menu service. So the menu service is having, there is a menu service. Yeah, so the menu service is having a property called color property. So menu item color is the name of the property, is a string data type. By default it is going to be white color, so the default value we are providing like white, and it should be able to be changed. So this menu service must be injected into the app component. So go to your app component development. Inside this we are going to inject @inject menu service, and then we are going to provide this menu service here. Instead of giving like a hard coded yellow, we are providing menu service dot menu item color. So this menu item service, this menu item color is being applied here dynamically. Okay. So we are applying the menu item color dynamically. Otherwise we are going to set like style dot color is equal to this particular value. So this menu item color is being assigned into the style dot color property, and you would like to change it anywhere. For example, in home you want the yellow color, in about you want the white color, whatever. So whenever we have entered into the home, in the home component, we have to inject here, right? So @inject of menu service, and we are going to maintain this as a private member. So we are going to update this dot menu service dot menu item color is equal to yellow. We are going to update this as yellow. In the about component, here also we are going to inject @inject of menu service private menu service is of which type menu service. Here we are going to maintain this as a yellow color. So in the all the components we can fulfill the code. In the every component, the home component yellow color for the home menu item, for the about, for the contact, for respective menu components we have to add the service and we have to set the color. So finally what happens is, if you can update the code for all the predefined menu items, the respective menu item will have respective color. So this is all about how to apply the color to the particular menu item dynamically. So today mainly we have understood about the predefined pipes, like yesterday we have understood about uppercase, lowercase, number and date. Today we have understood about slice and JSON, and also mainly we have concentrated on custom pipes. 2 or 3 custom pipes we have created. So this is all about the pipes development. In the next class we are going to understand the further next topic. Thank you. Welcome back to Web Technologies Training Program. This is the last session on Web Technologies Training Program. Today we are going to understand Angular Reactive Forms. In the previous lessons we have understood the template driven forms, particularly in the registration form we have understood the template driven forms development and validations also. In Angular we have 2 types of forms, template driven forms and reactive forms. Template driven forms are simple forms and suitable for simple forms having less number of fields. But whenever you have a complex number of validations and a large number of fields, then you have to go for the reactive forms. Suppose we have a feedback form or any kind of complex forms that is having too many number of fields and many validations. Each field is having so many validations. In such cases, the manipulations are more, the code is more, the fields are more, the overall handling equipment is more. In such cases we have to use the reactive forms. In reactive forms we have to use 2 predefined classes mainly, that is form control and form group. One individual text box or any kind of form element is called as a form control. Group of the form controls is called as a form group. For example, we have a text box. The text box itself is called as a form control. Maybe a checkbox or radio button or a drop down list or whatever. Any kind of form control should be identified as a any kind of form element should be identified as a form control. Group of the form controls can be created as a form group. Within one component we can create any number of form groups, and inside one HTML file at a time we are able to display multiple components. So let's understand how to create the form groups and form controls practically. And here the main feature of the reactive forms we have to discuss, it is the validations are written inside the component rather than writing in the template, so that we are able to perform the unit testing on the validations also in case of reactive forms, because the reason is that the validation rules are part of the component. So we will perform the unit testing on the component rather than testing the same in the template. That's why we are able to perform, we are able to handle the large scale forms in the reactive forms. So let's understand how to create the reactive forms practically. So check here, we are going to open the C colon Angular 3pm app1 folder. There we have something called ngg component. We are going to create a new component called person details. Person details is the name of the component that we are going to create. So if you can check the folder structure, it has created a folder called person details, and there we have person details dot component.ts file and also the HTML file. In the person details component we are going to create the form control and form groups. So before done all these things, in order to work with the reactive forms, we have to go to the app.module.ts first, and there we have to import a module called reactive forms module. Earlier we have imported the forms module, right? So similarly we have to import reactive forms module also from the same package, that is Angular/forms package. That means this package is providing 2 modules for us. If you want to work with the template driven forms, we have to import forms module. If you want to work with the reactive forms, we have to import reactive forms module. And if you want to work with both in the same project, we have to import both, that is forms module and reactive forms at a time. But this import statement will import the corresponding module into the current working file. It doesn't mean that it will be added to the module. So we have to add to the module. This is the actual class. In order to add the Reactive Forms module to app module, we have to specify that particular name here, which means we are ready to use Reactive Forms. So once we have defined this particular Reactive Forms module, we have to go to the corresponding component. Here we have to specify the list of properties or fields. For example, I want to display the first name and last name for the person. So generally in the normal template driven forms, we have to create two properties, that is first name string value, last name string value. We are going to create like this. So we have first name and last name. We are going to create the first name and last name. We are going to create the first name and last name properties in this component, and we are going to create the same in the corresponding template. So go to the corresponding template file. Here we have a div, and inside this we have the main heading person details. Inside this we have a form. Okay, so here div class is equal to form group. A group consists of a label with a text box. So generally what we have to try to do, we have to take a label first name, and then we have to take something called input type equal to text. Generally we have to add a name for this, and also the placeholder, that is first name, and also we have to provide ng model, right? So ng model is equal to, that means this particular text box is binded to which property? First name property. So here we have created first name property, the same name we are going to mention here. This is usually what we try to perform for template driven forms. And we forgot to create the routing for this. We have to go to the app.routing.ts. app.module.ts, and there we have to create a routing for this. So this is the place where we added the routing, right? So we have to add one more line for the same, that is path is equal to person details, and component name is person details component. That means whenever the URL is person details, we are going to invoke the person details component. So let's give the URL person details instead of home. So whenever we have entered this URL localhost 4200 person details, we are going to see the person details over here. So this is generally how do we create the text boxes. Let's add a class called form control, and also for this label class is equal to form label. Okay, so as a result we got the first name and last name like this. So as per the bootstrap, the styles have been applied. Here the exact point is that this is the template driven forms. How can you say this is the template driven form? Because the ng model is used. Wherever ng model is used, it's a template driven form. Wherever form control name is used, that is called reactive form. So in order to work with this, we have to create a form group over here. Let's create my group. My group is name of the form group. My group is a variable of which type? Form group type. First of all, this form group class must be imported from Angular/core package, and we are going to instantiate the my group here. This dot my group is equal to new form group. So in the above case, we have just created a variable, but we have not created an object. We have to store the object and to store the object reference inside the variable called my group, right? So in order to create object for the my form group class, we are going to use the file name, the statement new form group. Inside this new form group, we are going to create an object, and there we are trying to mention the fields. That is, first name is one control name. It is of which type? Form control type. And do you want any default value? Yes, I want the default value, that is ABC. So this ABC is going to be the default value for the first name control. Let's repeat the same for last name. This is the way how to create the form group. So let's understand the form group and form control. One single field, one maybe a checkbox or radio button or a drop down list or a text box, any single element is called as a form control. Group of the form controls is called as a form group. For example, we have a large form. We are going to collect the complete details about the particular person. So first we have a personal details, including the name, email, date of birth, all these things. These are one form group. And educational details, like the highest educational qualification and so and so college name or university name or year of pass, and other details, maybe percentage or whatever. So these are the educational details that we have to keep under form group, another form group called educational details. Maybe if you have any work experience details, the previous company name, previous company CTC, and years of experience, everything. So these are the other form group. Like this, the group of the fields or group of the values is called as one form group here. So we have to create the multiple form controls inside the form group. We can create a number of form groups inside the form. Here in this example, we are going to create only one form group which contains the multiple form controls. So in this example, we are going to create two form controls. For example, first name and last name. The first name default value ABC, last name default value DEF. And these text boxes must be binded with the respective property. Earlier in the template driven forms, we have used a NG model. So in case of reactive forms, alternatively we have to use form control name. Yes, it's a predefined attribute. Form control name specifies the name of the form control that we have already created inside a group. First name. So we have to mention this particular form control variable name here. But how the system know that this particular div or either this particular form is completely belongs to this my group? So we can add something called an attribute, that is the property binding. Form group is equal to the name of the group we have to declare. What is the name of the group? My group is name of the group. Now we can execute this program. We are not having any errors. No, we have errors. Let me check. Okay, menu service is undefined. It is saying menu service. Let me check for menu service. Menu service is undefined. Let me check. This was a previous example error. Okay, if we can go to I think app.component.ts. Go to your app.component.ts. There we can remove this menu service. Let me check again for errors. Okay, now that errors are clear. Now let's check. So first name is by default displaying ABC, which means that it is working correctly. See, if it is not working, why this default value is being displayed? The default value key means definitely the value has been assigned. So what we have done is that we have created a set of form controls, and we have grouped up by using the form group, and we are going to bind this particular form control to the corresponding text box. So this text box is binded to which property? First name property there. But this is only for single element, and we can repeat the same for all the remaining elements. So I am just repeating for last name. Placeholder is equal to last name. That's all. So we have created the first name and last name, that is A, B, C and D, E, F. So whatever the default value we have provided over here is being displayed here. So what if I want to get the value of the text boxes when the user clicks on the button? This is going to be much more challenging than template driven forms, because in case of template driven forms, the text box will be binded to a single property of the corresponding component, but in this case the first name, last name are not simply a property of the component. So it's a bit tricky and difficult to get the value of the corresponding text boxes. So in order to get the value of the corresponding text boxes, we have to use some different syntax, a special type of syntax to get the value of the text boxes inside the component. After getting, we can check the value, or we can do any calculation, or whatever you wish you can try to do, but we have to use a different syntax to get the value from the corresponding text boxes. Whenever we have entered some text box value, the text box value automatically is stored inside the form control called first name. So we have to access the value of the form control called first name, which is a part of the my group, and my group is a property of the component. To represent current working component, we have to use this. So here is the clues. First we have to access the current working object of the component by using the this keyword, and inside that we have the particular group by using my group, and inside that we have to point to the particular control, that is first name for example. Inside the form control called first name, we have the actual value by using value attribute or value property. So the final statement or syntax will be this dot my group dot first name dot value. So let's apply the same inside a button. So let's take a button here, div button, for example OK button, class equal to btn primary. When the user clicks on this, we are going to call a method called onOKClick method. So we are going to create this particular method over here. So when the user clicks on this OK button, definitely this method is going to be executed. And in this method, I want to access the current value of the first name, whichever entered by the user. So the syntax will be this dot my group dot first name. No, we have to access controls dot first name dot value. This is the complete syntax. Here this keyword is representing current object of the component class, and inside that the current working group can be represented as my group, and inside that we have controls. This controls is representing this whole object whatever we have passed here, and inside that the corresponding control can be represented as the variable name first name, and inside that we have the actual value which is entered by the user, that is ABC or whatever we have typed here. So this is the complete path or complete syntax to get the value of the first name that is entered by the user. Let's display the same in the console for a clarification, and same way last name. So we are going to enter some details. For example, let's say 1 and 2. So first name is 1 and last name is 2. I click on OK button. So it is going to show the value that is 1 and 2. That's all. We have successfully displayed the value of the first name and last name. The syntax was mygroup.controls.first name and last name. But what if you want to add the validations? In the template driven forms, we have used the HTML attributes to specify the validation rules, right? For example, we have required rule, min length rule, max length rule, and also the pattern rule. By using these attributes of HTML5, we have specified the validation rules in the template driven forms. But in this case, we should not use such that. Alternatively, we have to use the predefined objects provided by Angular to specify the validation rules in the reactive forms. So all the objects that are related to validations are provided under one array called validators, and validators is a part of the Angular/forms package. So first, from the Angular/forms package, we have to get import for validators. Inside the validators, we have access for the corresponding validation rules like required range, required min length, max length, pattern. So these set of attributes must be assigned to the corresponding form control. Every form control contains its own set of validation rules. Maybe, for example, first name can be mandatory, suppose last name may not be mandatory. So every form control contains individual set of validations. So let's see how to import all these things practical and how to do the validations in reactive forms. So here we have to import validators. Once we have imported validators over here, we have to specify the validators here. By this way, this default value I am providing like null, because generally we don't expect any default values for the fields. Probably we are expecting them should be empty. Here exactly we have to provide the validation rules, that is validators.required, validators.min length is of 3, that means minimum 3 characters are required, max length of 30, that means maximum we are accepting up to 30 characters, and suppose the first name should be alphabets only, so we can apply a regular expression. Already have provided a list of regular expressions that are commonly used, so this is the popular example, so we can copy paste this one. But how do we apply validators dot pattern of? In the double quotes we have to copy paste the validations. So have a look once. Here we are going to have the validators dot required, that means it's a mandatory field, and min length means the minimum number of characters, that is 3, max length, that is 30, and the pattern means the regular expression. We can apply regular expressions whatever you wish, maybe for alphabets or numbers or whatever it is. Let's apply the same validation rules for the last name also. So we are expecting this also should be null by default, and also the same rules. So based on that, automatically at runtime it is going to apply the classes like ng valid or invalid or whatever. By default the text box is empty, right? So the class was applied is ng touched because it is touched by the user. I click on the first name text box once, so it is touched. It is invalid because of required rule, and pristine and dirty. Pristine means it is not modified by the user, dirty means it is modified. I mean, previously I have explained about validation properties. So the same validation properties and the same predefined CSS classes applicable for reactive forms also. So let's apply the styles for the forms. So in the CSS file, I am just opening the CSS file. I am selecting all the input tags that are having ng invalid class, and at the same time it is touched by user. Then we are going to apply some 2 pixels border, red color border, which indicates it's a invalid. If it is valid, we are going to apply the same thing like green color. So let's check it. So once it is touched, it is showing the red color border, which indicates it is invalid, like this. Once you type something as it is valid, it is showing green color border. Okay, but I want to display the message actually for the user, so we can add like a span tag. But when this span should be displayed, the message is the first name cannot be blank. So this particular message should be displayed only when the first name is invalid. So we are going to apply the condition, that is my group dot controls dot first name dot invalid. So here first name is name of the name of the control. Okay, my group, let me check. It is not displaying. Reactive Forms. Okay, so we have to write like my form dot controls dot first name dot errors. Okay, my form dot, that means my group dot controls dot first name is the name of the property. Okay, so if it is invalid, then only we have to show. Okay, ng if I should be caps, right? That was error. Okay, so ng if ng should be lowercase, if I should be caps. So it is going to show the message saying that first name cannot be blank. And also this particular message should be displayed in red color, right? In order to apply the red color, we are going to use the class called text danger, which means that it is going to be a red color. But this should not be displayed by default, right? Once the user touches it, then only we have to show it. How to display this message? Only after user touches the value. So let's add one more rule, that is my group dot controls dot first name dot what type of error it is containing. If it is having required rule, and at the same time the my group dot controls dot first name is touched by user. So all these rules should be true. It should be invalid, and it should be touched by user, and it should be having what type of error, required error. In this case only it has to be shown. So presently it is not touched by user right now. So once we click outside, it becomes touched. So then after that it is showing the message. It has shown the border because of CSS code. It has shown the first name cannot be blank because of ngif. So once we type something, I want to just show the another message. For example, looks good. So how do we display the same? Let's add one more span tag. If it is valid and it is touched by the user, then only we are going to show this, otherwise not. What is the message? Looks good. So it's a positive message, so we have to provide the class like text success. So if it is typed by the user successfully, and now it is showing looks good. Okay, that's fine. Right, now there is one more error. So if you type less than 3 characters, for example AB, then also it is error. But in this case there is no any message, right? So in this case of minimum length error, we have to show another error message. So we are going to repeat the same span tag once again. This time the message is going to be min length 3 characters, that means minimum number of characters you are expecting is 3. And what type of error we are accepting here? Min length error. Min length error. So if you type less than 3 characters, it is going to be show the message like min length is 3. Okay, that's working fine. And also we are accepting alphabets only. We have mentioned the regular expression. In case if you type any digits, so at that time there is no error message for the first name. So we have to add the one more error message for the first name. So we can repeat the same. We can repeat the same here, but this is for pattern error. In case of pattern error, we are going to show alphabets only allowed. Alphabets only allowed. So if you type digits, it is showing error message like this. Okay, that's fine. And in case if you type more than 20 characters, more than 30 characters, at this moment it is invalid. At the same time there is no error message. So what we have to try to do, we have to provide another different error message for the max length. So let's repeat the same for this. This time the error message is going to be max length 30. So everything as per whatever we mentioned in the validation rules. We have mentioned the validation rules as minimum length is 30, maximum length is minimum length is 3 and maximum is 30. So as per the information what we have provided, we have given the min length 3 and max length 3 in the 30 in the error messages. So respective output is being displayed. Let's check. So if it is empty, it is showing one message. If it is less than 2 characters, it is showing one message. If you type pure alphabets perfectly, it is working, looks good. And if you type in digits, it is showing another error message. And if you type more than 30 characters, another error message. So 4 error messages and with 1 success message. Totally 5 span tags we have created. You can check there. And you can repeat the same for last name. So we can copy paste the same code, and here we have to mention the name like last name. Wherever we have mentioned first name, we have to replace with last name. So I'm going to copy paste the last name everywhere. Last name. So I just mentioned last name everywhere. Okay, so now let's check whether it is working correctly or not. So if it is empty, it is showing one message. If you type some characters, looks good. And if you type less than 2 characters, other error message. So more than 30 characters, another error message. And also if you type digits, it is showing other message. So finally the validations are completed for the reactive forms. So this is all about the reactive forms development. So let's conclude the complete training program. In this training program completely we have understood HTML, HTML4 and 5, CSS2 and 3, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap and Angular. These are the main contents that we have completed in our lessons. So let's provide the overview or basic importance of all these things. So let's apply for HTML first. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, used to create elements, and we have understood headings to keep the headings at the document top, and we can use the 6 levels of headings. P for paragraph, and also miscellaneous text formatting tags such as bold, italic, underline, that is BIU, etc. And also we have something like IMG tag to display images, A for anchor tag, table tags like a table TR, TD, TH, all these for development of tables, and also the input tag, form tag, select tag, option tag, label tag. These are all meant for forms development. And also we have understood the semantic tags of HTML5, that is header tag, nav tag, and the most importantly the div tag and span tag. Div is a part of the page, and we have understood the how to divide the complete web page into multiple parts by using the div tags. So iframe tag we have understood. So these are the several topics that we have learned in the iframe in the HTML. So after completion of our HTML 4 and 5, we have jumped to the CSS 2 and 3. CSS stands for cascading style sheets. It is meant for applying the styles to the elements. We have understood the several selectors like ID selector, class selector, grouping selector, adjacent sibling selector, and several types of selectors, and also different properties of CSS like font family, font size, letter spacing, word spacing, margins, paddings, alignments, position, and we have understood several. So also we have understood how to create the page template, how to develop the header, navigation bar, footer, how to apply the table styles, hyperlink styles, H over styles, and how to divide the web page into multiple parts by using div tag, and how to arrange the div tag side by side, and how to push the div tag to go to next line. I mean to say how to apply the float left, clear left, etc. And also we have understood the responsive web design. So when it comes to the next chapter, that is Bootstrap, we have understood that Bootstrap is a collection of predefined styles. So Bootstrap is meant for ready-made styles, and we can quickly customize them. So we have understood the several topics of Bootstrap, that is Bootstrap containers, Bootstrap Jumbotron, Bootstrap tables, Bootstrap buttons, Bootstrap forms, Bootstrap validations. So several types of things we have understood in the Bootstrap. And also we have understood about something like jQuery. So jQuery is a predefined JavaScript library, which is a collection of predefined functions written in JavaScript language. So before that, actually we have understood the JavaScript language. So JavaScript is all about a programming language to perform DOM manipulations and Ajax in the web browser. So we have understood first variables, basics like variables, operators, control statements, etc. And then we have understood the objects and the arrays. In objects also we have understood the different types of objects like object, literal, and constructor functions. And also we have seen the DOM manipulations, that is window object, document object, and element object. And then we have understood the DOM manipulations in jQuery. jQuery is all about how to perform the DOM manipulations easily with a less amount of code. We have understood the event handling, effects, manipulation of CSS, manipulation of attributes and animations, and jQuery selectors we have seen. And also we have built a sample application with the help of jQuery in a combination of HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And also we have understood about Angular. So Angular is a ready-made framework for development of the single page applications. So it is offering the built-in routing and also the component development. So when we update the data in the component, automatically the corresponding template is going to be updating. Suppose the component is updated as suppose first name is equal to ABC, whatever the value we have assigned in the first name, the same automatically being updated in the corresponding template. So also we have understood the module development, components development, services development, how to manipulate the tables by using ng4, how to perform inserting, updating, deleting, all these things. So also we have understood the validations part. In validations we have two types of development in Angular, that is template driven forms and reactive forms. So hope these particular classes will be helpful for you, and do practice. There is a lot more to explain to explore through the web development. The future definitely required the web developers. Thank you. Classes on web technology. We have understood what is web technology and what are the benefits of going for web technology. What are the different languages and technologies we are going to learn in this web technology course. So we are mainly covering HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap and Angular. These are the main topics that we are going to look forward in this particular series of lessons. Exactly, we have started the HTML. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is used to create elements in the web page. What is the meaning of elements? Any items in the web page are called as elements. Headings, paragraph, tables, forms, any item in the web page is called as elements. Yesterday we have seen headings, paragraph and text formatting tags, hyperlinks, list tags we have seen. And also today I want to mainly focus on forms development. Means different types of items in the forms, text boxes, check boxes, ready buttons, drop down list and other type of elements I want to create in the forms. So by the end of this particular course, you will be able to create a login form, registration form or any kind of data entry form to collect the data from user. Now let us try to understand forms development topic exactly. Forms development. To create forms, we have a set of tags in HTML. What are that set of tags? First we have input tag, form tag, text area tag, select tag, option tag, OPT group tag, label tag, button tag. These are the several tags, so many tags available in order to create the forms. Now let us try to understand each of these particular tags. Now first we have to take the form tag. Let's first take the form tag. If you take the form tag, it is used to specify the boundaries of the form. Specifies boundaries of the form. Means where the form begins, where the form ends, we can specify by using the form. For example, we can say this is the form and in this particular form, we can say this is the beginning point. How do we specify this is the beginning point? By using the form tag. By using the form tag, we can specify this is the beginning point and we can specify the ending point by using slash form. So that means this is the starting point of the form, this is ending point of the form, and once the beginning point is given, inside the form we can place n number of form elements we can create. Text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, n number of forms, text boxes, buttons, check boxes, any number of form elements can be created inside the form. So to specify the form beginning point, we have to use form tag. In order to say a form closing tag, we have to use slash form. So form begins, form ends here. That's all. Now after that, let's prepare the form particularly. I want to create a registration form. To create the registration form, what is exactly required? So first we require HTML head body is common for every HTML program. HTML head body tags are common. HTML head body. That means here the HTML program begins. Here the HTML program ends. Inside that head is non-content information, body is content information. So inside the head we are trying to place title tag, title. So in the title we are able to place some heading we can place. That heading appears inside the title bar of the browser. Now we can see title, for example, I am trying to prepare registration form. So this will be the title that is going to appear inside the title bar of the browser. Now we have to save the program. File menu save. We have to give the file name. We have to give the file name in this text box. I am giving registration.html because we are trying to prepare registration form. Then the location is C:/HTML because we are practicing which folder? we are practicing which topic? HTML topic. So go to the folder C:HTML, save it. After that, inside the body, we are trying to place form. Here the form begins, here the form ends. Inside the form, we can place any number of form elements. For example, we can place text boxes, check boxes, radio buttons, etc. How to execute the program? Where we have saved it? In C drive. In C drive, we have created a folder called HTML. There we have a file called registration.html. So once you open this particular file, double click on that particular file to open. Now we can see the output of the form. So in fact, whatever the text we have written here, this text is being displayed in the as it is in the browser. Now in this, I would like to create some text boxes. To create the text boxes, we have to specify input type equal to text. Here input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So now we can see the text boxes. Only one text box, of course. So input is a tag, type is an attribute, text is a value. So we can see one text box. In the text box, we can enter any number of characters, including alphabets, digits, special symbols, anything we can type in the text box. But it is the responsibility of the developer to specify what value should be entered, right? See, in this text box, the user has to enter his name or email or phone number. We have to specify the details. So that's why we have to specify something like name. Now the user can clearly know that, okay, here the name should be entered. Now similarly, I want to create email and a phone number. Email and phone number. For email address, we can give input type equal to email. For phone number, we have to give input type equal to text only. Now you can see name, email and phone. Now, so in the first text box, he can enter his name. In the second text box, he can enter his email address. For example, ABC is his name. abc@gmail.com is his email, and phone number is something like this. Okay, so user has entered name, email and phone number, but I want to create a submit button in order to submit, in order to send the data to server. See, if you go to any website, for example, I am just opening Gmail website. In Gmail website, once after entering the first name, last name, username, all these details, the user must click on a button. What is a button? Next button. This next button is conceptually called as submit button. So how to create a submit button in the form? We have to use input type equal to submit. Input type equal to submit. Now you can see submit query, but I don't like this name submit query. I want to change this. Yes, you can change it by specifying value attribute. Value. In this value, we can write anything. For example, register. Not only register, any button we can write. Register, login, OK, apply, save. Any name we can specify. Whatever you have mentioned in the value, that will be as it is displayed as a button name here. So we have understood how to create a name and email and phone. But in the input type equal to name, we have a specific benefit. As we have mentioned input type equal to email, in case if the user has entered wrong email address, automatically it will display some message. Please enter an email address. It is displaying error message. Please enter the proper email address. It will check all the email address rules. What are the rules? For example, spaces not allowed, @ symbol should be there, ending with .com. All the email address rules and regulations will be checked by the input type equal to email automatically. Next, I want to accept only alphabets in this particular name text box. To specify that alphabets only, we have to use regular expressions by using placeholder. Now let us try to understand what is regular expression. Regular expression means the pattern, the format of the value. For example, alphabets only required, numbers only required, special characters only required. We can specify the certain format of the value by using regular expressions. So here I am just providing placeholder is equal to, pattern is equal to To specify the beginning of the string, we have to keep the cap symbol. To specify ending of the string, we have to use dollar. Cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, dollar specifies ending of the string. In between, in the square brackets, we have to specify what characters you want to accept. For example, I want to accept only alphabets. To accept only alphabets, we have to specify A to Z, which indicates the user must type only one character, that is of A to Z only, means only uppercase letter is accepted. So here I am just entering uppercase A, it's accepted. Uppercase B accepted. But I am typing lowercase a, it is not accepted. Indication, it is displaying a red color shadow. Plus, when I click on submit button, the page is not refreshing, but it is showing a message like that, please match the required format. If you enter alphabet, uppercase alphabet, for example this one, it will submit, means indicating the page is refreshing. You can notice here. The page refreshing here, you can see. And entering some uppercase alphabets, I click on button, you can see the page refreshing. But in case of if enter lowercase, it is not accepting and showing the red color border. So this is working. And also I want to accept unlimited number of characters, not only single character. Then we have to add star. Star indicates any number of characters, unlimited. So here I am just typing any number of uppercase letters, it will just accept. But at least one lowercase letter is present, it will be invalid. It is showing error message plus stop submission. And also I want to accept lowercase also. Then we have to add A to Z lowercase, A to Z lowercase. So uppercase also okay, lowercase also okay. Any number of characters okay. Now I am just typing combination of uppercase, lowercase, any number of characters, but I am typing at least one digit, it will be error. At least one special characters like hash or dollar, it is error. So only alphabets only allowed. So if I am giving space also, it is invalid because we are not mentioning space here. So that's why space is not accepted here. I want to accept space. To accept the space, we have to give space in the within the square brackets. Now three types of options allowed: uppercase, lowercase, and space also allowed, others not allowed. For the phone number, what is required? The first letter should be either 7, 8 or 9 and followed by 9 digits. So we have to specify pattern is equal to cap symbol specifies beginning of the string, dollar specifies ending of the string, and here we have to specify either 7, 8 or 9, means first digit should be either 7, 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. So first digit should be either 7 or 8 or 9 followed by 9 digits. Backslash D of 9 means 9 digits. Totally how many characters? 10 characters, 10 digit mobile number. So I am typing 1, 2, 3, 4 for example. It is not accepting, showing me error. If I am typing some 987 like this, exactly 10 digits, it is accepted. If I type one digit extra by mistake, it will show error message. Okay, next, and I want to introduce the label tag. So the requirement of the label tag is, this is called label actually. Once we click on this particular label, cursor should automatically appear in the corresponding text box. In order to place the cursor in the text box, we have to convert this particular plain text as a label tag. How to convert? We have to first introduce the label tag. Inside the label tag, we have to place that particular text, and we have to specify ID. ID means identification name. For example, T1. So T1 is the identification name. Using T1, you are able to access the particular text box here. For equal to, how to access the text box? Based on the ID T1. So T for text box here. So based on the ID T1, we are able to access that particular T1 here. That means this label is bound for this particular text box. As a result of that, there is no visible difference here, but if you click on the label now, cursor automatically appears in the text box. That is the reason in real-time applications it is recommended to do the label tag. Just a second, I am decreasing the font size. Okay, so it is recommended to do the label tag. Okay, so once we click on the label, the cursor automatically appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's convert the remaining also to label tag. First we have to place label tag. And we have to close it, and we have to give ID equal to T2. Then here for T2, that means this text box ID is T2 and this label is connected for the T2. As a result, when we click on the label, cursor appears in the corresponding text box. Similarly, let's do the same process for phone number. Label for T3. I am giving T1, T2, T3. For example, we can give any other names. Okay, T3. And in this text box, I don't want to make this text box as empty. I want to display some watermark text. What do you mean by watermark text? See, inside the text box, we can see the text first name, right? Okay. Similarly, suppose in Facebook, here you can see first name, surname, mobile. So in a gray color, it has displayed some text inside the text box. Once we type something, it will automatically disappear. If it is empty, again it appears. So to create that, we have to use placeholder. Placeholder. So within the input tag, we can add placeholder is equal to name. We can type anything. So name. That will be displayed in the text box. Similarly, the email, placeholder equal to email. For the phone number, placeholder equal to phone number. So we can type anything for watermark text, name, email, phone number. So once we type something, automatically the placeholder will be disappear. If it is empty only, it disappear. Right. And also I want to introduce the browse button attachment. So label for T4 I am trying to create, that is for attachment, input type equal to file. Input type equal to file, ID is equal to T4. This is for attachment. To create the attachment, we require input type equal to file. See, have a look at once. Suppose in Gmail, Facebook, you are able to upload the files, right? You are able to upload the files, any documents, images, videos, anything you can upload in the many websites, not only in Gmail. So to upload the files, we require input type equal to file. Input type equal to file will create the browse button. So once we click on browse button, we are able to select any file here. For example, I am selecting some picture. Once we select the picture, that picture is visible here. I mean the picture name is visible, not the picture. And once we click on register, this file name will be submitted to server. On the server side, for example, by using Python or by using ASP.NET, we are able to read the file. Okay. Also, below we are trying to create a checkbox. Sometimes you will be having yes or no type of option. To display yes or no type of option, we have to use checkbox. I will give an example. Suppose, do you know Notepad? In Notepad, there is a simple option, that is match case. There is an option called match case option here. Match case option is like yes or no type of option. Do you want to match the case or not? So if you just click on that, okay, the checkbox is checked. If you click again, it will be unchecked. Match case, yes or no type, yes or no type. So it's like a question, do you want to match the case or not? If the user wants that match case option, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So checkbox is exactly used for displaying yes or no type of option. So for other example, remember me or keep me signed in. So this is also an option, like yes or no type of option. If the user wants to keep him signed in himself, then he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. For another example, like for example, user is opening a new bank account and do you want checkbook facility or not? It's an option. So if the user wants the checkbook facility, he will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So these are all the real examples of the checkbox. So in our example, I am trying to create receive newsletters. If the user wants to receive the newsletters, he will uncheck the checkbox. He will check the checkbox. Otherwise, he will uncheck the checkbox. So in order to add the checkbox here, we have to use input type equal to checkbox. Input type equal to checkbox. Now he can see the checkbox. Checkbox he can see. Now once he checked the checkbox, he means he wants to receive the newsletters. Otherwise he will uncheck the checkbox. Similarly, sometimes you would like to display yes or no type, a set of options. Option 1, option 2, option 3, n number of options are required for you. Out of n number of options, user must select any one option. In case if you want to display a set of options and allow the user to select any one of them, we have to use this radio button. Radio button is basically used to display a set of options, two or more options. Any one should be selected means he has to go for radio button. See, for example, gender, male, female. Otherwise, payment status, payment completed or not received. Otherwise, payment mode, debit card, credit card, net banking or wallet. So any one of these options should be selected means he has to go for radio button. In order to create each radio button, we have to use input type equal to radio. By giving input type equal to radio, we can create any number of radio buttons. Okay, let's create the same in the program. Input type equal to radio. Suppose we have created 3 radio buttons or 4 radio buttons we have created. Now we can see 4 radio buttons, but the problem is by default all the radio buttons are by default selected. It's not correct, right? Out of few, only one should be selected, right? So how do we group them? By using the name attribute. Name is equal to some name is required. For example, I am going to prepare like ABC. Same name must be provided for all the radio buttons. Same name. By providing the same name, we are able to group them. So among few, only one can be selected right now. We have given a same name. So automatically by giving the same name, these radio buttons are grouped up together. Among these 4, only one can be selected. In case if you have another group, for another group we can give a different name. Okay. Now next, after this, I am trying to place a meaningful option. For example, payment mode is option. And we have options like debit card, credit card, net banking, and wallet. These are the 4 options we are trying to provide. So user can select any one, but here there is a small inconvenience. User must click on that particular circle, then only it is being selected. If you click on the particular text, for example, I click on the credit card text, the item is not selecting. See, because as of now technically there is no relation between the text and radio button. Text is separate, the radio button is separate, no connection between them. That's the reason if you click on the particular text credit card, the corresponding radio button is not being selected. How do we give the connection? We have to convert this text as a label by giving label tag. Then we can connect the same to the radio button easily. See, let's do it. So first we have to place label tag. In the label tag, we have to use the for attribute. For label for equal to some ID is required. For example, radio button 1 R1. R1 is for radio button. Same like this, we are going to prepare the other labels too. R2, R3, R for radio button I am giving, R4. Now out of these radio buttons, sorry, just a minute, here I must provide ID. Okay, ID must be there. ID is equal to R1, R2, R3, R4. So here the rule is In the for attribute, what is the ID we have mentioned? Same ID must be declared in the corresponding radio button. Okay, now we have given correctly. So we need not only click on the particular circle, we can now click on the text also. If you click anywhere in the text, the item is being selected, notice there. Okay. Then also, I want to accept some amount. In order to accept the amount value, since it is a numerical value, we have to give input type equal to number. Amount means a numerical value, right? So we have to give input type equal to number. Input type equal to number will accept only numbers. If I am typing alphabets and click on submit, it is displaying error. It is saying that please enter a number. So if you type any by mistake accidentally alphabets or any other symbols, it is not accepting. Only the pure numbers accepted. If I am typing only the pure number, it's accepted. And here there is no minimum maximum. If you click on decrease button, here it is decreasing like anything, and if you click on increase button, it is increasing like anything. There is no limit by default, but we are able to specify the limit. I mean the minimum and maximum value we are able to specify. For example, as per the site requirement, minimum you want to accept 0, maximum 10,000. So we can specify the minimum and maximum explicitly. Suppose minimum 0, maximum 10,000. So this particular range only we can accept. Now you can have a look at once. So I just say 0, minimum 0. I mean I'm clicking on the decrease button, it is not decreasing anymore. In case if you are typing manually, suppose negative value if you are typed, it is displaying a message saying that please enter the value that is no less than 0. It is showing error message. And if you type more than 10,000, something like this, it will show error message saying that please enter a value that is no more than 10,000. So, and there is a problem here. Suppose user wants to enter 9,500 really with the mouse. He is clicking on up button. How much incrementing at a time? Only one incrementing at a time each time. So in order to reach 9,500 like this, so it will take long time. Check it. It is incrementing very slowly. In order to reach 9,500, it is very slow. So in order to overcome this problem, we have an attribute called step attribute. If you mention step equal to, for example, 100, so each time it will increment by 100. So every single time when we click on increment button, 100 will be incremented. Then it will be very easy to reach the 9,500 as expected. Okay. So that's why it is recommended to provide step in case of large values. And if you click on submit button, the values must be submitted to server. In order to submit the values, compulsory every element, every radio button or checkbox, every file button or text box must be having the name. If you don't have provided a name, that value will not be submitted to server. See, for example, in the first text box I am providing name is equal to some name, for example the student name. So in this place we can give any name, but similarly for all the text boxes, for all the other elements also we have to provide the name. What is the benefit of providing the name? With that name only the value will be submitted to server. So I am just adding the name for all the radio buttons for every input tag, and name is not required for label tag. Name is required only for input tag in all the flavors of input tag. For example, here newsletters, here value also we have to provide, for example yes. So in case if this checkbox is selected, then only this newsletters equal to yes will be submitted, otherwise not. And also for this radio buttons, already we have given name. Let's make it as payment mode is a name. Try to provide the meaningful names for the name attribute. And also we have to provide the value. For example, here value is debit card. Here the value credit card. Here net banking. And here the value is wallet. Right. So we have provided the name. Even here name is equal to amount. So what is the benefit of providing the name? I will show practically. Suppose my name is Scott, email scott@gmail.com, phone number something, and selecting some picture, also selecting the receive newsletters and credit card, some amount. Now after entering some details, I click on submit button, so it is automatically sending the data to server. For your readability purpose, I am just copying this and pasting somewhere in the notepad. Okay, now we can just verify here. So you can notice exactly this part. So this part includes the actual values that are being submitted to server. Here student name is a name, Scott is a value. Where we have given the name is given by the developer here. Value is given by the user here. So names are always given by developers, values are always given by users. So similarly, email is a name, Scott is a value. Okay, phone number is a name, this is a value, like this, and so on. So that's why in order to submit, compulsory you require to specify the name. Name is required. Okay, now let's add some more number of things. I want to add the drop down list. To create the drop down list, we have to specify, suppose country, we require select. We have to use select tag in order to create the drop down list. Inside the select tag, that means inside the drop down list, we can place any number of items. Every item inside the drop down list must be represented as option tag. So we have to use option tag. To specify the options, we have to use option tag. What are the options of the country? Any country names, for example India, any other country names we are able to specify. I am just adding some of the country names. Okay, a list of countries I am trying to provide. Okay, now here we are able to choose any one of the list of countries. Okay, now we are able to choose anyone. For example, I am selecting United States of America. So I just click on the submit button. Now this value is being submitted to server. Now we can notice. Sorry, so we forgot to specify the name. Name is must. For example, I am selecting country. Name is equal to country. So I am just selecting China. Click on submit. Copy the value and verify here. Now you can see country is equal to China is submitted. So what values we have been submitting there, that values are being submitting to server, sending to server. Okay, now I want to allow the user to select multiple options. To allow the user to select multiple options, we have to add an attribute called multiple equal to multiple. Multiple is equal to multiple. This will allow the user to choose multiple items at a time. So multiple equal to multiple. So this is allowing you to choose multiple options. So I am selecting more than one option by clicking on control click. By using control click, you are able to choose multiple options. Now we can choose, now you can see all the countries, whatever selected is being submitted to server. Okay, so in order to cross verify, to create the text box we have to use input type equal to text. To create the email text box we have to use input type equal to email. In order to accept that phone number, we have to give input type equal to text, but we have to specify the pattern to accept the pattern value. Similarly, for accepting the file browse button, input type equal to file. To accept the checkbox, we have to give input type equal to checkbox for displaying yes or no type of option. And among few, only one option should be selected means we have to use radio button. And to accept the numbers, we have to give input type equal to number. And among few, only one option should be selected means drop down list, that is select tag. Like this, in HTML we have several types of form elements. such as name, text box, password text box, check box, ready button, drop down list. Like this, several types of elements can be created. By using the form tags, we are able to create the several types of element. What we have created, the form tag is used to create the form element. Input tag is used to create several types of elements: text boxes, check boxes, ready button, drop down list, submit button, anything. Many types of form elements are created by using input tag. But did you notice one difference? Form is a paired tag, input is unpaired tag. That is the reason form tag should be having opening plus closing tag also, but input tag should not be having closing tag, because input is an unpaired tag. Unpaired tags should always contain the single tag. The same itself is opening come closing. Similarly, we also have other tags like a text area tag to create the multi-line text box. To create the multi-line text box, text area tag is required. For example, you want to accept the description or comments or any multiple lines of notes kind of text you want to accept. For accepting the multiple lines of text, we have to use text area. Okay. So, this type of text area and other type of elements we will see in the next lesson. Thank you.
Welcome everyone for today's session. It's another week where we are going to talk about the TCS assessment pattern. So as TCS is going to conduct a drive across AP, you will be notified about the places, the dates and all these important elements of information. Today I'm going to talk about the email writing for one last time. You will be notified about the next topic tomorrow. Before I begin, just to give you a brief, TCS is going to conduct a drive. This is for the new recruitment process that's going to begin. You will have two stages of selection. The first one is an online assessment. The second segment is the second stage is the interview round. Now, when we talk about the online assessment, you will have 4 categories, and when we talk about interviews, you will have HR round and technical round. You need to clear the online assessment in order to qualify for the interview round, to be called for the interview. So you need to finish and you need to write accurately the entire online assessment, and there are 4 categories, and all the 4 categories you need to clear. Even if you disqualify in one of the rounds or one of the sections, you will be disqualified. So the online test has 4 different sections. The first one is email writing. Then you have quantitative aptitude, then you have multiple choice question on C programming language, and then you have coding test. You will have 1 email to be written with a time limit of 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions for quantitative aptitude with a time limit of 40 minutes. Multiple choice question on programming language C, you will have 10 questions to be finished in 20 minutes. And the coding test, which is a descriptive one, you need to write a program code which can be executed without an error. Only 1 such question with a time permitted as 20 minutes. If you look at the quantitative aptitude, it says number of star mark questions is 2. Just focus here. 2 questions which is star marked. What it basically means is the entire assessment will have negative marking, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There will be a negative mark of 0.33% for every wrong response. However, the 2 questions which is marked as star, you will lose double the points in case if it's incorrect. But you will also score double the marks if you answer it correct, which means the star mark questions have 2 times more marks. So if the answer is correct, you will score double. If your answer is incorrect, you will lose double. So which means it will become 0.66, negative 0.66. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. As far as the email is concerned, I will show you a sample. I had been talking about sample every single day, but sadly not a single person has responded on the comment section of YouTube. So the email do's which you need to keep in mind: read the topic carefully and read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned in the topic. Even if you miss one of the keywords, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Every new paragraph should start when there is a change in thought group. So you will have introduction, you will have the body, and then you will have the summary. So each of these thought groups, there will be a new paragraph. A new paragraph will start with a fresh line. Another set of do's which you need to keep in mind: your entire email should be left indent. Please do not leave a gap when you start a new paragraph on the left. Usually we have the tendency of leaving a gap. Please don't do that. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. You should not change either of the names if it's already mentioned in the topic. The email should start with a greeting, hello, salutation, and also close with thanks and regards, or thanks or regards. And you should mention the sender's name in the next line. The entire email should be written within 10 minutes, and you should click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Even if you click on the button at the 10th minute, you will not be able to submit it. So please don't take a risk. Please finish writing the email within 6 to 7 minutes. Spend couple of more minutes to revise and make changes and corrections. And please click on the submit button even before the clock shows 10 minutes is up. Every email will be given with a set of instruction. The instruction will also carry the number of words the email should have. Please make sure your email is exceeding those number of words. For example, if it says 50 words, your email should be 50 and above. Even if it's 49, you will get disqualified. Here are certain don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase which is mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the email of the keywords which is mentioned. Do not address the receiver as hi. Hi is very casual. Either use hello or use respected or use dear wherever it's applicable. Do not make any spelling, grammar or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Please make sure you don't exceed the 10-minute mark, and please do not write the email below the prescribed number of words. Okay? So let me show one more example today. Here is number 4 and 5 is what I'm going to complete today. After that, we'll be done with email writing today. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, which means Mr. Kumar is the recipient, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Sign the email as Ahmed. So Ahmed is the sender. So Ahmed has taken Ahmed has taken a package tour from Mr. Kumar, but during the entire travel, they figured that the service is not good. So that's why they're writing an email. The outline or the keyword should be package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, professional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, help. Here are the instructions. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. If the outline is strictly not followed, including specific words used or correct English, which means correct grammar and spelling is not used, the grade in this section will be poor, which means you will lose marks. So here is your question in red font, and the green font are the keywords. Please make a note of this. I'm going to pause, make a note of this, then I will tell you how to write this email. I'll quickly check. So you have the comment section here. In case if you're watching this on YouTube, you can click here and type your question. So whatever questions you have with regards to email writing for TCS, please post your questions here. I will answer your questions. Okay, so let me copy this and I'm going to write the email now. Okay. Since I'm using a title, I will use a full stop and there should be a space. If I don't use a space, I will lose points in terms of punctuation. The name should start with capital letter. Okay, so here is the entire email. Mr. Kumar, now the question said the email should be written to Mr. Kumar. The sender is Ahmed. So here is the entire email. If you see, I have an introduction, then there is the body, and then there is summary. So basically I have written in 3 paragraphs, and every time I am changing paragraph I am coming to a new line. The entire email is left indent. If you leave a gap like this is incorrect. So please make sure you don't leave a gap. Now let's quickly check the word count. The word count is 101, 101. The question said it should be 50. I have written 101, 101 words, which is absolutely perfect. Now we need to check if we have used all the keywords or not. The first one is package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed. I have used disappointed here as well, so which is fine. Shift, expectation, facilities and help. Facilities, help. So I've used all the keywords which is mentioned in the topic. Now let's read it. Hello Mr. Kumar, this is with regards to the package tour I've taken from you. I'm very disappointed and want to inform you that the service is not as per what the promise was. As per the package, comma, then space. The accommodation is a 3-star hotel, but we were given a low quality hotel. The room was unclean and I was shocked to see absolutely unprofessional customer service. I am very disappointed with the whole package and I want to shift to another hotel as this is below my expectation. Please make sure the facilities are, see I made a mistake here, are as what the promise, please make sure the facilities are as what promised, what was promised, and please help in this regard. Regards, Ahmed. So you don't have to use a comma here after the name. You don't have to use a comma after regards, not needed. The name starts with capital letter. After full stop, the sentence starts with capital letter. Every new paragraph starts with a new line and first letter capital. After comma, there is a space. So punctuation wise, grammar wise, structure wise, spelling wise, no mistakes. So this is a perfect email. Okay. So you need to keep in mind that you write the entire email in left indent. You don't make a space like this. It's incorrect. Even the summary, the closure is also left indent. Okay. Now let's look at example number 5, which is our last one. I'm going to read, then I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of it. As a member of your residential society, write an email to your inspector of local police station, Mr. Sharma, informing him about the miscreants who ride their bikes rashly every evening outside your society. Sign the email as William. The keywords are residential, rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery shop, across the road, dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. Okay, one person has sent an email. Wow. Posted on the comment section. This message is from Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri, who asks how to send email to government institutions about clarifying doubts about how to join those institutions. I will quickly tell you how to write this email. Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri, don't worry, I'm going to reply to that. Before I respond to the particular question, here is your sample number 5. Please make a note of this. I'm going to quickly write this particular email and then I will help the person who asked the question. These are the keywords. Now I need to write this email to the local police station and the inspector's name is Mr. Sharma and the sender's name is William. Alright. Since I'm writing it to a government official, I can use the word respected. So this is my introduction. Okay, so here's my entire email. Let me quickly check if I've used more than 50 words. The word count is 105, which means I've used more than double. Now let's read it. Respected Inspector Sharma, I am a resident of GB Towers in Vijayawada and I am writing to you to bring to your notice about the problems we are facing. The society is a residential area for more than 100 families. There is a severe problem of young boys who ride their bikes very rashly every evening. There are children who go out to play and elderly people who are out for their evening walk. We also have residents going out to grocery shop across the road. The whole situation is very dangerous as accidents could happen. Please address this problem to stop the nuisance and take action immediately. Regards, William. Now, have I used all the keywords? Let's quickly check. First one is residential area. Ride rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery, shop, across the road. Now this is a phrase. Dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. So I have used all the keywords. The entire email is left indent. Okay, so I made sure there are no punctuation mistakes, there are no grammar mistakes, and every information is correctly mentioned here. Okay, so that was the last sample, and the email is subjected to Inspector Sharma. That is what the question said, and it's signed off as William as per the topic. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. Now let's quickly go to these two questions. How to send email to government institution about clarifying doubt about how to join in those institutions. If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Lakshmi Ganesh, I think you are asking about a job. I hope you are asking about joining as an employee of these government organizations and not at an educational institution. Okay, so whenever you have a situation like this, always address the receiver as respected sir, madam. Now you don't know what gender the person is, so it's good to write sir and madam both with a slash. I would like to join your esteemed organization. Now, another person has asked a similar question, how to send a CV in an email. Now, whenever you're sending a CV or a resume on an email, it should have a cover letter. So this can act as a cover letter as well. Next paragraph. Please find attached my resume. It's not resume, it's resume. Before that, you can just mention a little bit of introduction. I'm a science graduate. With specialization in, you can mention something specifics. I'm a science graduate with specialization in microprocessor from Andhra University. I completed my engineering in 2017 and I'm seeking employment in a reputed government department. Please find attached my resume, which has the details of my academic and personal information. Okay. I look forward to hear back from you. Thanking you in advance. Warm regards. And to change the spelling, just mention your name. So you have first name, middle name and last name. So all these should start with capital letter. Okay. The person who asked about Vamshi, how we send CV in an email, it should have a cover letter. So this is like a cover letter as well. Okay. So let me zoom it a little bit. So here is your email. All right. Very simple, very short. You gave your introduction a little bit and you also said your resume is attached. Okay. Tarun is asking how send marketing works in email. I don't understand what that means. Tarun, please rephrase your question. Your question is not clear. I'm not understanding when you say how send marketing works in email. I'm not quite clear what it means. Okay. So please ask your question again. Please phrase it properly so that I can understand and respond to your question. First two folks who asked the question, Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri and Vamshi, this is the answer. I hope this is helpful. If you still have any questions, feel free to post in the comment section. Even after the live session is over, I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So even after the live session is over, now we have live chat. After the session is over, the comment section in the bottom of the YouTube program will get enabled. So you can post your questions there. I'm very happy that 3 people who asked questions today. So the last person, Tarun, your question is not quite clear. So please ask your question again and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope this was somewhat helpful. Whatever questions you have, please post on the YouTube comment section. I'll take a look and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll give you more details about this entire TCS placement drive. Thank you so much for watching. You have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome to today's session for TCS placement pattern. I'm specifically talking about the entire system of how freshers are getting selected for TCS. We started this program a couple of years ago and it's been a huge success. Now in this section I'm going to talk about the pattern that you can expect. The first stage is the written assessment, and once you clear that, the second stage is interview round, where you will have 2 different segments. You have personal interview, which is HR round, and then you will have personal interview for technical round. Now in order to reach the interview segment or interview stage, you need to clear all the 4 categories of written assessment. So there are 4 categories in written assessment. They are email writing skills, then there is quantitative aptitude, then there is multiple choice question for programming language C, and then you have coding test. Now email, you need to write just 1 email based on the question that will be mentioned. You will be given 10 minutes to write that email. You have quantitative aptitude, multiple choice questions. 20 such questions which needs to be answered in 40 minutes. And if you pay attention to the extreme right column, it says number of star mark questions is 2. I will explain what that means. Then you have multiple choice question on programming language C, 10 such questions with permitted time of 20 minutes. And then you have descriptive, which is coding test, where you need to write a code, 20 minutes time given. So please make a note of this pattern so that you do not get confused when the examination or the test gets activated. Like I said, 4 different sections. You need to clear all of them. Please keep in mind, you need to clear all of them. Now there is negative marking in written assessment. You will lose 0.33% of the marks allocated for the question. And this negative marking is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. And there are 2 questions which is marked as star in quantitative aptitude. What happens is, if you answer correctly or accurately, you will score double the points. If you answer it incorrectly, you will lose double the points. Okay, so there is bonus point if it's correct, and there is double the negative marks if it's incorrect. You would need to know the topics for quantitative aptitude. Please make a note of these. Probability, permutation and combinations, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportion, alligation or mixture, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on edges, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. As far as email is concerned, your email will look something like this. I am switching over to example number 5 that was covered yesterday. You will have a very short question for email, followed by outline. This outline is nothing but the keyword that has to be used in the email. Okay, let me change it to a different color so that it's clearly visible. There you go. So this is the email, followed by the keyword. The way the email has to be written, the instructions are given. It says it's compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice. So in the email, all these words has to be used. These are the keywords. You cannot change the form of the keyword. It's residential area, you can't say residency, or residence, you can't say that. So the keyword has to be used as it is in an appropriate sentence. Okay. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. The way the TCS assessment is built, if you use below the number of words which is prescribed, the email will not even be able, it will not get even evaluated. It will have to meet the minimum number of word count which is mentioned in the algorithm in the back end. If the outline is not strictly followed, which means if the form of the keyword is changed, for example, immediately, you change it to immediate. Accidents, you change it to accident, you make it singular. In these cases, your mail will be disqualified. Another thing, you cannot make spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes and punctuation mistakes. You will lose points. Now let's talk about the do's and don'ts for the email. Read the topic carefully, read and understand the keywords or the key phrases mentioned. Sometimes instead of a word, a phrase will be mentioned. Use each and every keyword or phrase is mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic, which means buy cannot be used as bought. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. Entire email should be left indent. Don't leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with greeting. End your mail with a salutation, thanks and regards, or just regards. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Now this is very important. The time allowed is 10 minutes. Please make sure even before 10 minutes you submit, because even if you do it at the 10th minute, the email may not get submitted. If you exceed 10 minutes, you will not be allowed to submit the email and you will get disqualified. In this entire section which you have, if you have done very well in quantitative aptitude or programming language C or coding test, but you have failed in email writing, that means the online test you have failed. 90% of the students have failed only in email. That's why we are emphasizing a lot on that. Okay, so please make sure you submit the email before 10 minutes, not after, because the email will not get automatically submitted. Now email don'ts, these are the things we need to remember. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrases mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Using a hi is not permitted. Either use a hello, respected, or dear, depending on what the receiver is in terms of relationship. Do not make any spelling mistakes or grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes, because you will lose marks. If you have done well but you make these mistakes, you will start losing marks. So please make sure you don't do that. Do not exceed the 10-minute time limit, and do not write the email below the number of keywords mentioned. Okay, so these are the do's and don'ts. So now let me show you the example here again. Okay, here is another sample. Now what I'm going to do today, I'm going to create a new question so that you can use that as an assignment, but I seem to have more samples, so let me take a look at that. Okay, here we go. As an employee, write an email to the admin head of your office, Mrs. Polly. That means the receiver is the admin head and the name is Mrs. Polly, reporting temperature and lighting fluctuation in your work bay. So in your office, there is a fluctuation of temperature and the fluctuation of lights. You need to write an email to the admin head. Sign the email as Nancy. So the sender's name is Nancy, the receiver's name is Mrs. Polly, who is the admin head. You need to write an email saying there is an issue with the temperature. AC is either it's too high or too low, or sometimes the light is fluctuating. Now looking at the keyword, you will understand what needs to be mentioned. The keywords are temperature, inconsistent, too hot, too cold, sweat, shiver, lights fade, affecting work, health, vision, immediate action. And the instructions are same. It's mandatory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline. The name of the sender and the receiver should be the same as given in the topic. The email should have minimum of 50 words, and you cannot make grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Alright? So please make a note of this. I'm going to pause here. Please make a note of this question with the outline and write the email. You can post your response on the comment section of the YouTube video if you're watching. Even if you're not watching now, you can post on the comment section tomorrow. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. All right. Now let me quickly check if there are any comments. Okay, there are 6 people watching, but not a single question. You can post your question here. If you're watching this now, you can post your question in the live video session here on YouTube. So feel free to post your question. I will provide the answer. Yesterday there were 3 people who asked questions. So whatever questions you have in terms of TCS email writing, please post your question. Okay, what I'm going to do now is write this email for you. Okay, let's start. See, I made a spelling mistake. Let me quickly correct it. Okay, my mail is complete. Now the receiver should be Mrs. Polly. The sender should be Nancy. I have done that. The entire email is left indent. Means I am not leaving a gap here. This gap is not needed. So lot of people write like this. Stop doing that. It is wrong. You don't have to do that. Now let's quickly check if there are 50 words I have used. The count is 96, which is perfect. It should be minimum of 50. Now we will check if we have used all the keywords or not. Before that, I have the introduction, paragraph number 1, paragraph number 2, the body, paragraph number 3, the summary, which is fine. Now we need to check if we have used all the keywords, otherwise we will get disqualified. First one is temperature. Okay. Next is inconsistent, too hot, too cold, sweat, shiver, lights fade, affecting work. Now pay attention, affecting work. The keyword here is affecting work, but I have used affecting our work. So the system will think affecting work is not there, I will get disqualified. So I need to quickly remove that and still read if this is grammatically correct. This is creating a huge problem for all of us and it's affecting work. Fine. Health. Vision, immediate action. Alright, so I've used all the keywords. Let's quickly read this email. I'm writing to you with regards to the air condition and lighting issue in my work bay. There is a huge problem with the temperature setting and it's usually inconsistent. It's either too hot or too cold at times. Sometimes we sweat in summer and shiver in winter. The lights fade in and out all the time. This is creating a huge problem for all of us and it's affecting work. Besides that, it can have serious implication on our health and vision. I request you to take immediate action to resolve this issue. Plain and simple. If within 10 minutes I need to write this mail, revise it, make correction and submit it. Okay. So I hope this was helpful. We do not have any person asking any question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the assignment for tomorrow. This is the assignment. Once the session is over, you can go to the YouTube channel. The comment section will be enabled here in the bottom. So you can mention your entire response or email in the comment section. So please do that. Take the opportunity, make use of this chance to understand how to be perfect with your email for TCS assessment. Okay. Here is your assignment. As a loanee, write an email to the bank manager of Andhra Bank, Mr. Kiran Kumar, requesting him to start ECS, Electronic Clearing Services, for paying the monthly installments of your housing loan. Sign the email as Anil. I'm going to zoom this a little bit more so that you can see it clearly. This is your email assignment. As a loanee means a person who's taking the loan. Write an email to the bank manager of Andhra Bank, Mr. Kiran Kumar, which means Mr. Kiran Kumar is the receiver of the email, requesting him to start ECS. ECS stands for Electronic Clearing Services. It basically means every month automatically from the account the EMI or the installment will get debited. You don't have to keep going to the bank every month for paying the monthly installment of your housing loan. Sign off the email as Anil, which means Anil is the sender. Now here are the keywords: housing loan, account, monthly installments, branch, travel, challenge, miss, penalty, electronic clearing services, easy, hassle-free, anytime, schedule, request, initiate. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you have 15 keywords here. Okay. So I'm going to read this up again. As a loanee or applicant of the loan, write an email to the bank manager of Andhra Bank, Mr. Kiran Kumar, requesting him to start ECS for paying the monthly installment of your housing loan. Sign off the email as Anil. The keywords are housing loan, account, monthly installments, branch, travel, challenge, miss, penalty, electronic clearing services, easy, hassle-free, anytime, schedule, request, initiate. And please make sure you follow the rules. It's mandatory to use all the specific keywords mentioned in the outline. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given in the topic. Minimum word should be 50. And if you make grammatical, punctuation and spelling mistakes, you will lose points. Alright? So I expect you guys to respond to this. I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Please practice as much as possible. Otherwise, you will not be able to succeed. Because email is little complex. You don't know what kind of topic you will get. Some of the words you may not understand. So the more you practice, it's better for you. Alright? Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome to today's session for TCS pattern. We are continuing to talk about the TCS selection process. Like I had been repeating, I'm going to talk about it again in terms of the entire pattern. So we have TCS recruitment drive that's going to happen very soon across certain cities and districts in AP. So the selection process is divided into two stages. The first stage is the online written assessment. The second stage is interview round. Now this is a progressive selection process, which means you need to clear the online assessment in order to go to the interview segment or interview stage. So interview stage will have two segments. One is HR interview and one is technical round. And the online assessment will have 4 different categories. These categories are: there is an email which you need to write, then there is quantitative aptitude, which is a multiple choice question. You will have 20 questions that needs to be answered in 40 minutes. You will have multiple choice question for C program language, 10 such questions with a time limit of 20 minutes. And then you will have a coding test. You need to write a code based on the question, according to the question. Only one such program you need to write with a permitted time being 20 minutes. The extreme right column says number of star mark questions. In quantitative aptitude, you will have 2 questions which will be marked as star. What it means is, in quantitative aptitude, there is negative marking for every single question. Every time you give a wrong answer, you will lose 0.33% of the marks allocated for that particular question. However, the star mark questions, the points, the negative points will double up, which means instead of losing 0.33%, you will lose 0.66%. But the positive aspect is, if you answer this question correctly, you will also score double the points, which means 2 star mark questions. If the answer is correct, you will score double. If the answer is incorrect, you will lose double the negative marking. So you got to be very careful for these 2 questions. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allegations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Now, as far as email is concerned, your email question will look something like this. This is a sample email which we are going to practice today. The question is mentioned in terms of a scenario, and you need to write an email keeping in mind the outline. The outline basically means the keywords that needs to be used in the entire email. There are certain rules. For example, all the keywords has to be used in the email. The format of the keyword cannot change, which means the first keyword you have here is housing loan. It cannot be house loan. Account cannot be accounting. Okay, branch cannot be branches. So you have to use the exact word which is mentioned in the outline. Besides this, there will be certain other rules which will be mentioned on the email itself. For example, let me show you the sample here. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. Every email will have a name of a sender and receiver. For example, in this question, the receiver is Mr. Kiran Kumar, who is the bank manager of Andhra Bank. The sender's name is Anil, so you need to maintain this. You cannot go wrong with that. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words. If you use below number of 50 words, you will be disqualified. It should be over and above the number of words. That's why it says minimum. The outline is, if the outline is strictly not followed, which means if you miss any of the keyword, if you make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes in the email, you will lose points. To make it easy, I have put together a list of do's and don'ts for the email. So let's go through this. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword or phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic, which means buy cannot be changed into bought. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of a thought group, and every new paragraph should start with a fresh line. Next set of do's: entire email should be left indent. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and the sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always end your email with salutation and start your email with greeting. Use a hello or dear or respected. There should be a salutation in the end, closing in the end. Thanks and regards, or just regards or thanks. Ensure the email is written within 10 minutes. Now this is important. The time limit is 10 minutes. If you submit the email at the 10th minute mark, you may not be able to submit. If you exceed the 10 minutes, you may not be able to submit. So please submit it before 10 minutes. And the word count should be over and above what is mentioned in the instruction. Now here are the don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the keyword. Do not address the email as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed the 10-minute mark. Do not write the email below the number of words given in the instruction. Okay. Now here is the question again. As a loanee is a person who's taking the loan. Write an email. As a loanee, write an email to the bank manager of Andhra Bank, Mr. Kiran Kumar, requesting him to start ECS, which means Electronic Clearing Services, for paying the monthly installments of your housing loan. Sign off the email as Anil. Now ECS basically means every month you don't have to go to the bank. You can give an instruction. It's called a standing instruction. Once it's approved, the amount will be automatically debited from your account and it will be credited to the loan account. So you want to avail for this service. So basically you don't have to go to the bank every month. The keywords that you need to mention are housing loan, account, monthly installments, branch, travel, challenge, miss, penalty, electronic clearing services, easy, hassle-free, anytime, schedule, request, initiate. Okay. Now let me show you how to write this email. Now I'm starting the email with hello Mr. Anil Kumar. I can use the full name or I can just say hello Mr. Kumar. Please remember, when I'm using a title is Mr., Miss, Doctor, Professor, DOC for Doctor, PROF for Professor. So when I use a title, I need to use a full stop and there should be a space after that. That's a rule. After writing the greeting, I should not be using a comma. That's not needed. I'll go to the next line and my email should have 3 blocks. The first one is introduction, the second one is the body, and the third one is a summary. Okay. And when I start a new paragraph, it should start with a new line and I should not leave a gap in the left. What do I mean by that? Let me show you. Okay. Now a lot of people make a mistake, they leave a gap like this. This is incorrect. The entire email should be left indent. So please don't leave a gap there. I would like to make a request about my housing loan. Housing loan account or housing loan I have availed from your bank. Okay. Next paragraph. This is introduction. Okay. Now the question says Mr. Kiran Kumar and the sender is Anil. But I made a mistake here. It should be Kiran Kumar. Okay. Now the rule says it should be a minimum of 50 words. So let's quickly check if I've used 50 words. It says 114 words, which is absolutely fine. Secondly, the entire email is left indent. Third, I have the introduction, I have the main body, and then I have the summary. I have the closing, I have the greeting here, everything is fine. Now I need to check if I've used all the keywords. The first one is housing loan. Second one, account. Third, monthly installments. Fourth, branch. Then travel. Challenge. Miss. Penalty. Electronic clearing services. Easy. Hassle free. Hassle free means trouble free. Anytime. Schedule. Request and initiate. This is request, then I have initiate. So I have used all the keywords. Secondly, I have used more than 50 words. Now let's quickly check the punctuation. I'm going to zoom in to show you what are the points you need to take care of. So after full stop, there should be a space. Now I started a new paragraph in a new line. Every time I use a full stop, the next word should start with a capital letter. And if I use a comma, there should be space after the comma, not before. So the space should be after the comma. Please keep that in mind. Okay? Kindly accept my request and initiate the process. Then closing regards, I don't have to use a comma there. This is not needed. And the name which is mentioned in the topic. So here is my entire email, and I've written within 10 minutes. I've also checked it meets all the criteria. Okay. So email is the section where a lot of students have failed in the past, and these emails are very, very easy. If you pay attention, if you practice a lot, these emails will be very easy for you. So I'm going to prepare one more question for you right away. So this will be a new question which I am preparing for you, and I would request you to write the email so that you can practice. Okay, as a fresher, write an email to the HR manager, Miss Pooja Verma, in Tata Consultancy Services, seeking any open position in the organization. Sign off the email with your name. Now I am going to write the keywords. These are going to be the keyword. I hope this is visible to all of you. Okay. So here is the question. Let me increase this font size. The email is, as a fresher, write an email to the HR manager, Ms. Pooja Verma, in Tata Consultancy Services, seeking any open position in the organization. Sign off the email with your name. The keywords: graduated, BSc, specialization, university, keen, aspire, career, internship, full-time, platform. Okay, these are the keywords. So you need to write an email. Please make sure all the keywords are used and the email has minimum of 60 words, 60. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. Then I'll quickly check the YouTube video if anybody has any questions. So please make a note of this. So those who are watching on YouTube, you can post your question here. So you can post your questions here, okay? All right, let me begin. So these are the 10 keywords you will have to use. I'm going to put this here so that's easier for me to copy. Okay, I hope this is clearly visible now for everybody. All right, let's begin. There you go. That's it. So I have an introduction. I have the main body. Then I have the summary as well. Now let's count how many words I have used. And it is 91. Okay. Now let's read this. Hello, Miss Pooja Verma. I'm writing to you to seek out. Sorry, this out is not needed. To seek any open position for freshers in your esteemed organization. I have graduated in 2017 in Bachelor's of Science stream with a specialization in computer science from Andhra University. I have enclosed my updated resume for your reference. I am very keen to start my career with an organization where I aspire to grow professionally. I would be happy to know if there are any opportunities for internship or even a full-time role as I seek a platform to start my professional career. Thanks and regards, Ron. That's my name. Now let's see if we have used all the words. Graduated, BSc. Now instead of BSc, I've used Bachelor of Science. Now what happens is I will get disqualified because the system is looking for BSc. If I use BSc, I don't have to use the word stream. So I will just use BSc specialization. So I made that correction. University, keen, aspire, career, internship, full-time, platform. Okay, so I have used all the keywords. My entire email is left indent. I have used more than the prescribed number of words which is mentioned in the topic. Okay, so that's a perfect email. Let me quickly check if there are any questions. Dasari Hema is asking, sir, email writing will be conducted on paper or on system? Now email writing is a part of online assessment, online written assessment, and hence it will be on the system itself. It won't be on the paper. So entire written assessment will be online examination. Okay, so it will be online, not on paper. So let me quickly respond. Okay, if you have any further questions on this, feel free to ask. You can post your comment on the YouTube channel. Even after the program is over, you can post your question. I would love to look at your question and provide you the answer. Okay, so I just want to take you through the pattern again. This is for the benefit of those who came in late. This is an online test. Whatever you see here is going to be online. So one email within 10 minutes to be answered. Aptitude, quantitative aptitude, 20 questions to be answered in 40 minutes. You have negative marks of 0.33% for each question. Multiple choice question on program language C, you have 10 such questions, and coding test only one, you have 20 minutes. So that's the entire pattern of the online assessment. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. If you have further question, feel free to post on the YouTube channel. I would love to look at the question and provide you the answer. Okay, so I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to today's session. Today is going to be the penultimate session for TCS. When I say penultimate, it means second last. That means tomorrow will be the last session for TCS pattern. Now, I have done one particular aspect in extreme detail and comprehensive way, and that is email writing. Why am I talking about email writing? Let me quickly show you what the pattern is. So first, you will have an online assessment with 4 different categories. Once you clear the online assessment, then you will qualify for the interview round. In interview, you will have an HR round as well as technical round. Today, I am going to introduce interview essentials in terms of body language, in terms of dress code, so on and so forth. Tomorrow, I will do a refresher on this, as well as tomorrow, I will talk about common questions that you can expect when you go for any interview, any organization for that matter. So let's begin with the pattern for the online assessment. Like I said, there are 4 different sections: email writing, quantitative aptitude, programming language C, multiple choice question. Then you have coding test. So you will have one email which you need to write within 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions in quantitative aptitude and the time permitted is 40 minutes. There will be 2 questions which is marked as star. I'll explain what that means. Multiple choice question on programming language C. You will have 10 such questions and the time permitted is 20 minutes. And coding test, you will have only one code to write, one program to write, with the permitted time being 20 minutes. There is a negative marking which is applicable only for quantitative section. For every wrong answer, you will lose 0.33% of the marks allocated for that particular question. However, 2 questions which is marked as star in quantitative aptitude, if you answer it correctly, you will score double points. That is bonus points. However, if you make a mistake, the negative marks will also double up, which means instead of minus 0.33, it will become minus 0.66%. So you have to be very careful in these 2 questions. We are already conducting session we already finished session on quantitative aptitude 11 to 12 session in the morning. These are the topics which you can expect for TCS: probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allegations or mixtures, series and progression. Quantitative aptitude topics continued with average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. The email which I am talking about, where majority of students have failed, you need to be very careful. You need to read the topic carefully. You need to read and understand the keywords and key phrases given in the question. So every email will have questions. Let me quickly show you some example. Here is an example of an email question. It will give you a situation. It will mention the sender's name and the receiver's name. It will also give you outline. This outline is nothing but the keyword which has to be used in the email. Okay. Now the rule says you cannot change the form of this keyword. Happy cannot become happiness. Receive cannot become received. Crowded cannot become crowd. You need to use the keywords as mentioned in the topic itself, and any mistakes that you do in terms of spelling, grammar and punctuation, you will lose marks. So you got to be very careful there. It has to follow certain structure. There should be introduction, main body and summary. So let me read out the do's. Use each and every keyword and phrase mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword, the email will be invalid. You will get disqualified if you miss a single keyword. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic, which means you cannot change the verb or the tense form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group, and every paragraph should start with a new line. The entire email should be left indent. Don't leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with a greeting, hello. End it with salutation, thanks and regards, or thanks or just regards. The email should be written within 10 minutes. So please keep this in mind. The time allowed is 10 minutes. If you submit at the 10th minute, you may get disqualified. You may not be able to submit the email. Please remember these 4 categories. You need to clear all the categories. If you fail in email but do very well in these 2 categories, that means you fail in the online assessment, which means you need to clear all these categories in order to qualify for interview. There will be a number of words mentioned, so word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. So please do not miss a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed the time limit, which is 10 minutes. And please write the email. Do not write it below the number of keywords given in the number of words given in the question. So in this question which we just saw, the instruction will be given something like this in your exam, main exam. It is compulsory to use all the specific keywords or all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given, so please don't change the name. The email must contain minimum of 50 words. So even if you use 49 words, you will get disqualified. It has to be 50 and above. If the outline is strictly not followed, or correct English, which means spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes should be avoided. So if correct English is not used, the grade in this section will be poor. So I have done this practice for last 2.5 weeks, extensive practice. I've explained how the email should be written. I've explained how the heading should be, how you should read the mail, how you should keep in mind the keywords. You cannot change the form of the keyword. The entire email should be left indent. How to avoid any kind of punctuation mistakes, common spelling mistakes that we end up doing, how to avoid that. You need to practice a lot. I've shown you 7 to 8 different samples, and each sample I have written the email myself more than 5 to 6 times. Unfortunately, not a single person till date has responded with any email on the comment section of YouTube. So I'm not sure if you are paying attention, if you are practicing or not. Please understand, the Skill Development Corporation is conducting these programs only for your benefit. So if you do not practice, if you do not show me how your email is, I won't be able to look at it, correct and make suggestions to make yourself better. So take this opportunity to learn. You can post your email on the comment section. I will take a look and get back to you. Alright. So today what we're going to do is we are going to talk about interview, because like I said, once you clear the online assessment, you will qualify for the interview round. Now there are 4 sections in online assessment. All 4 you need to clear, and in interview you will have 2 rounds, HR round and technical round. These rounds could happen one after another. Which one will be first, we don't know. It all depends on the availability of the interviewers. So before we go ahead and look at interview essentials, you need to understand what exactly an interview is. So what you're going to learn in this particular segment is what exactly an interview is, what is the importance of interview, what is the importance of your appearance, the way you dress, why is it important, and what kind of dress code you should be following, the importance of body language. Certain aspects of body language I will talk about, and they will also talk about the do's and don'ts. Okay, so these are the learning objectives for the session. Please make a note of this. Okay, now interview basically means interaction. Now in case if you are writing an assessment, multiple choice question, if you are in a technical round of interview, there is one correct answer to a question and unlimited number of incorrect answers, right? But when it comes to HR round, there is nothing called a correct answer or incorrect answer. There is nothing right or wrong. It's all the perspective. They want to look at what is your way of thinking, what is your point of view, are you confident, are you able to answer questions confidently. It's absolutely fine if you're nervous, but your confidence is what they are checking, your knowledge base is what they are checking. So when we say interview, it's more or less an interaction where they are talking to you. So there's nothing right or wrong that happens. It's all about the perspective or the point of view that they are looking at. Okay. Now coming to the dress code aspect of interview, we need to keep in mind that the dress code is applicable to both men and women, both boys and girls. It's absolutely fine to wear business formals like this. These are absolutely business formals. If the girls are not comfortable wearing a blazer, shirt and a skirt, or a trouser, shirt and a blazer, it's absolutely fine. You can wear Indian dresses as well, but something that is more formal, something that is elegant and simple. So this is something which is acceptable. But if you dress up something like this, which is more like a wedding dress, please avoid it. This is something which is not appreciated. Two reasons. One is it looks very flamboyant. Number two, it looks very uncomfortable when you're attending an interview wearing something grand like this. So please try to avoid a grand dress like this. It's absolutely fine if you dress up something very simple, something which you're very comfortable in. If you're comfortable with formals, it's fine, but if you're not comfortable with formals, please dress in a simple manner but elegant and classic formals Indian dresses. So this is something which you should definitely avoid. Now footwear is a very important aspect. If you do not wear the right footwear, you're not going to be comfortable. The way you walk, the way you sit, it's going to keep irritating you throughout the entire day, because it's going to at least 6 to 7 hours exercise from your online assessment to entire interview. So wear something which you are very comfortable with, but please do not wear anything fancy or anything extremely casual like this. This is something which is not allowed as a footwear for your interview. So wear something simple, wear something formal, something which is very comfortable. I know these kind of slippers are also comfortable, but this is a strict no. Please do not wear these kind of footwear. Okay. Now coming to men, the boys, if you're comfortable, if you know how to tie a knot on your tie, it's fine, go ahead. Now the tie should be absolutely tight, the top button should be fastened, and the tip of the tie should not be below your belt. This is the rule. Okay. If you don't like to wear a tie, you can wear a formal trouser, a shirt and formal shoes and belt. It's absolutely fine. But if you're comfortable wearing a tie, please go ahead. If you're not comfortable, please don't push yourself. It's absolutely fine if you're not wearing a tie. All right. Now dresses something like this, which is termed casual, a shirt which is tucked out, a big checkered shirt which is tucked out or without collar, all these are considered informal. So please don't wear these casual dresses. It's absolutely no. It's a strict no to wear something like this. Now again, the shoes, the footwear for the boys, for the men, it should be formal, it should be leather. You can either wear a brown or you can wear a black. It's up to your choice what kind of shoes you're comfortable with, but there is a rule in terms of brown shoes. I'm going to explain to you soon. Okay. Shoes which are termed semi-formal or casual is not allowed. So wearing sneakers or sport shoes, wearing shoes without laces is not considered formal. It's not something which you should be wearing for an interview. So a laced shoe is what is well preferred. I personally do not suggest slip-on shoes at all. I personally suggest only laced shoes. Okay. So shoes something like this is again a strict no. Please do not wear any shoes like this. Now belt. The color of the belt should be the same as the color of your shoes. So if you are wearing a black shoe, the belt color has to be black. If you are wearing a brown belt and black shoe, that is wrong. If the belt is brown, the shoes should also be brown. If the belt is black, the shoe should be black. So basically the color of the belt, the shade of the belt should match those of the shoes. This is something which is formal, which is absolutely fine. But please do not wear any belt which looks like this. This is very informal or casual, something which we can wear with our denim, with our jeans, but not as a part of the formal dressing. Okay. Now if you like to wear a watch, it's absolutely fine to wear a watch like this, either with a metal strap or with a leather strap, but please make sure if you are wearing a watch with leather strap, please listen to me carefully, the color of the strap should match with the shoe and the belt, which means if you are wearing a black shoe, the belt has to be black, the watch strap should also be black. If you are wearing a brown shoe, your belt will be brown and the strap of the watch should also be brown. It all should be very well coordinated. Okay, please do not wear, and for women, for the girls, you can wear a watch, metal watch, something like this, or with the leather strap, absolutely fine, but please do not wear a watch like this for interviews. This is strictly not allowed, this is not recommended, it shows that you have a casual attitude, so please do not wear a watch like this. When you go for interview, you should always carry a pen. The pen should also be formal. Please do not carry a pen which is leaking. It can stain your shirt, it can stain your bag in case if you're carrying it in your handbag for the girls. So please carry a formal pen. Spend 25-30 rupees, you can buy a very good pen for that amount. Please do not carry these see-through pens for an interview. You can carry this for your assessment, but your assessment is going to be online, so you don't have to worry about carrying a pen. So avoid pens like this when you go for an interview. Alright. Now coming to the top 10 questions which you can expect, but please remember one important point. When I talk about the top 10 question, it doesn't mean you need to memorize the answer. When we conduct interviews, when I conduct interviews for my organization, everybody expects that the first question will be, tell me more about yourself. I never ask that question. The reason is, every candidate will come prepared to answer that question. So you cannot predict what kind of questions your interviewer is going to ask, what will be the sequence, you cannot predict that. But you need to prepare yourself to be in an interview and come out victorious, come out successful. But what we have done is, we have put together common questions. These are common questions what they ask, and what is the structure of your responses. Okay. Now in an interview, the questions are usually divided into 4 categories. These are D1, D2, D3 and D4. D1 is basically about yourself. Slide please. D1 is about yourself. D2 is about D1. D3 is impromptu questions. D4 is shuffle. What do I mean by this? Make a note of this, I will explain. D1 is about yourself. D2 is about D1. D3 is impromptu questions. D4 is shuffle. Alright. Now D1 is usually the first question that they're going to ask. They have the resume in hand and they ask, now about resume, tomorrow I'll explain to you how to write a very simple and very good resume. It's not resume, it's resume. Alright. So D1 is basically domain 1, where they're asking you about yourself, where they say, tell me more about yourself. So you can talk about your education background, you can talk about your family, you should talk about your strength, your weakness, your hobbies, so on and so forth. Now for example, you say my hobby is reading books, and the interviewer asks, so who is your favorite author? What is the book that you read last month? So they are asking a question based on the answer you gave for D1. So that becomes a D2 question. So D2 is basically a question that is coming from the answers given in D1 section. Okay. D3 is something which you cannot predict. You cannot prepare for a D3 question. For example, they say, if you become the CEO of this company, what is the first change you will bring for the organization? You cannot predict such questions. They ask these questions to see how confident you are and how much time you take to frame a sentence and provide an answer. they also check your ability to face an unexpected question and how is your body language. Are you going to fumble? Are you getting nervous? So you have to answer something. If you do not know an answer, the best way to tackle it is to say, I don't know. Please don't give a made up answer, because they know that you made up an answer, it's not the truth, and they can easily catch you. So never make that mistake. So any question that they ask, you do not know an answer, always say that I'm sorry, I don't know about it. It's absolutely fine not to know about something than saying something which is not true. Sorry. D4 shuffle means where they are shuffling between D1, D2 and D3. While you are answering what will you do as a CEO, suddenly they say, okay, which year did you finish your graduation? You say 2017. They do that to check, are you able to shift your focus from one end to another in quick succession, in quick intervals. This is to check your ability or your capability in your mind to multitask or to answer two different questions from two different varieties at the same time. They are just checking the proficiency. Okay, let's go. So tell me about yourself. This is a self-introduction question where the questions will be, what is your name, where are you from, education background. In reverse order, I will explain what that means, and family background in brief. So these are the answers that you can talk about. For example, I say my name is Ron, I am from Hyderabad. Now education background should always be mentioned in reverse order. Reverse order basically means I have completed my graduation in 2017, so I will talk about that first, then I will talk about intermediate, then I will talk about 10th. So I have to go descending order. If you are a final year student and if you're going for a campus recruitment, so you obviously don't know your final year scores because you haven't written an exam. So you can talk about your second year scores and first year score. Then you can talk about your intermediate and 10th. So you can say I'm pursuing my BSc or I'm pursuing my engineering from Loyola College in Vijayawada. In my second year, I scored 72%, and in first year I scored 68%. I've done my intermediate from Vijayawada itself in Zilla Parishad school, and in my 10th I scored 69%, which I've done from Visakhapatnam. So I come from a family of farmers. My father is a farmer. I live in a joint family. My uncle is also a farmer. My aunt and my mother are housewife. I have a younger brother who is doing his 8th grade right now in Vijayawada itself. Okay, so you just gave a very brief introduction about your family and education. You don't have to talk a lot about family. Please understand, the company is going to hire you. The job is for you, not for the family. So you don't have to give too much detail about the family. Some companies even stop you from talking about the family. They do not ask personal questions. So it's appreciated if you talk about it. If you don't talk about the family, it's absolutely fine. But considering TCS hiring from campus, it's recommended that you speak about the family because they like to know more about the background. Okay, but like I said, it should be in brief. So for example, my name is, you mention the name. I live in, you mention which city. I have completed my BSc, my BCom or MBA in whatever the year. I live with my family of 4 members. Okay, so these are some of the responses that you can give. You can talk about your hobbies as part of this question itself. Tell me about yourself. But please remember, the hobbies are something which should add value to your personality. For example, I like reading books, playing cricket and watching informative programs. What do we mean by something which is constructive or developmental? Imagine if you say that my hobby is to watch movie songs in television. I like to watch funny videos in YouTube. Now an answer like this could be really bad. It could be your hobby. Maybe you have internet on your phone, Geo free, and throughout the day you're just watching funny In Facebook videos, people keep posting funny videos or songs or dance. There are some people throughout the day, they sit in a corner and keep watching the video. That's it. They don't do anything else. It becomes a hobby and it becomes an addiction as well. But please remember, in an interview, if you're talking about watching videos on the phone as a hobby, that's extremely bad. That means you love to waste time throughout the day. Instead of learning something new, learning something constructive in internet itself, you are using a phone, free internet, you might as well watch some training videos. You might as well watch some nice speech, right? Or motivational videos. But instead of that, you're watching something else, movie, songs and dance, which is fine sometime in a week or a day, but not throughout the day. It cannot be a hobby. So please be very careful when you talk about your hobbies. Your hobbies should be something that adds more dimension to your personality. It adds more strength. It adds value to you as a person. Okay. Now, if you are using a hobby which is not a fact, then you could be in trouble. You cannot say that I love reading books, wherein the fact is you don't read books at all. The moment they ask who's your favorite author or writer, and you don't have an answer. Please remember, your study books or study material for your college and school is not hobby of reading books. That's your duty to study. So those books do not count. If your favorite author is any person, read a bit more about that person, because they will surely ask questions. When I conduct interviews, when somebody says I love reading books, for that matter, I don't like reading books. I like to read informative articles. I don't read books as such. So when they say that they like reading books, my first question is, what was the last book you read and who's your favorite author? When they give a very generic answer like Swami Vivekananda and all that, I know that they have read 1 or 2 books, but it's not a hobby. So when you talk about a hobby, it should be something which you are very passionate about. For example, listening to music, for example, gardening, for example, collecting stamps and coins. All these are hobbies because you're putting a lot of time and effort for that. Okay. Moving on, what are your strengths? Now, strengths are something which adds on to the dimension, the characteristic of you as a person. So you should be talking about not physical strength, but the mental strength. For example, hard work, dedication, integrity, adaptability, teamwork. What do we mean by this? These are some of the essential criteria or traits that every company looks for in a new hire. So when they are hiring freshers, if they are hiring experienced people, these are the qualities that they are looking for in everybody. And if you say this is my strength, you also need to have reason why it's a strength. For example, you can't say my strength is my integrity. Integrity means what? Doing the right thing. Even if doing the wrong thing is beneficial, you will not do it. You will only do the right thing. Say for example, teamwork. You say my strength is teamwork. The interviewer will definitely ask, can you give me an example? How do you think teamwork is your strength? So you need to answer that question. You need to have a story to back it up. For example, you can say I was part of a school team, I was part of the college team for cricket, and while playing with 11 different players, I understood what the importance of teamwork is, because even if the opening batsman and the first down batsman fails, the second, third and fourth down batsman has to take up the responsibility and score runs. If one bowler in the team is not bowling well, the other bowler has to do or outperform themselves so that they can balance it out. You can say I was part of the cultural team in my college and there were 6 of us. Each of us had our own responsibility to take care of for the annual day of the college. Unfortunately, just one day before the annual day, one of my friend who was also part of the cultural team, she fell sick. So I took the responsibility to take care of what she was supposed to do. So when you talk about these real life instances, that shows that yes, you are indeed a person who believes in hard work, and that's your strength. and teamwork is something that is coming naturally to you because you have put yourself in situations like that. Dedication, for example, you say dedication is my strength. What do we mean by that? Dedication means if you have been given a task, you will do it no matter what the obstacles are. So you can give an example. For example, if somebody is conducting an interview and I say that my strength is dedication, and they ask, can you give me an example why you feel so? So I can say that I was given the responsibility of finishing a particular project in my second year. In the evening I was supposed to go for a family function, but I chose not to go because I had to finish this particular project. So I'm dedicated for what I am assigned to. Now, which shows when the company is looking for candidates with dedication, that means they take their job very seriously, they are passionate about it, and they work with a single focus mind to do the thing or to finish the task within the time and with the same accuracy. Now, when you're working in an organization, the challenge is two. One is the time, the second one is perfection. Now that you are studying in college, if you have written a particular answer for a question in your assessment or in your test, in your unit test or say final exam, the total marks allocated for that particular answer is 10. If half the answer is correct, you will still get 5 points, correct? But when you're working in an organization, you are writing a code. If the code cannot be executed, the whole thing is wrong. You cannot say that it's partially correct, so I should be given partial appreciation. It doesn't work that way. It's either right or wrong. There is no middle path anymore. So when we talk about dedication, we need to look at, do you finish the work within the time and with complete accuracy? If you have been given a task to do 10 different things in 5 hours, you finish the task in 5 hours, but all of them are wrong. That's not acceptable. Or you took 8 hours to finish all the tasks, all are correct, but you took 8 hours, which means 60% more time. So what happens is, in an organization, if you exceed the allowed time and if you do not hit accuracy, the clients are not going to be happy. That's why I say it's a race against time as well as accuracy. So you need to be perfect and you need to be fast. Now these timelines I derived based on studies. The manager will not come and say, I need this to be done in 20 minutes. They give the time because they know it can be done in 20 minutes. So these are the aspects you need to think, that how an organization works, what kind of targets they will set. Keeping those in mind, we have decided that, okay, if I choose hard work as my strength, if I choose teamwork, if I choose integrity, if I choose dedication, adaptability. What do I mean by adaptability? Adaptability means my ability to adjust or my ability to adapt myself in any environment. You had been studying in your hometown for last 15 years, 16 years. You haven't stepped out of your state, right? You've been Andhra Pradesh for all your life. Imagine if you get a job and you have to go to Jaipur, or you have to go to Bombay, or you have to go to Delhi. I have come across so many students, when they say they are looking for a job, they don't want to relocate. They don't want to migrate to other cities. Even if they are willing to move to other cities, they either want to go to Chennai or Hyderabad or Bangalore. The reason is they are comfortable with the language. But please understand, if you are very fixated about only these 3 locations, you are limiting your opportunity. The entire country is open. The entire country needs very skilled and talented resources. So it's not limited only to 3 cities, right? So when you look out for opportunities in other cities as well, in northern India also, you need to ask yourself, can you adapt yourself to a different culture, different language? So these are the aspects the companies also look for. For example, if they hired you and they ask that you need to go to Delhi for 2 years, you will be there working from the Delhi office, and you say, no, I cannot go because I'm very far from the family, and they'll be like, sorry, then you cannot get the job. So you being young, you being energetic, you need to be adaptable and you need to be flexible. Okay, so these are the aspects that an interviewer will look for when the interview happens. There are more such aspects that I will talk about in my sessions tomorrow. I'll talk about some more common questions. I will talk about how the responses should be and why you should watch the words that you use. I will talk a bit about uncomfortable questions, difficult questions, how to answer these questions, so on and so forth. So tomorrow is going to be the last session for TCS, so please do pay attention and please post your question in the comment section of the YouTube video. Nice to have you again. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion on network security. So in our last sessions we have been discussing about what actually is footprinting. So in footprinting we said we are collecting information about our targeted site or maybe a server, and in this we have gone through with some websites. So today I'll discuss about few tools which can be used for footprinting, and then we will go to our next phase, that is scanning and exploits. So the first application that I'll be discussing here is something like DNS data view. So this application is designed to identify all the DNS records of a specific domain. So if you have to see only the DNS information, like how many web servers they have or maybe how many email servers or DNS servers are available, we will be able to use this application. So this is DNS data view. This application is a free tool. We do not require any licensing for this. So now let us run the application and check how actually it works. So this is how we have the application interface looking like. So here we have a search query where we will be able to provide the domain name. So here let me give the domain name as microsoft.com. So I'm providing the domain name as microsoft.com, and here you have different options like do you want to search for host records or DNS records or MX records and all, and you'll also be able to give a very specific IP address of your required DNS. So here I'm choosing a DNS server as 8.8.8.8, which is a Google DNS server and it is free to use for everyone. So here I'm giving the domain name as Microsoft. So let us check with the DNS records. So here as we can see, a number of DNS records will be shown. So it says that for Microsoft.com domain there are 4 name servers. So here the NS record mentions the name server or how many DNS servers we have. So the NS record is for DNS server. It tells us how many DNS servers are associated with the domain name. And if you look into MX record, MX is for mail exchange. So this is showing you with your email servers. And then you'll also find A record, which is for host, generally used for your web servers and all. And then you'll also have SOA, stat of authority. So stat of authority is telling you which DNS server is primary. If you have more than one DNS servers configured, stat of authority tells us which is a primary DNS server. So that's how we can find information in this application, DNS data view. So here as we can see, it shows us with 4 DNS servers like NS1, NS2, NS3 and NS4.msft.net. Along with that, it also shows us the IP addresses of the server. Then it is also giving us with the MX record, which is generally denoting your email servers along with the IP address, and multiple host records were found. this shows us like Microsoft is actually hosting multiple servers for their website. So as the name tells, this application DNS data view is very specific about the DNS records. But let us say I have a requirement that I don't want to get only the DNS information, but I want to find out more information about a domain, like when exactly it was registered or who has done the registration, how many servers are available and where they are available. For this we can go with an application called Domain Hosting View. This is also a free application. We do not require any licensing for this. So let me show you how do we use this application to collect information. So this is how we have the application interface. Here it is asking us to give the domain name. So let us give the domain name as Microsoft.com, and let us say find out all the information. So application would get connected to the WHOIS servers and then fetch all the information related to that specific domain what we have requested. And here as we can see on the screen, it says that this particular domain name Microsoft.com what we have requested is registered from markmonitor.com. So markmonitor is the domain registrar who have taken the registration of this particular domain called Microsoft.com. And similarly, when we look into the other information or the details, it says the domain Microsoft.com is registered to this organization called Microsoft Corporation. And now it says that your web server is hosted using Microsoft information in Brazil. So this is the location of your server. And then when you speak of the mail servers, they are again hosted by Microsoft Corporation in Washington. Similarly, when it comes to their DNS servers, they are again hosted by Microsoft in Washington. Now, not only telling us the location where exactly the servers are present, this application is also showing us when exactly this domain name was registered. So here if you can see on the screen, it says the domain name was registered on 5th of January 1991 and would expire on 5th of February 2021. So shows us like when exactly the domain name was registered and when it would expire. And additionally, we can also see all the DNS records associated with the domain. So here we are getting the same information which we have already seen in DNS data view. Shows us how many name server records are available along with the host name and the corresponding IP address. Shows us with information about the email server, the host name of the email server, what is the IP address, along with what is the preference value. So as we were discussing earlier, if you have multiple email servers, the email server which has the lower preference value will be given with high priority. And it also shows us with multiple records for the host, that is generally with your web servers. So shows us with their IP addresses as well, and the stat of authority record, which is saying that ns1.msft.net is the primary DNS server. So though we have 4 DNS servers here, it says ns1.msft.net is the primary DNS server and the others are only backup servers. And then further coming into the server details, as we can see here, it shows us with our web server information, what is the present IP address, where is it hosted. So as we have seen earlier, it says it is hosted in Brazil, and shows you who is owning this, means who is actually hosting this particular server. And if we also look into the IP address details, we will be able to find out the range of IP addresses. What is the range of IP addresses to be used for hosting the server? And in the similar fashion, we also get details about email servers, what is the present IP address of the mail server, where exactly it is hosted, who is hosting it, and also the range of IP addresses which can be used for hosting this server. In the similar fashion, we also get details for their DNS server as well. What is the primary DNS server, where is it hosted, hosted by which organization, and the range of IP addresses. Now if you see, similar information we have already been able to see in technicalinfo.net. So the range of IP addresses and DNS records, we have already seen it, but there the major difference is we are only able to view the information about their web server. We did not get information about their DNS servers or maybe their email servers. So here when we go with the domain hosting view, we are also able to find that information. So now let us speak of the next application. So here I'll be using a tool called SAMSPADE. So SAMSPADE shows us information from who is .NET. So here as we can see, this is how the application interface looks like. In SAMSPADE we have to provide the host name, or you can give the domain name. So here I am giving the domain name as microsoft.com, or you can also mention it as www.microsoft.com. So it tells us who is the information, that microsoft.com domain is registered with Mark Monitor, and also tells us how many DNS servers are available. Now again, as we can see, this is nothing new. We have already seen this information in multiple websites, right? But what SAMSPADE can also help us is with trying to ping the server. So we will be able to ping the server and get to find out what is the IP address of it. So this activity will be considered as active footprinting, because when we say ping, there is a request directly from our computer towards a remote server. But when we are going with who is the information, this is passive footprinting. So based on what sort of activities we try to perform, this application either behaves as active footprinting or passive footprinting tool. Now let us go with further details. So let us check with another application called IDServe. Now IDServe is also a free tool. It shows us which application is being used for hosting a website. Now let us say I want to see the details of the web server application which is used by Microsoft. So I am directly typing in www.microsoft.com, and let us say query this server. Okay, so here as we can see, it is showing us with all the information about Microsoft, and here in the detail it is also telling us the server details as Microsoft IIS. But this application is again a active footprinting tool where we have to send a request, and then manually from this information or the response whatever is coming in from the server, we will have to find out where exactly the server application is being used. Now similar to IDServe, we also have few more tools like IP2 country, which tells us information about a specific IP address. So let's say I am looking for an IP address 8.8.8.8. So it says that this IP address is assigned to USA. But this application does not give us with any information like who is the ISP or which organization is actually using it. It only tells us that a specific IP was assigned to so and so country. Now let us say I look into this IP address 202.153.32.2. It says that this IP address is given in India. Or if I make a small change, instead of 202, if I say 212, it says that this IP address is in Netherlands. So based on the IP address, this application tells you in which country this IP address is being used. But if you want more information like who is the ISP or which organization is using it, for that you can go with whatismyipaddress.com server. So you can go with this particular web page, whatismyipaddress.com, which gives us with information about who is the ISP and also which organization is using this IP address. But when we go with IP2 country, we will only find out information about to which country this specific IP address was assigned. Now here as we can see, in footprinting we are just trying to collect the information. We are not launching any sort of attack. Or even if I have to find out the location of a server, where exactly it is present, we can use some tools like Path Analyzer Pro. And this is a commercial tool. So here as you can see, it's asking us for a license information. So I would say I'll just go with a trial version. So this application can be used as a trial version for a duration of 10 days. So here let's say I wanted to find out where exactly this particular server Microsoft.com is available. and also the path taken by request from our computer to reach Microsoft servers. So here as you can see, it shows you with a trace route, so shows us with all the IP addresses. But if we go into the geolocation, now here you can see that your response is actually coming in from a different location here. So it says like your request is starting from Hyderabad and then it is going on into Poland. So as you can see, your servers are not always responding in the same way. Now based on the amount of traffic that is coming in, right, maybe the nearest server would always respond, or maybe the server which has the lowest amount of number of requests will always respond there. So okay, this application shows us with what is the path taken by request from our computer to reach the remote server. But this is a commercial tool, we would require a license for this, or we can only use it for trial for a duration of 10 days. So here as we can see, in footprinting we are just trying to collect information, we are not launching any sort of attack. So if you have to launch any attack, you'll have to first understand what is the weakness. To understand the weakness, we go into our second step, that is called scanning. Now here when you speak of scanning, this is the first active step that is taken against any target system. So far when we speak of footprinting we have two types, active and passive, and in majority of the cases we are depending on passive footprinting to collect information from a third party source. But here when it comes to the scanning part, we don't have an option of active or passive scanning. So every action that we are going to take up from now on, everything would be an active activity. Means a request has to be sent directly from our computer to the targeted server. Now assuming as a hacker you want to launch an attack on Microsoft server or maybe Google server or anything else, unless you know what is the weakness of the system, there is no way for us to launch any attack. So this is the phase where we are trying to find out. So here we will use information collected from footprinting, like what sort of information did we see there, range of IP addresses, operating system details, application details, server location. Now based on this information, we will go one step ahead to find out if really there is a chance for us to launch an attack or not. Now when we speak of scanning, we have three different activities to be performed here. So the first activity is using IP scanners. So these applications help us to find out how many systems or how many servers are actually available in a given range. So just now we have seen with tools like domain hosting view that every organization, they are actually taking a range of IP addresses. They would reserve a range of IP addresses for hosting the server. Now assuming I was given with the information like my data center has been configured with IP addresses 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.254. So here you have a range of 254 IP addresses, but there is no guarantee that all 254 IP addresses will be in use. Maybe out of this 254 IPs, only 20 or 30 might be used, others may not be used or may not be active. So here in IP scanners we are going to find out how many of these IP addresses are actually used, and then we go with our second step, that is port scanning. Now once we know how many IP addresses are actually used by the organization, then we will see what services are running on each and every IP address. So if there is an IP address, it means that there is a server alive. Now on this server we will see what all services are running in. So that's done by port scanners. And then we follow with vulnerability scanners, where we actually find out what actually is the weakness of the machine, what is the vulnerability on the server. So let us see these things in detail. So when you speak of IP scanners, these are the tools which are designed to identify number of live IP addresses in any given network range. So as I was explaining earlier, you have to take the range of IP addresses which are reserved for this organization. So that has to be done from footprinting. We can use websites like technicalinfo.net or tools like domain hosting view. So that information will be used here. So we take the range of IP addresses and see how many of these IP addresses are actually being used. So for this, we can use some tools like MyLAN Viewer or Angry IP Scanner, MegaPing. So there are multiple tools. So you can use any of this application to find out how many IP addresses are actually in use. And then our second step is to see what services are running in. So for this, we go with port scanners. So port scanners will identify how many open ports are present. So for this, we can use some tools like advanced port scanners or super scan. So port scanners will help you to find out what all services are running in, which can also help us to identify their task, means whether it is behaving as a web server or as a email server or as a DNS server or anything else. So once we are able to identify the services, we can next go with our activity on how do we actually launch the attack. But for launching the attack, we have to first use vulnerability scanners. So here these vulnerability scanners are tools which are designed to audit a host to find out what sort of vulnerabilities exist on it. So in short, in practical language, when we say a vulnerability is nothing but a weakness. So if you understand what is the weakness of a system, maybe the operating system being used or maybe the applications that are used, based on this we will be able to find out how do I launch an attack or what sort of attack can be launched. Now vulnerabilities will either be present on the operating system or maybe on the applications that are used. Now for example, if I say I am hosting a web server application. Now for us to host a web server application, we would require tools like IIS or Apache server or NGINX. So here in vulnerability scanning, we are trying to find out if there is any weakness or if there is any bug in this IIS application or Apache application. So we are looking into bugs in the application, or maybe sometimes bugs might be present on the operating system itself. So vulnerabilities might be present on an operating system. So we are just trying to identify if there is a bug in the operating system or in the application. So that is the task of a vulnerability scanner. Now for example, we have some tools like Shadow Security Scanner, Nessus, Retina, Accutinix. So these applications help us to identify how many vulnerabilities are present on the system. Now again, vulnerability scanners are designed with different things in use. Now let us say I'll go with the Shadow Security Scanner. Shadow Security Scanner has been designed for a very specific purpose of understanding what is the weakness of a computer's or a server's operating system or the application. So Shadow Security Scanner will not be able to identify and tell us if the website what we are using or the website code what is being written is really secure or not. So to do that, we have to use applications like Nessus or Accutinix. So vulnerability scanners are designed for a very specific task. You wanted to audit your server, that is only the operating system and the web application, you can go with things like Shadow Security Scanner. Or no, you want to audit the website itself, whether your website is able to properly take the user input, validation is properly being done or not, then you'll have to go with tools like Nessus or Accutinix. Right. Now generally speaking of hackers and different kind of attacks they try to launch, the main targeted host is always your web server. So the primary target for any kind of hacking attack is always a web server. Now why hackers are only interested in these web servers and what are they? So let us see them. So when you speak of a web server, this can either be a hardware or a software that can provide you with access to a web resource. Like say you want to access your social network sites, your Facebook. Facebook is a website. Microsoft.com is a website. Google is a website. So the machine which is actually running this website is called a web server. So that can be a hardware machine like what we have seen in the slide, or it can also be a software. Now when we speak of why do we actually use these web servers, as I already said, if you have to access any kind of website or a web resource, you would require a machine which can host it, a machine which has a capability to give you the responses. So we have to go with web servers for hosting websites, so that people from different regions can access our website and get to see what actually we do, what actually is the job of our organization. And not only for this, even today if you see you want to play some games, you are going on with online multiplayer games. Now how is this online multiplayer game enabled? It's not like all our friends or maybe all the players sit in one room, they connect all the computers to each other and then start working. Maybe there are some people in India, some people are somewhere in Australia, some somewhere in USA. But all these people from different regions are still able to play the online game. So that is made possible by your web server. So web servers are also being used for online multiplayer games. Or no, you want to see a live streaming. So as you are watching the live stream now, right? So that can also be made possible. Video streaming services, audio streaming services. Like say you want to listen to some good music. You don't have to download it and then have it on your system or maybe on your mobile phone. You have some web server applications which can directly do a streaming of your audio, or maybe streaming for your video services, or maybe you want to send and receive messages to someone, or you want to send and receive emails. You are all using Google, you are using Gmail, Yahoo Mail, Live or Outlook.com. So they all give you with options of sending and receiving emails, and they are all web servers there. So a web server is being used for multiple tasks. So not only for hosting the website, can be used for uploading or downloading files. Like say you want to download a driver for your new Wi-Fi card, or you just have formatted your computer, you require all the drivers. You are directly going on into the website of that particular laptop brand and you are downloading it. So file downloads or file uploads or multiplayer games, online video streamings. So these are all made possible by web servers. So now let us see which applications are most widely used for hosting this website. So when you speak of websites, they can be hosted using Microsoft IaaS or Apache server, which can be used on both Windows as well as Linux and Unix platform. Google web server, again a specially designed web server application by Google, and they'll be using it only on their servers, so we cannot directly get this application. Nginx, again very widely being used nowadays in Linux and Unix environments. So these are like some examples of applications which we use for hosting a website. Now when we say so many web servers are available and hackers are also trying to target the web servers, let us see what are the reasons why web servers are being hacked. Now one simple thing is, your website is always an interface between the user and the organization. So whatever your organization is trying to do, how will the end user come to know? It's through your website. So if a hacker is able to hack into your website, he'll be able to do a different sort of damage there. Now for example, hacker can launch a phishing attack. So what hacker does, he'll try to create a web page and host it on his computer, which looks exactly similar to your website. Say for example, I will take up our social media, say Facebook. Now we know that most of us are getting connected to Facebook server to chat with our friends or maybe to exchange some information, right? Now if I say a hacker wants to steal my password, hacker is interested in my password of my Facebook account, so what he can do, he will create a web page which is looking exactly similar to Facebook, and then he will try to trick me by sending a message or by sending an email. So nowadays if you see, it's very common nowadays. So you receive some messages saying like Facebook is recruiting some beta testers. So if you want to be a beta tester, you wanted to test some new features of Facebook, you can enroll yourself by clicking on the link. So you click on the link, it shows you with a login page where you have to type in your Facebook login ID and password. But the problem is, the web page what you see on your mobile screen or on your laptop is not coming from the original Facebook company, it is coming in from the hacker. So that's what happens in phishing. And when we see this in our next session, we will discuss this in further detail, how actually phishing is done and what all things do we require. So hacker can create a phishing page trying to steal all the user IDs and passwords of the employees or maybe your customers. Information theft. And here when you say hackers wanted to take over full control of your machine and say they are successful, now they can use your server to launch an attack onto someone else's machine. Now I say for example, as a hacker, if you are trying to access someone's server without their permission, obviously your IP address will be known to the team who is maintaining the server. just like how we are using websites like whatismyipaddress.com or Path Analyzer Pro. It is telling us the location where exactly the server is present. Now just try to reverse the scenario. You are a hacker, you are trying to launch an attack on Microsoft server. Now what Microsoft people will do? They will see from which IP address the request is coming in and try to trace your location. Right. So hackers, they don't want this to happen. So what they do? They will try to take over someone else's computer into their control. So if you are a hacker, you will try to take over my laptop into your control, and now from my laptop you will try to launch an attack on Microsoft server. So according to Microsoft people, I am doing the attack. So they will never know that a hacker is actually doing it and who is the hacker or from which IP address he is operating. So for that, hacker would require a very large group of computers. So that you call as a botnet. So hacker can make your computer participate in a botnet and launch an attack onto someone else's network. And ultimately you will be facing the blame for all these activities what a hacker is trying to do. Or maybe he can just go on with something like web defacement, which is also a very widely used attack nowadays. So a hacker would log into your machine, he will try to take over the control of your server and change away the contents of it. So instead of showing the original content, hacker would show something else. So that is called defacement, changing away the contents of your website or changing away contents of your web pages. Or hacker will also be able to go with something like a directory traversal attack. So we'll also see all that things. And now when you speak of the consequences, what happens to an organization or maybe a user once their web server has been compromised or damaged? Now here, a compromised web server will have so many consequences onto the organization. First thing, all the data of the web server can be accessed by the hacker remotely. So hacker will be able to access all your data and see what sort of information is present, what sort of projects you are working on, right? Who are all your employees, who are all your clients, and where exactly you are selling your product. He will know everything about your organization, every functionality. Then hacker can misuse this or share this information to your competitors, or maybe demand some sort of ransom from you, right? So once the web server has been compromised and confidential data has been leaked, this would have very bad impact on the organization's business. Now earlier we were speaking of phishing. So hacker can redirect all the users to a fake web page. So I am accessing your company's website, but I'll be redirected to someone else's website where my user IDs and passwords are being stolen. And as an end user, I'm not even aware that someone is trying to steal my usernames and passwords. Now when you speak of phishing attack is one of the most widely used attacks on internet, right? And also a very, very simple attack. Doesn't take much time for someone to create a phishing attack on our network. Now once your data has been compromised or leaked, or your network has been fully compromised, this would also have very big impact on your organization's reputation and trust. So once your servers have been compromised and everyone knows that your server has been compromised or your data was leaked, obviously they will not have trust in your organization and they will not be able to further continue business with you. So once loss of trust or loss of reputation, end user would not be able to continue business, which will have a direct impact on your organization's financial status. So you'll have to have direct financial losses because no one is willing to do business with you, and also indirect financial losses because once the information is leaked. Now let us say last year there was a very, very bad news that all the processors, or we can call it as a microcontroller, which is made by a brand called Intel, has some weakness. Now what actually happened to the end user? End user is always worried. Now if I am using the same processor on my computer, will I really have any kind of security to my data? Is it really safe to use it or not? Now what happens if you are getting this kind of a doubt? Will you go purchase a Intel processor, or will you see if there is any alternate? So you'll always look for some alternates. Now once you find an alternate, you will purchase that. So basically what happens now? Intel as a company is losing you, is losing a customer. So that has direct and indirect financial losses on their operations, on their business. So these are all the consequences what an organization will have to face if their web server has been compromised. Now let us see what sort of attacks can be done. as we already discussed, directory traversal attacks or website defacement attacks, denial of service or DOS attack, which is also very widely used nowadays, or phishing attack. So these are all the different kind of attacks what hackers can launch on your network or maybe on your web server to compromise it. But when we say web servers are being compromised or data is being stolen, why only web servers? Or why is this attack or vulnerability present in the first place? So let me show you why actually our servers are being compromised and what is the main reason here. So here you can just perform a simple Google search. With this particular search query, lines of source code, information is beautiful. So here the very first search result shows us how many lines of source code is present on each and every application that we use today. So every software, it can be an operating system or it can be a web server application or email server application or even this very web browser. They are all software. So someone will have to write a source code. Someone has to write a program and then compile it. Now maybe most of you would have already written some programs like C or Java programs in our college and all. Now basically what happens there, when we are dealing with C program or maybe Java, like we are only going on with a very basic thing, right? So there maybe our programs are very, very small, maybe like 20 lines or 30 lines or maybe say 100 lines, right? But here when you speak of an operating system or maybe an application, so here a simple program of 20 or 30 lines would not be used. So here your lines of source code is always counted in terms of millions. So here let me show you how many lines of source code is being used by different kind of applications. Okay, so the image or the infographic is still coming up. So here if you see Adobe Photoshop CS6, so this particular application has nearly 5 million lines of source code, means 50 lakh lines. So Adobe people have written 50 lakh lines of source code to give us with Photoshop CS6. And now this particular web browser, Google Chrome, which I am using here, says it has nearly 8 million lines of source code. Now just imagine a simple web browser which we use every day, right, has 8 million lines of source code. Now imagine you are one of the developer with Google. Now is it really easy for you to write a program of 8 million lines, 80 lakh lines? Now just imagine how complicated things are getting in, right? And that's with just a simple web browser. Now here if you look into different kind of operating systems, so here we have something about Microsoft Windows 7. So let me just try to zoom in. So Microsoft Windows 7 has nearly 40 million lines of source code. Now that's one of the main reason why there are so many vulnerabilities or bugs in all the programs, not only with Windows, it can be Linux, can be Unix, right? So that's the main reason why so many vulnerabilities are actually present in our systems, right? Your software is too complicated, right? And how do we actually find out the vulnerabilities? How do we use this scanning tools and all? We will discuss in our next session. So there we'll go with IP scanners, port scanners, and also with vulnerability scanners. So that will be our next session discussion.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. In the earlier two sessions, we were discussing probability, the session 1 and session 2, and it is going to be the session 3, and again it's a continuation of probability. So ఇంతకుముందు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే రెండు సెషన్స్లోనూ ప్రాబబిలిటీలో మనం ఎన్ని టైప్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఎలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఈజీ మీడియం లెవెల్ లెవెల్స్ ఈజీ లెవెల్, మీడియం లెవెల్, హార్డ్ లెవెల్ క్వశ్చన్స్ అని చూస్తూ వస్తున్నాం. అండ్ ఫస్ట్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే కాయిన్స్ బేస్డ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ చూసినాం, అండ్ దెన్ డైసెస్ బేస్డ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ మనం చూసినాం, అండ్ దెన్ టుడే వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ certain questions which are very very important. And if you look at the first question, so from a well shuffled pack of 52 cards, 3 cards are drawn at random. I repeat, from a well shuffled pack of 52 cards, 3 cards are drawn at random. Find the probability of drawing an ace and a king and a jack. I repeat, from a well shuffled pack of 52 cards, 3 cards are drawn at random. Find the probability of drawing an ace, a king and a jack. So ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే స్క్రీన్ ని see once again, if you look at the screen, so we have 52 cards and we know that 13 cards, in club, spade, heart, diamond, these are the 4 different suits what we have. And if it comes to red, totally we have 26 cards, and when it comes to black, it is going to be once again 26 cards. So black AVV చూసినట్లయితే club and spade, and then red AVV చూసినట్లయితే heart and diamond. సో టోటల్గా ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటాయంటే 52, అండ్ ఈచ్ పర్టికులర్ సూట్లో ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుందంటే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 13. అండ్ నిన్న మనం డిస్కస్ చేసినట్లు ఒక పర్టికులర్ సూట్, లెట్స్ టేక్ ఇఫ్ వి టేక్ క్లబ్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే వీ హ్యావ్ 13 కార్డ్స్ దే, 13 డిఫరెంట్ కార్డ్స్. సో ఇట్ స్టార్ట్స్ విత్ ఏస్. ఐ రిపీట్, ఇట్స్ నాట్ 1, ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ as ఏస్, అండ్ ద రిప్రజెంటేషన్ ఇస్ ఏ, అండ్ దెన్ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then if you see first one is 11th card is jack, and 12th card is queen, and then 13th card is king, and the same as for spade but different symbols, and then the same is applicable to heart as well, and then the diamond. So 13 in each suit, so which makes 52 cards, correct? Now e question means chusnatlaithe, from a well shuffled pack of 52 cards, 3 cards are drawn at random. Now so simple, we are going to follow one basic rule, which is nothing but let understanding what is n of s. So n of s ante we already know n of s is nothing but total outcomes, and then understanding what is n of e. N of e is nothing but what is our requirement, manakem kavali, and then finally we have to find out the probability, which is nothing but p of e. So n of s, n of e and p of e. Now so as per this question, we have 52 cards. We have 52 total ga playing cards 52, and indulo see 3 cards are drawn at random. 3 cards are drawn. So 3 cards are drawn. It is so simple. So total ga 52 cards nunchi nenu enni cards నేను draw చేస్తాను అనేది it is making me clear. Now in such case it is going to be, so 52 cards lo I'm going to draw or select 3 cards. So which means my outcome, total number of outcomes is going to be 3 out of 52, correct? 52 C3 అవునా? Now what is my requirement? నేను 52 కార్డ్స్ నుంచి 3 కార్డ్స్ అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను. సో అందులో రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి, నాకు ఏం కావాలి అంటే, ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఐ నీడ్ 1 ace and 1 king and then 1 jack, correct? Is that 1 jack? So ace and then king and then jack. సో నేను 3 కార్డ్స్ డ్రా చేసిన 52 నుంచి. ఆ 3 కార్డ్స్ అనేది నాకు ఒక కార్డ్ అనేది ఏస్ గాను, ఒక కార్డ్ కింగ్ కార్డ్, ఇంకొకటి జాక్ కార్డ్. సో ఇలా నాకు రావాలంటే వాట్ ఇస్ దట్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ, ఛాన్సెస్ ఎంత? సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఇస్ ఆల్వేస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అ ఛాన్స్. సో వాట్ ఇస్ ద ఛాన్స్ ఆఫ్ గెటింగ్ 1 ace and 1 king and 1 jack అవుట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ 3 కార్డ్స్? సో నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ తగ్గట్టు నేను ఇప్పుడు చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి. సో వాట్ ఇస్ దిస్ n of e? ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, సో హియర్ లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్, టోటల్గా 12 కార్డ్స్ ఉన్నాయి అని తీసుకుందాం. ఆ 12 కార్డ్స్ ఏంటి అంటే, రిమెంబర్ 4 ace ఉంటుంది, కరెక్ట్? 4 ace ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ 4 kings ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ 4 jacks ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, ఇఫ్ యూ ఆస్క్ మీ హౌ దిస్ ఇస్, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. చెప్పాను కదా, లెట్స్ సే 1 సూట్లో చూసినట్లయితే, లెట్స్ సే క్లబ్ తీసుకుంటే వీ హ్యావ్ 1 ace, and then spade తీసుకుంటే we have another ace, and then heart తీసుకుంటే we have ace, and then diamond తీసుకుంటే we have ace. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ టోటల్గా ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుందంటే, ace అనేవి 4 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది సూట్లో, అండ్ దెన్ చూసినట్టయితే కింగ్స్ అనేవి 4 ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ జాక్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ సో ఆల్ టుగెదర్ 12 కార్డ్స్. సో 12 కార్డ్స్లో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, నేను ఒక కార్డ్ టోటల్ 52 కార్డ్స్ అయినా నాకు కావాల్సిన సెట్ ఏంటంటే ఈ 12. ఈ 12లో నేను ఏదైనా 3 కార్డ్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ నేను 12C1. 12C1 అంటే 12 కార్డ్స్లో 1 కార్డ్ తీసుకుంటున్నా, అంటే ఓవరాల్గా 52, బట్ నాకు కావాల్సింది ఈ 12 కార్డ్స్లో 3 కార్డ్స్ మాత్రమే. సో 12 కార్డ్స్లో 1 కార్డ్ తీసుకుంటున్నా. నా దిస్ ఇస్ మై ఫస్ట్ సెలెక్షన్. అండ్ ద సెకండ్ సెలెక్షన్ ఏంటి అంటే నెక్స్ట్ నాకు ఓకే లెట్స్ సే ఫస్ట్ కార్డ్ నేను పిక్ చేసిన కార్డ్ ఏస్ అని తీసుకుందాం. ఫస్ట్ నేను పిక్ చేసిన ఏస్ అని తీసుకుంటే నెక్స్ట్ కార్డ్ నాకు ఏస్లో నుంచి కావాలి అంటే నో కదా, ఫస్ట్ సో ఒక ఏస్, ఒక కింగ్ అండ్ దెన్ ఒక జాక్ కావాలి. సో నాకు నెక్స్ట్ ఏస్ నుంచి అవసరం లేదు. సో ఐఎమ్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ టు బాదర్ అబౌట్ దిస్ 4 ఏస్ కార్డ్స్. నెక్స్ట్ నాకు ఛాన్స్ ఏంటంటే సెకండ్ కార్డ్ నేను పిక్ చేసినప్పుడు నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే ఈ 4 కింగ్స్లోను 4 జాక్లోను నాకు ఏదో ఒక కార్డ్ కావాలి. సో నెక్స్ట్ సెలెక్షన్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఈ 8C1 మాత్రమే జరుగుతుంది. ఓకే, అండ్ దెన్ లెట్స్ సే నాకు సెకండ్ కింగ్ కార్డ్ వచ్చింది అనుకుందాం. నేను సెకండ్ డ్రా చేసే కార్డ్ కింగ్స్ నుంచి వచ్చేసాయి. సో ఈ 4లో ఒక కార్డ్ నేను తీసేసుకున్నాను, ఐ మీన్ 8లో ఒక కార్డ్ కింగ్స్ నుంచి వచ్చేసింది. నా ఫైనల్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే 1 జాక్. సో ఈ 1 జాక్ కావాలంటే ఫైనలీ ఐఎమ్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 4 జాక్స్. ఈ 4 జాక్స్లో నాకు ఒక కార్డ్ మాత్రమే నాకు కావాలి, విచ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4C1. which is going to be 4C1. And what is the probability? And మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is so simple. So నాకు first 12 cards first option, ఈ 12 cardsలో నేను ace తీసుకున్నానంటే I'm left with 8 cards. ఆ 8 cards let's say for example దీంట్లో నేను king తీసుకున్నానంటే I'm left with finally 4 jack cards. దాంట్లో నాకు ఒక jack వస్తే చాలు. So by totally it is going to be 52C3. That's it. Okay, I repeat the question. This is so important and it is bit complex. Try to understand the question. So we have 52 playing cards. In this 52 playing cards, we are going to draw or select 3 cards. ఈ 3 కార్డ్స్ నాకు ఎలా ఉండాలంటే ఒక ఏస్ కార్డ్ ఉండాలి, ఒక కింగ్ కార్డ్ ఉండాలి అండ్ దెన్ ఒక జాక్ కార్డ్ ఉండాలి. సో ఈ 3 కార్డ్స్ నాకు రావాలి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ టోటల్ 52 కార్డ్స్లో నాకు ఈ 3 కార్డ్స్ని మాత్రం నేను చూసుకున్నట్టయితే 12 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఎలా 12 కార్డ్స్ అంటే 4 ఏస్ కార్డ్స్, 4 కింగ్ కార్డ్స్ అండ్ 4 జాక్ కార్డ్స్. సో రిమైనింగ్ ఐ డోంట్ నీడ్. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ నా టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ 52C3. అంటే 52 కార్డ్స్లో నేను 3 కార్డ్స్ అనేది చూస్ చేసుకుంటున్నా. ఇది టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్. బట్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు నన్ను అడిగినట్లయితే ఈ 12 కార్డ్స్లో నేను 3 కార్డ్స్. బట్ ఈ 12 కార్డ్స్ అనేది నాకు ఎలా అంటే అలా కాదు, నాకు ఒక ఏస్ కార్డ్, ఒక కింగ్, ఒక జాక్ కావాలి. కాబట్టి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ సో నేను ఏం చేస్తాను అంటే 12 కార్డ్స్లో ఒక కార్డ్ చూస్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఈ 12లో ఒకటి లెట్స్ సే కింగ్ అని అవ్వాలి, జాక్ అని అవ్వాలి, ఏస్ అని అవ్వాలి. సో ఏ ఒకటి అయినా నెక్స్ట్ టైం నాకు మళ్ళీ మిగతా ఉండేది అవసరం లేదు. నాకు ఏంటంటే రిమైనింగ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇలా తీసుకుందాం. లెట్స్ సే వీ హ్యావ్ ఏస్, ఇలా 4 ఏస్ అండ్ 4 కింగ్స్ అండ్ దెన్ 4 జాక్స్ అని తీసుకుందాం అండ్ దెన్ 4 జాక్స్. సో ఫస్ట్ నాకు ఈ 12 కార్డ్స్లో ఇలా ఉంది. నాకు కావాల్సింది ఫస్ట్ కార్డ్ ఏస్. సో ఈ 12 కార్డ్స్ నుంచి నేను ఒక కార్డ్ తీసుకున్నా. సో అది ఏస్ అయింది అనుకుంటే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ ఏస్ అయింది అనుకుంటే నా నెక్స్ట్ నేను చూస్ చేసుకునేటప్పుడు ఇవి నా ఆప్షన్స్లో ఉండవు. ఎందుకంటే నేను ఆల్రెడీ ఒక ఏస్ చూస్ చేసుకున్నాను. నాకు నెక్స్ట్ కార్డ్ డెఫినెట్గా కింగ్ అయినా జాక్ అయినా కావాలి. సో నా ఐఎమ్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 8 ఆప్షన్స్. సో అందుకే ఇప్పుడు 8 కార్డ్స్ నుంచి నేను ఒకటి పిక్ చేస్తున్నా. ఆ పిక్ చేసే కార్డ్ కింగ్ అన్న అవ్వచ్చు, జాక్ అని అవ్వచ్చు. లెట్స్ సే కింగ్ పిక్ చేసుకున్నా అని చెప్పి అనుకుంటే రెస్ట్ నెక్స్ట్ ఒకసారి నేను కింగ్ పిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత నాకు థర్డ్ లాస్ట్గా నేను పిక్ చేసే కార్డ్ డెఫినెట్గా నాకు జాక్ నుండే రావాలి. సో హెన్స్ ఐఎమ్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 4 ఆప్షన్స్. అందుకని ఇది 4C1. హియర్ మీరు ఏస్ పిక్ చేసిన తర్వాత మీకు ఎన్ని ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది కింగ్ అండ్ జాక్ టుగెదర్ అని చూసినట్లయితే 8C1. సో ఇనిషియల్గా మీకు టోటల్గా ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుందంటే 12C1. ఓకే, సో నా 12C1, 8C1, 4C1 అండ్ ఆల్ టుగెదర్. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్స్ లైక్ అండ్ కండిషన్ ప్లస్ కాదు. అండ్ దెన్ సో 12C1 into 8C1 into 4C1 by 52C3. I hope you understand this question. Let's see the next question. Okay, 4 cards are drawn at random from a pack of 52 cards. Fantastic. So we are drawing once again 4 cards. Find the probability of getting all the 4 cards of the same number. సో అన్ని 4 కార్డ్స్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సేమ్ నెంబర్ ఉండాలి. అప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏంటి అనేది చెక్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, నా లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్. సో 4 కార్డ్స్ నేను పిక్ చేసినప్పుడు 4 కార్డ్స్ సేమ్ నంబర్ అంటే సో హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. సో ఇదే సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్ మనం నిన్న డైస్లో కూడా చూసాం. ఒక మనం 4 డైస్ని రోల్ చేసినప్పుడు నాకు అన్నీ సేమ్గా రావాలి అంటే అప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. లెట్స్ సీ. సో 4 కార్డ్స్ ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా లెట్స్ సీ. సో వన్స్ అగైన్ నా టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది అండ్ దెన్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఈగా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనల్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ. కరెక్ట్, ద సేమ్ ఓన్లీ 1 ఫార్ములా, బట్ వీ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ద క్వశ్చన్. మీరు అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు ఈజీ ఫర్ యూ టు గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ చూద్దాం. అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటంటే అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 4 కార్డ్స్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 52 కార్డ్స్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డ్రా 4 కార్డ్స్. అవునా? సో 52 కార్డ్స్ నుంచి 4 కార్డ్స్ మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. సెలెక్టెంట్ ఇస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ కాంబినేషన్. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 52C4. దట్స్ ఇట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీలో డినామినేటర్ ఫస్ట్ మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ. మీరు న్యూమరేటర్కి డోంట్ బ్రేక్ యువర్ హెడ్ ఆన్ సెలెక్టింగ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద న్యూమరేటర్. ఫస్ట్ ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద డినామినేటర్. డినామినేటర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ విచ్ ఇస్ 52C4. 52 కార్డ్స్లో 4 కార్డ్స్. నెక్స్ట్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నాకు 4 కార్డ్స్ చూసినట్లయితే సేమ్ నెంబర్ని డిస్ప్లే చేయాలి అనేది నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఈ. అంటే ఏంటి అని చూద్దాం. లెట్స్ సే ఆ 4 కార్డ్స్ ఎలా ఉండాలంటే లెట్స్ సే ఏస్ 1 లేదు, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఏస్. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ లైక్ ఏస్ 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 ఇలా, లేదంటే 2 2 2 2, లేదంటే గోస్ ఆన్ 6 6 6 6. ఓకే, లేదు అంటే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి వాట్ ఇస్ ద లాస్ట్ కార్డ్, ఇట్ ఇస్ కింగ్ 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 కింగ్. సో అన్నీ నాకు ఇలా డిస్ప్లే చేయాలి. ఓకే, సో అది ఆల్ ఏస్ ఉండొచ్చు, లేదా ఆల్ 2s ఉండొచ్చు, ఆల్ 3s, ఆల్ 4s, ఆర్ ఆల్ 5s, హౌఎవర్ ఇట్ ఇస్. బట్ ఐ జస్ట్ వాంట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నాకు అన్ని కార్డ్స్ సేమ్గా డిస్ప్లే అవ్వాలి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇలా టోటల్గా ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుందంటే 13 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో మీకు ఎన్ని కాంబినేషన్స్ వస్తుందంటే కూడా 13 కదా. ఇది ఒక సెట్ అనుకుందాం, ఇలా రావడం ఒక సెట్. అండ్ దెన్ అన్ని 2s వచ్చిందంటే ఇది ఒక డిఫరెంట్ సెట్ అనుకుంటే, అన్ని 3s, అన్ని 4s, అన్ని 5s. సో ఇలా మీరు కౌంట్ చేసుకుంటే టోటల్గా 13 కార్డ్స్ కాబట్టి మీకు 13 డిఫరెంట్ సెట్స్ రావచ్చు. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే 13. ఓకే, నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 13, ఎందుకంటే 13 డిఫరెంట్ సెట్స్. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏముంటుంది ఇంకా. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ ఇస్ లైక్ 13/52C4. 13/52C4, nothing else. It's going to be easy for you. Alright, so probability of getting the same number when you draw 4 different cards. Okay, now let's see the next question. Okay, from a well shuffled pack of 52 playing cards, 4 cards are excellently dropped. ఓకే, సో మీరు డ్రాప్డ్ అని ఇక్కడ ఏంటి కొత్తగా ఉంది అని ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. డ్రాప్డ్ అయినా సెలెక్ట్ అయినా అన్నీ సేమ్. ఓకే, డ్రాప్డ్ అనేది తీసుకుందాం. సో 4 కార్డ్స్ కింద పడ్డాయి, డ్రాప్ అయిందని తీసుకుంటే ఫైండ్ ద ప్రాబబిలిటీ దట్ 1 కార్డ్ ఇస్ మిస్సింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఈచ్ సూట్ అంటున్నాడు. సో 1 కార్డ్ ఇస్ మిస్సింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఈచ్ సూట్ అంటే ప్రతి సూట్లోనూ ఒక కార్డ్ అనేది దాంట్లో మిస్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, సో అంటే ఎలా? సో ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్ సేమ్ థింగ్ హియర్. టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటి అనేది ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్ చూడండి. ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 52 కార్డ్స్లో 4 కార్డ్స్ మీరు డ్రా చేస్తున్నారు, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 52C4. కరెక్ట్, విచ్ ఇస్ 52C4. అండ్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయాలి. సో నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి, నాకు ప్రాబబిలిటీ నాకు ఎలా కావాలి ప్రాబబిలిటీ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మీ దగ్గర 52 కార్డ్స్ చేతిలో ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, అంటే 13 స్పేడ్ కార్డ్స్, 13 క్లబ్ కార్డ్స్, 13 హార్ట్ ఇన్ కార్డ్స్ అండ్ 13 డైమండ్ కార్డ్స్. ఓకే, ఆల్ టుగెదర్ 52 కార్డ్స్. ఈ 52 కార్డ్స్ మీ చేతిలో నుండి ఒక 4 కార్డ్స్ కింద పడిపోయాయి అనుకుందాం. 4 కార్డ్స్ కింద పడిందంటే యూఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ హౌ మెనీ కార్డ్స్, 48 కార్డ్స్. ఈ 48 కార్డ్స్ని మీరు చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు అక్కడ ఏంటంటే ప్రతి సూట్ అంటే క్లబ్లో ఒక పర్టికులర్ కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అది ఏ నెంబర్ మిస్సింగ్ అనేది నో నీడ్ టు వరీ, జస్ట్ బికాస్ దే టోల్డ్ క్లియర్లీ 1 కార్డ్ ఇస్ మిస్సింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఈచ్ సూట్. సో క్లబ్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్టు కదా ఈ పర్టికులర్ షేప్లో. సో అందులో ఆ 13 కార్డ్స్ ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అండ్ దెన్ స్పేడ్ అనే ఒక సింబల్ ఉంటుంది కదా, ఆ స్పేడ్ 13 కార్డ్స్ ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అండ్ దెన్ హార్ట్ 13 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది, అందులో ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అండ్ దెన్ డైమండ్ అనే సూట్లో చూసినట్లయితే ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. సో ప్రతి కార్డులోనూ ప్రతి సూట్లోనూ ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అప్పుడు అలా మిస్ అవ్వాలి అలా అంటే ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎంత ఉండాలి, ఛాన్సెస్ ఏంటి, ఎంత ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంది అనేది. సో నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ సింపుల్. సో ఫస్ట్ సూట్ లెట్స్ సే క్లబ్తో స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం. క్లబ్లో 13 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇందులో ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్ కదా, సో 13C1. ఇందులో 13C1. ఓకే, అండ్ ఆ 13లో ఏ కార్డ్ అన్నా మిస్ అవ్వచ్చు. అన్నిట్లోనూ ఒకే నెంబర్ కార్డ్ మిస్ అవ్వాలని రూల్ లేదు. 13లో ఏదన్నా మిస్ అవ్వచ్చు. సో 13C1 కరెక్ట్. సో 4 కార్డ్స్. సో దెన్ సెకండ్ సూట్ అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే స్పేడ్ తీసుకుందాం. సో స్పేడ్లో కూడా ఎన్ని కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది, 13 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఇందులో ఒక కార్డ్ మిస్సింగ్. అండ్ దెన్ ప్రాబబ్లీ థర్డ్ వన్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే డైమండ్. సో డైమండ్లో కూడా 13 కార్డ్స్ ఉంటుంది. 13 కార్డ్లో ఒకటి మిస్సింగ్, ఒకటి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నా. అండ్ దెన్ ప్రాబబ్లీ ఫోర్త్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే హార్ట్, దాంట్లో కూడా ఒకటి మిస్సింగ్. సో ప్రతి దాంట్లో ఒక్కొక్క కార్డ్ సెలెక్ట్ అయ్యి కింద పడింది అనుకుంటే ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఛాన్సెస్ ఏంటి, ఇలా జరగడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. ఇట్స్ లైక్ 13 పవర్. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి బై 52C4. దట్స్ ఇట్. ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 32 or it's making ఇంకా ఇది ఎలా ఉంది అలా అంటే ఇట్స్ లైక్ 13C1 into 13C1 into 13C1 into 13. It's by 52C4. It is so simple. Only thing is you have to understand the question. First thing, question ni 3 parts గా డివైడ్ చేసుకోండి. టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటి, పార్ట్ నెంబర్ 1 దాన్ని క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకోండి. క్వశ్చన్ చూడగానే టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ని క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయడం అనేది చాలా ఈజీ. సెకండ్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నీకు కావాల్సిన ప్రాబబిలిటీ, నీకు ఏం కావాలి, ఆ ఈవెంట్ ఏంటి, దాంట్లో ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మనకి కావాల్సిన ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉండాలి అనేది మీరు సెపరేట్గా నోట్ చేసుకోండి. అండ్ దెన్ ద థర్డ్ వన్ ఫైనలీ ప్రాబబిలిటీ అనేది ఏం చేస్తారంటే జస్ట్ లైక్ ఫేవరబుల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ బై టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ మెన్షన్ చేస్తే యుల్ గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్ ఫర్ ష్యూర్. నౌ లుక్ ఎట్ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. Okay, 4 cards are drawn at random from a pack of 52 cards. Find the probability of getting all the 4 cards of different numbers. Now, this is going to be a big challenge. Try to understand. మీరు once again 4 cards drawn at random అంటే మళ్ళీ pack of 52 cards లో 4 cards మీరు తీసుకుంటున్నారు once again. So మీరు చూసినట్లయితే let's say I have 52 cards with me. ఓకే, 52 ప్లేయింగ్ కార్డ్స్ నా చేతిలో ఉంది. ది 52 ప్లేయింగ్ కార్డ్స్లో నేను 4 కార్డ్స్ ర్యాండమ్గా తీసుకుంటున్నాను. సో ఇప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఛాన్సెస్ మీరు దేనికి క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాలి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఈ 4 కార్డ్స్ నుండి ప్రతి సూట్లో నుండి సేమ్ నెంబర్ కదా, సేమ్ నెంబర్ డిఫరెంట్ నెంబర్. నో ఫైండ్ ద ప్రాబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ గెటింగ్ ఆల్ ద 4 కార్డ్స్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ నెంబర్స్ అండ్ ఐ మీన్ సేమ్ నెంబర్స్ రాకుండా ఉండేటట్టు మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. అంటే ఏంటి? సింపుల్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీ దగ్గర లెట్స్ సే క్లబ్, స్పేడ్, heart and then diamond. So these are the 4 different suits. Okay, suits అంటారు వీటిని. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద 4 different suits. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే సో దీంట్లో నుంచి నేను 4 కార్డ్స్ ప్యాక్ ఆఫ్ కార్డ్స్ నేను తీసినప్పుడు లెట్స్ సే క్లబ్ నుండి 2 ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మాత్రమే ఇలాంటి ఎన్ని ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంటుందని చెక్ చేస్తున్నాం. లెట్స్ సే స్పేడ్లో తీసినప్పుడు 3, హార్ట్లో తీసినప్పుడు 7, డైమండ్లో తీసినప్పుడు 9 ఆర్ జాక్, వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ మే. బట్ ఏంటి అంటే ఆల్ ద 4 కార్డ్స్ షుడ్ బి డిఫరెంట్ నెంబర్స్. ఇట్ క్యాన్ బి ఎనీథింగ్. ఐ మీన్ మీకు రాకూడదు అనే కేస్ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్లయితే సి ఆల్ షుడ్ నాట్ బి 1 1 1 1. ఐ మీన్ ఏస్ 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 ఆర్ 2 2 2 2 ఇలా ఉండకుండా ఓకే అన్ని డిఫరెంట్. ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ సి 2 2 2 3 కూడా రాకూడదు, అన్నీ డిఫరెంట్గా ఉండాలి. 3 కార్డ్ నెంబర్స్ కూడా సేమ్గా ఉండి 4th డిఫరెంట్, అలా కేసు కూడా ఇక్కడ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయరాదు. ఓకే, ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఇస్ ఆల్ షుడ్ బి డిఫరెంట్ నెంబర్స్. దీనికి మనం ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా చేస్తాం అనేది, సో మన రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మనం చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ n of e. సో రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి మీరు చూసినప్పుడు ఓకే లెట్స్ సే ఫస్ట్ సూట్ క్లబ్ అని తీసుకుందాం. క్లబ్లో మీకు ఒక కార్డ్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే 13C1. సెలక్షన్ మాత్రం చూస్తున్నాను, ప్రాబబిలిటీ కాదు. సెలక్షన్ చూడండి, క్లబ్. సో నేను క్లబ్ ఫస్ట్, నెక్స్ట్ స్పేడ్, నెక్స్ట్ డైమండ్, నెక్స్ట్ హార్ట్, ఎలా అన్న ఆర్డర్ నాట్ నీడెడ్. ఓకే, ఆర్డర్ నాట్ నీడెడ్. సో ఏదో ఒకటి మీరు ఏ సూట్ని తీసుకున్నా ఫస్ట్ సూట్ని నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు నాకు ఏమవుతుందంటే 13లో ఒక కార్డ్ లెట్స్ సే మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసాం అనుకుందాం. ఫెంటాస్టిక్. నా సో నేను క్లబ్ అయింది. నెక్స్ట్ ఐమ్ కమింగ్ టు స్పేడ్. నా స్పేడ్లో మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాల్సినప్పుడు సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఏదైతే మీరు క్లబ్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారో ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ని మీరు నెక్స్ట్ దాంట్లో సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోకూడదు. అంటే మీకు అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం మీకు చెప్తున్నాను. లెట్స్ సే ఏస్ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 జాక్, క్వీన్, కింగ్. లెట్స్ సే ఇది క్లబ్లో మీరు సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్కి చూడండి. ఈ క్లబ్ అనే మీ సూట్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సో ఇందులో వీ హ్యావ్ 13 కార్డ్స్. కరెక్ట్, ఇందులో వీ హ్యావ్ 13 కార్డ్స్. Let's ace, I mean, so we don't have 1 here, it's obviously it's ace. So we have 13 cards. So నేను క్లబ్లో లెట్స్ సే నేను 2 అనే నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాను అనుకుంటే ప్రాబబిలిటీలో నా స్పేడ్కి వచ్చేసరికి ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, స్పేడ్కి వచ్చేసరికి సో 2 ఆల్రెడీ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చే కార్డ్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఎలా ఉండాలంటే 2 అనేది రాకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే మన ప్రాబబిలిటీ మనం దేనికి ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తున్నాం, అన్ని డిఫరెంట్ నెంబర్స్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇక్కడ సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే ఏస్ 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 J Q king. సో స్పేడ్కి వచ్చేసరికి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఐఎమ్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ టు ఇంక్లూడ్ 2 హియర్ ఫర్ ద సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్ జస్ట్ బికాస్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఆల్రెడీ సెలెక్టెడ్. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఐఎమ్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ ఓన్లీ 12 options. I'm left with only 12 options in order to select one particular card. Fantastic. So next నేను సో స్పేడ్ కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయింది. నెక్స్ట్ నేను హార్ట్కి వచ్చేసరికి ఏమవుతుంది మీరు చూసినట్టయితే సేమ్ ప్రాసెస్ రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను 6 అనే నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాను. సో ఇప్పుడు లిస్ట్లో హార్ట్ వచ్చేసరికి 2 కానీ 6 కానీ సెలెక్ట్ అవ్వకూడదు ప్రాబబిలిటీకి, ఎందుకంటే అన్ని డిఫరెంట్గా రావాలి కాబట్టి. సో ఈ 2 6ను వదిలేసి ఐ విల్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ అదర్ నెంబర్స్. ఓకే, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఐఎమ్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ ఓన్లీ 11 options. ఓకే, సో నెక్స్ట్ లాస్ట్కి ఐ మీన్ హార్ట్ కూడా కంప్లీట్ అయింది. నెక్స్ట్ లాస్ట్ డైమండ్కి వచ్చేసరికి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. సో ఆల్రెడీ మనం క్లబ్లో ఒక నెంబర్, స్పేడ్లో ఒక నెంబర్, హార్ట్లో ఒక నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి వీఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ ఓన్లీ 10 options. excuse me, we are left with only 10 options. So find the probability enti and చూసినట్లయితే so it's going to be 13C1. so first card నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ సూట్లో అది ఏ సూట్ అన్నా ఉండొచ్చు, నాకు 13 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది. అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ సూట్ వచ్చేసరికి నాకు 12 ఆప్షన్స్ మాత్రమే ఉంటుంది, ఎందుకంటే ఫస్ట్ సూట్ ఆల్రెడీ ఒక కార్డ్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి. అండ్ దెన్ నెక్స్ట్ చూసినట్లయితే 11 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ నాకు 10 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది బై. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద టోటల్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ విచ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 52C4. దాట్స్ ఇట్. So 13C1 into 12C1 into 11C1 into 10C1 by 52C4. 4 cards I'm going to draw. I hope you understand this. Let's see the next question. Okay. Now, so here it is. Now we are going to discuss the fourth version, which is nothing but the fourth component, which is nothing but, the marbles and balls. Correct? So far we discussed coins, dices, and then the cards. Now here it comes, it's like balls and marbles, how we are going to deal with this. Now let's see, it's going to be so simple. A bag contains 8 red balls and 4 green balls. So I want you people to make a note of this, then only we can solve the question. So a bag contains 8 red balls and 4 green balls. Find the probability that. Fantastic. Excuse me. Okay, now so a bag. Now let's understand. Now just for your visual purpose, okay, so please don't draw such pictures and all in the examinations, like waste of time. Let's say this is a bag and this bag contains 8 and how many balls? 8 red balls. 8 red balls and 4 plus 4 green balls. Okay, fantastic. So we have a bag which contains 8 red balls and 4 green balls. Okay, let's understand all together how many balls? 12 balls. Correct? Which is a combination of red plus green. Which is a combination of red plus green. Okay. Now find the probability of. Let's go by question. What's the first one? Let's see what's the first one. The ball is drawn red when one ball is selected at random. Okay, find the probability. The ball is drawn red when one ball is selected at random. Okay, fantastic. Okay, what is this? So simple. First thing, n of s, then n of e, and then probably p of e. ఇదేంటి చూసినట్లయితే, okay, total any balls ఉన్నాయి? We have 12 balls. And how many balls we are going to draw or select? It's only one. Fantastic. So నా అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటిని చూసినట్లయితే 12 balls ఉన్నాయి, ఇందులో నేను ఒకటి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నా, కాంబినేషన్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 12C1. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసే బాల్ ఏమై ఉండాలి? రెడ్ బాల్ అయి ఉండాలి. సో దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్. సో రెడ్ బాల్స్ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 8. ఓకే, సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసే నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే 8లో ఒక బాల్ మాత్రమే అవ్వాలి, అంటే అది ఖచ్చితంగా రెడ్ బాల్ అవ్వాలి. సో దీని ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుంది? ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 8C1 by 12C1, correct? Which is 8 by 12, which is 2 by 3. That's it. Which is 2 by 3. So probability is here 2 by 3. Fantastic. Now let's see the second question. All the 4 balls drawn are red. My second question చూసినట్లయితే all the 4 balls drawn are red when 4 balls are drawn at random. Fantastic. Now ఎన్ని బాల్స్ మనం ఫస్ట్ డ్రా చేసినాం, సెలెక్ట్ చేసినాం అనేది మీరు అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఓకే, all the 4 balls are drawn. 4 balls are drawn అంటే చూడగానే మీకు అర్థమైపోతుంది మీ టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్టయితే టోటల్గా 12 balls ఉన్నాయి. 12లో ఎన్ని మనం డ్రా చేసినాం? విచ్ ఇస్ 12C4. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. అండ్ ఆల్ ద 4 balls ఆర్ రెడ్. సో డ్రా చేసే 4 balls కూడా ఎలా ఉండాలంటే రెడ్డే అవ్వాలి. సో మన రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే నేను డ్రా చేసే 4 balls కూడా ఏమవ్వాలి? రెడ్ అవ్వాలి. సో టోటల్గా రెడ్ ఎన్ని బాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 8 ఉంది. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 8C4. It's going to be 8C4. And now, so what is the probability? Probability is nothing but, so 8C4 by 12C4. I hope you can solve this. This is very easy. Okay, 8C4 by 12C4. Just like, NCR, I hope you know this. We have already discussed NCR is equal to n factorial by n minus r factorial into r factorial. Just formula substitute, you'll get the final answer. It's so simple. Okay, now what's the third question? All the 4 balls drawn are green. And I repeat, all the 4 balls drawn are green when the 4 balls are drawn at random. So simple. So third requirement మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, once again, what is the outcome? We're drawing 4 balls. In such case, it is going to be 12C4. No changes. 12 balls నుంచి ఓవరాల్గా మనం 4 balls డ్రా చేసినాం. అండ్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్లయితే సి నా ఆ 4 balls నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను, ఆ బ్యాగ్లో నుండి తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఆ 4 balls కూడా నాకు ఎలా ఉండాలి, గ్రీన్ ఉండాలి. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4C4. 4C4 is like one. And what is the probability? So it's going to be 4C4 by 12C4. That's it. 4C4 by 12C4. All right. Now 4 balls is gone. Now see the next question. 2 balls are red and 1 ball is green when 3 balls are drawn at random. I repeat, 2 balls are red and 1 ball is green. Okay. So let's erase this one. 2 balls are drawn. So 2 balls red avali, oka ball green avali. Okay. So the fourth question. Now what is the outcome? Outcome మనం చూసినట్లయితే once again 12లో 3 balls మాత్రమే సెర్చ్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఇట్స్ నాట్ 12C4, 3 balls ఇక్కడ. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 12C3. ఓకే. నౌ వాట్ ఇస్ ద రిక్వైర్మెంట్? 2 balls నాకు రెడ్ అవ్వాలి అండ్ దెన్ 1 ball చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు బి గ్రీన్. సో 2 balls రెడ్ అవ్వాలి అంటే సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 8C2. కరెక్ట్. 8 balls-లో 2 balls, ఐ మీన్ టోటల్గా 3 balls మనం డ్రా చేస్తున్నాం. బట్ ఆ 3 balls 2 balls డెఫినెట్గా రెడ్ అవ్వాలి. అండ్ ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దర్ ఇస్ అండ్ అనేది మెన్షన్ చేశాడు. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి మల్టిప్లికేషన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఆర్ దెన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ అడిషన్. సో 8C2 into. సో రిమైనింగ్ ఒక బాల్ ఇట్ క్యాన్ బి ఫ్రమ్ గ్రీన్. సో గ్రీన్లో టోటల్గా ఎన్ని బాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 4 balls ఉన్నాయి. 4లో ఒక బాల్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ యూర్ గోయింగ్ టు సెలెక్ట్. నా ఛాన్సెస్ ఏంటి, ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏంటి? ప్రాబిలిటీ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అ ఛాన్స్. సో ఇది మనం ఇలా డ్రా చేయడానికి, ఇలా మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేయడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 8C2 into 4C1 by 12C3. That's it. 8C2 into 4C1 by 12C3. I hope you understand this. Now let's see the last question. In this particular question, last sub question మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 3 balls are drawn and none of them is red. Fantastic. So 3 balls అంటే we are going to select 3 balls and none of them is red. In such case అది రెడ్ అవ్వకూడదు అనేది. ఓకే. సో 3 balls are drawn. So simple. 3 balls drawn అంటే the fifth one. 3 balls drawn అంటే n of s. Total outcome it is going to be 12C3. అవునా? సో 12 balls నుంచి 3 balls సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. అండ్ దెన్ మన రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇవి ఏవి రెడ్ అవ్వకూడదు చెప్పి. సో రెడ్ అవ్వకూడదు అంటే అన్నీ గ్రీన్ అవ్వాలి. అండ్ ఆ గ్రీన్ బాల్స్ ఎన్ని చూసారంటే 4. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4. ఈ 3 balls ఈ 4లోనే ఉండాలి. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4C3. ఓకే. అండ్ దెన్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఛాన్సెస్ ఎంత ఉంది చూసినట్టయితే 4C3 by 12C3. దాట్స్ ఇట్. 4C3 by 12C3. సో 12 balls 3 balls పిక్ చేసినాం. ఆ 3 balls ఏ బాల్స్ అయి ఉండాలి? గ్రీన్ అవ్వాలి. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4C3. ఓకే. లెట్స్ సీ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే. సో మిస్సెలేనియస్కి ఉన్నాం ఇప్పుడు. సో ఈ మిస్సెలేనియస్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఐ మీన్ ఈ డైసెస్, కాయిన్స్, కార్డ్స్ అండ్ దెన్ బాల్స్ కాకుండా ఇంకా ఎన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్, ఎలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్ మీకు రావచ్చు అంటే ఈ మిస్సెలేనియస్. ఓకే. వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాబబిలిటీ దట్ ఎ నంబర్ సెలెక్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 ... up to 20 is a prime number when each of the given numbers is equally likely to be selected. I repeat the question. What is the probability that a number selected from the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 goes on up to 20 is a prime number when each of the given number is equally likely to be selected? So equally likely to be selected అనేది మనం ఆల్రెడీ ఇంతకు ముందు డిస్కస్ చేసాం. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. ఈక్వల్లీ లైక్లీ టు బి సెలెక్టెడ్ అంటే ఏ నెంబర్ అంటే ప్రతి నెంబర్కి ప్రతి నెంబర్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 20, లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 20 నెంబర్స్ మీ చేతిలో ఉంది. ఈ 20 నెంబర్స్ మీరు దీంట్లో ఏదో ఒక నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారంటే అన్నిటికి ఈక్వల్ ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంది. మీరు 1 సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే 2 సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే 15 సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే 20. కరెక్ట్. వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ పార్షియాలిటీ. ఈ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ అని చెప్పి పార్షియాలిటీ ఏం లేదు. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్లో వాట్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాబబిలిటీ దట్ నెంబర్ సెలెక్టెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద నంబర్స్ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goes on up to 20 as a prime number when each of the given numbers is likely to be selected. Okay. So total numbers in 20. Okay. And now we need to understand మనం చూస్ ఈ 20 నెంబర్స్లో మనం ఒక నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం అండ్ ఆ నెంబర్ ఎలా ఉండాలంటే ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్ అవ్వాలి. అప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎంత, అప్పుడు ఛాన్సెస్ ఎంత. సో సింపుల్. నా సో 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ఓకే. దిస్ ఇస్ జస్ట్ ఫర్ యూ అండర్స్టాండింగ్. డోంట్ డూ దిస్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్. మీరు డైరెక్ట్గా ఆన్సర్ సొల్యూషన్ పార్ట్లో వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం ఇలా నేను డ్రా చేసి మరి ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో ఇట్స్ లైక్ 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. ఓకే. Fantastic. Now, anyways, even numbers are not prime numbers. No need to worry about that. So what are the prime numbers here? Okay. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఇక సొల్యూషన్ పార్ట్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నా అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటి, ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నా దగ్గర 20 నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 20 నెంబర్స్లో నేను ఒక నెంబర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను, అంటే చూస్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఫెంటాస్టిక్. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ 20C1. ఓకే, బట్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి, నాకు కావాల్సిన ఈ ఒక్క నెంబర్ ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్లో మాత్రమే ఉండాలి. సో ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఏంటి, let's start with, see, 1 is not a prime number, 2 is a even prime number, and it's the first prime number, so it's going to be 2, and then prime number 3, 4 is not a prime number, even number 5, and 6 is not a prime number, 7 is a prime number, 8 even number, 9 has factors, 10 has factors, 11 is 11 a prime number? Fantastic. Yes, 11 is a prime number, 12 is even, and 13 is a prime number, 14 is even, 15 has factors, 16 has, try to understand, 16 has, factors, it's an even number as well. So 17 is a prime number, and 18 no, 19 is a prime number. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే ఈ 8 నెంబర్స్లో ఒకటి మాత్రమే. సో మీరు 20 నెంబర్స్ నుంచి ఈ 20 నెంబర్స్ నుంచి ఒకటి చూస్ చేసుకున్న మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్ అయి ఉండాలి. ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్ అవ్వాలి అంటే అది ఈ 8 నెంబర్స్లోనే ఉండాలి. సో 8C1. సో దీనికి ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏమవుతుంది, యాజ్ యూజువల్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏంటి చూసినట్లయితే 8లో నుంచి ఒక నెంబర్ 8C1/20C1, దాట్స్ ఇట్. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 2/5, which is nothing but 2/5. So probability is 2/5. I hope you understand this. Let's see the next question. Okay, tickets are numbered from 1 to 18 are mixed up together. Tickets are numbered from 1 to 18 are mixed up together, and then one ticket is drawn at random. Okay, so మన దగ్గర కొన్ని టికెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ టికెట్స్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఆ టికెట్స్కి కొన్ని నెంబరింగ్స్ ఉన్నాయి 1 నుండి 18 వరకు. టికెట్ 1, టికెట్ 2, టికెట్ 3 అలా 18 టికెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ప్రతి దాంట్లో నెంబరింగ్ ఉందని చూద్దాం. And then one ticket is drawn at random, selection drawn. However, find the probability that the ticket number which is a multiple of 2 or 3. Okay, alright, so 18 tickets ఉన్నాయి అనుకుందాం, and 18 tickets, let's say ticket 1, ticket 2, ticket 3, we have 18 tickets as such, correct? Now, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So మన దగ్గర 18 టికెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 18 టికెట్స్లో ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు చూస్ వన్ పర్టికులర్ టికెట్. ఓకే, సో ఆ టికెట్ నంబర్స్ ఇవన్నీ టికెట్ నంబర్స్, టికెట్ 1, టికెట్ 2, టికెట్ 18. ఓకే, సో వన్ టికెట్. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ నా సెలక్షన్ ఏంటి, నా పర్టికులర్ అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసిన సెలక్షన్ కాదు, నా అవుట్కమ్ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్లయితే 18 టికెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. 18లో నేను ఒకటి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డ్రా. ఆల్రైట్, now this is the solution part. Okay, now నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నాకు నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసే నంబర్ ఆ టికెట్ నెంబర్ ఎలా ఉండాలంటే 2 or 3 మల్టిపుల్ అంటున్నాడు. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఇట్ ఇస్ 2 మల్టిపుల్ అవ్వచ్చు ఆర్ 3 మల్టిపుల్ అవ్వచ్చు. ఓకే, సో 2 మల్టిపుల్ ఆర్ 3 మల్టిపుల్. సో 2 మల్టిపుల్ ఆర్ 3 మల్టిపుల్ అంటే ఇట్స్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ అడిషన్. ఓకే, అడిషన్ అంటే మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే డైరెక్ట్గా సమ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. 2 మల్టిపుల్ ఆర్ 3 మల్టిపుల్ అని చూసినట్లయితే 2 is a 2 multiple, okay, and 3 is a, let's say first let's figure out how many 2 multiples are there. It is easy. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. అంటే 18 నెంబర్స్ కాబట్టి half of the numbers are obviously even numbers and then 12 multiples. It means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we have 9 2 multiples. ఇప్పుడు or అంటున్నాడు in the sense plus, okay, or addition. నా 3 multiples కూడా అవ్వచ్చు, 2 multiples అన్న అవ్వచ్చు, 3 multiples అన్న అవ్వచ్చు. సో 3 multiples మేము తీసుకున్నట్లయితే 3, 6 is already marked, so 3, okay, ఇది నోట్ చేసుకోండి. 3 multiples 3, 6 is already marked, 9, okay, 9, and then 12 is already marked, probably next 15, and then 18. అవునా? సో మీరు సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే 3, 9, 15 అంతే. ఎందుకు అని అడిగారు అంటే సి డోంట్ కన్సిడర్ 6, ఎందుకంటే 6 ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఈ 9 సెలెక్షన్స్లో ఒక సెలెక్షన్ 6 ఉంది. డోంట్ డూ దాట్. సో 3 తీసుకోండి. 6 ఆల్రెడీ 2 మల్టిపుల్ కాబట్టి ఈ 9 సెలెక్షన్స్లో 6 కూడా ఉంటుంది. అండ్ దెన్ 9 అనేది మీరు కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ దెన్ వన్స్ అగైన్ 12. నెక్స్ట్ 3 1 6, 3 1 3, 3 2 6, 3 9, 3 4 12. 12 వచ్చేసరికి మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 12 ఆల్రెడీ 2 సెలక్షన్లో ఉంది. సో మళ్ళీ 12ని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవద్దు. అండ్ దెన్ 15 అనేది మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 2 ఈవెన్ నెంబర్ కాదు, 2 సెలక్షన్స్లో లేదు. అండ్ దెన్ 18 కూడా 2 సెలక్షన్స్లో ఉంది. సో విచ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 1 2 3. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో టోటల్గా మనకు కావాల్సిన రిక్వైర్మెంట్స్ అంటే 12 పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్స్. ఈ 12 నెంబర్స్లో ఈ పర్టికులర్ 12 నెంబర్స్లో అంటే అండర్లైన్ ప్లస్ రౌండ్ చేసిన నెంబర్స్లో ఏ నెంబర్ మనకు వచ్చినా ఓకే. సో ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 12C1. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 12C1. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 12/18 which is 1/3. 12/18 which is nothing but 1/3. Alright, now let's see the next question. Okay, in a lottery of 100 tickets numbered 1 to 100, 2 tickets are drawn simultaneously. Find the probability that both the tickets drawn have prime numbers. Okay, so prime numbers concept use chesaru. Now it's not possible to write all the 100 numbers here, but you can use little bit of common sense in order to get the answer for this. What is that common sense? So total ga let's say we have 100 tickets unnai. 100 tickets ki but even the numberings unnai, same thing 1 2 3 it goes on up to 100. Okay, 100 tickets with numbers, but try to understand we are going to draw how many tickets? 2 tickets. So look at the solution part. Total outcome of S మీరు చూసినట్లయితే which is 100 tickets ఉన్నాయి. 100 tickets లో నేను 2 tickets ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను which is nothing but 100C2. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని చూసినట్లయితే ఈ 2 టికెట్స్ కూడా ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ అవ్వాలి. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ఈ 100లో 25 ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఇట్స్ అ కామన్ సెన్స్. ఓకే, సో ఇది మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. 100లో ఫస్ట్ 100 నెంబర్స్లో ఎన్ని ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్, ఫస్ట్ 100లో మాత్రమే, నాట్ ఎవ్రీ 100 నెంబర్స్ నేను చెప్పట్లేదు. 1 నుండి 100 దాకా ఎన్ని ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే ఇట్స్ అ కామన్ సెన్స్, ఇట్స్ అ బేసిక్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ ఫండమెంటల్స్. 25 ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో 100C2 నేను 100 నంబర్స్ టికెట్స్ నుంచి 2 టికెట్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. అండ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ 2 టికెట్స్ యొక్క నెంబరింగ్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నాయంటే ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్. సో 100 లోపల ఎన్ని ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 25 ప్రైమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో ఈ 25లో ఏదన్నా 2 ఉండొచ్చు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే, సో ఛాన్సెస్, సో అలా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది? ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 25C2/100C2. దట్స్ ఇట్. It's going to be 25C2/100C2. Alright, I hope you understand this. Now let's see the question. A box contains 5 defective and 15 non-defective bulbs. So oka box lo 5 defective bulbs unnai, 15 non-defective. 2 bulbs are chosen at random. So it's almost chudandi concept aithe same ikkada. Marbles ani, balls ani, బల్బ్స్ అని మారుస్తున్నారు తప్ప ఈ మిస్లనియస్లో మీ కాన్సెప్ట్ అనేది దీని నుంచి డివియేట్ అవ్వదు. కాన్సెప్ట్ అయితే సేమ్ థింగ్, బట్ ఇక్కడ నేమ్స్ డిఫరెంట్గా ఇస్తాడు. ఇక్కడ టికెట్స్ అని, ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్లో మీరు చూసినట్టయితే బల్బ్స్ అని ఉంది. సో ఏ బాక్స్ కంటైన్స్ 5 defective and 15 non-defective bulbs. 2 bulbs are chosen at random. Find the probability that both the bulbs are non-defective. ఓకే, సో ఆ రెండు బల్బ్స్ నాన్ డిఫెక్టివ్లో ఉండాలి. ఇట్స్ లైక్ వన్స్ అగైన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇస్ సేమ్, నో చేంజెస్ ఎట్ ఆల్. సో ఎన్ని డిఫెక్టివ్ ఎన్ని నాన్ డిఫెక్టివ్ ఉన్నాయి నోట్ చేసుకుంటే మీకు సరిపోతుంది. సో లెట్స్ సే బాక్స్, సో 5 defective plus 15 non-defective. I repeat, 5 defective boxes and 15 non-defective 5 defective bulbs and 15 non-defective bulbs unnai ee box lo. Now how many bulbs we are going to choose? 2 bulbs. In such case solution part lo మీ సెలక్షన్ procedure చూడండి. మీకేం కావాలి, టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటి, మీకేం కావాలి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకునే ముందు అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటి అని చూస్తే, సో ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే వీ హ్యావ్ టోటలీ 20 బల్బ్స్. ఈ 20 బల్బ్స్లో మీరు 2 బల్బ్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు, కరెక్టా? 20C2. నా హియర్ సో రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకునే బల్బ్స్ 2 డిఫెక్టివ్గా ఉండకూడదు, అంటే నాన్ డిఫెక్టివ్ అవ్వాలి. సో నాన్ డిఫెక్టివ్ దీంట్లో ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి? 15 ఉంది. సో ఈ 15లో మాత్రమే నేను సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకునే 2 ఉండాలి. సో నా టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ మీరు టోటల్ బాక్స్ నుంచి 2 బల్బ్స్ మీరు తీశారు అంటే దాని యొక్క సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్ ఇలా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, నా ఈ బల్బ్స్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ బల్బ్స్ అనేది నాన్ డిఫెక్టివ్గా ఉండాలి అంటే అది 15/2 అవుతుంది సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ, ఛాన్సెస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఇలా నాకు రావాలి, ఇలా నాకు జరగాలి అంటే ఛాన్సెస్ ఎంత అనేది విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 15C2/20C2. దాట్స్ ఇట్. ఓకే, 15C2/20C2. Let's see the next question. Okay, this is going to be the last question for the day. From a group of 3 men and 2 women, 2 persons are selected at random. Find the probability at least one woman is selected. Okay, I repeat, from a group of, please make a note, please look at the screen, from a group of 3 men and 2 women. So this you have to make a note first, 3 men and 2 women. Okay, we have 3 men and 2 women. 2 persons are selected at random. Okay, the selection is 2. First thing, solution part లో మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, ఐ మీన్ టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఎన్ ఆఫ్ ఎస్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 5C2, కరెక్టా? సో 5 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారు, 3 men and 2 women. సో ఇందులో 5 మెంబర్స్, ఈ 5 మెంబర్స్ టోటల్ 5 మెంబర్స్, ఇందులో మీరు 2 మెంబర్స్ని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం విచ్ ఇస్ 5C2. బట్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి చూద్దాం. 2 members ఆర్ సెలెక్టెడ్ అట్ ర్యాండమ్. ఓకే, ప్రాబబిలిటీ, పర్టికులర్ ప్రాబబిలిటీకి ఏం రిక్వైర్మెంట్ అంటే ఫైండ్ ద ప్రాబబిలిటీ దట్ అట్లీస్ట్ 1 woman is selected. సో ఈ ఇద్దరిలో డెఫినెట్గా ఒక ఉమెన్ ఉండాలి అన్నప్పుడు, ఓకే, సో ఇక్కడ మల్టిపుల్ కేసెస్ వస్తుంది, కరెక్టా? ఈ మల్టిపుల్ కేసెస్ ఏంటి అంటే, సో అట్లీస్ట్ 1 woman సెలెక్టెడ్ అంటే మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఒక ఉమెన్ కానీ ఉండొచ్చు, లేదు ఇద్దరు కానీ ఉండొచ్చు, అవునా? సో ఓకే, దీన్ని ఎలా, నీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఎలా నోట్ చేసుకోవాలి అనేది చూసినట్లయితే, సో హియర్ అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అంటే అట్లీస్ట్ 1, లేదు అంటే 2. సో అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అయినప్పుడు ఎలా ఉంటుంది సెలెక్షన్ అనేది చూస్తాం. సి, ఓకే, అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అయినప్పుడు ఎలా ఉంటుంది అండ్ 2 మ్యాక్సిమం, అంతే కదా? సో 2, ఇక్కడ 3 లేదు. 3 ఎందుకు లేదంటే వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ అంతమంది విమెన్ కౌంట్ మనకు లేదు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసేది కూడా ఇద్దరు మాత్రమే. సో ఇక్కడ అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అంటే మీకు ఛాన్సెస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అంటే 1 woman, ఓన్లీ 1 woman సెలెక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది కూడా యాడ్ చేసుకోవాలి. 2 women సెలెక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఈ 2 కేసెస్ మీరు కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవాలి. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు, ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అని చెప్తే, అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అంటే మినిమం 1 అని, మ్యాక్సిమం 2 అని, అంటే టోటల్ ఎంటిటీస్ 2 అయినప్పుడు. సో ఓన్లీ 1 woman అన్నప్పుడు మీ కండిషన్ కూడా చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి, 2 womenకి కూడా మీరు కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఓన్లీ 1 woman అంటే ఏమవుతుంది చూసినట్లయితే, లెట్స్ సే మెన్లో నుంచి ఒకరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నా అండ్ విమెన్లో నుండి ఒకరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నా. సో 2C1 ఇంటూ 3C1 ఇంటూ 2C1, అవునా? సో 3C1 ఇంటూ 2C1 అంటే మీనింగ్ ఏంటంటే ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్, 5 members, టోటల్గా 5 members. ఓకే, ఈ 5 membersలో ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. బట్ వాళ్ళు నాకు ఎలా ఉంటున్నారంటే, ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీలో, ఫస్ట్ టైప్లో మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఈ 3 membersలో ఒక ఈ 3 members నుంచి ఒకటి, అండ్ ఈ 3 మెన్లో నుండి ఒకరు, అండ్ దెన్ ఈ 2 women నుండి ఒకరు. ఓకే, లేదు 2 womenని అని చూసినట్లయితే ఇక్కడ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఓన్లీ 2C2 డైరెక్ట్లీ. ఎందుకంటే ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 2 women మనం సెలెక్ట్ చేసేది టోటల్గా ఇద్దరే. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 2 women వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ ఛాన్స్ టు సెలెక్ట్ ఎనీ మెన్. అప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 3C1 ఇంటూ 2C1, కరెక్ట్, ప్లస్ 2C2, అంతే. సో ఇద్దరు women, ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఇట్స్ 2C2 ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 1 way, కరెక్ట్. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 3C1 ఇంటూ 2C1, ఓకే, ప్లస్ 2C2. ఇది నా మై ఫేవరెట్, మై రిక్వైర్మెంట్, అండ్ టోటల్ చూసినట్లయితే 5C2, దాట్స్ ఇట్. సో అట్లీస్ట్ 1, ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు అట్లీస్ట్ 1 అయితే మీరు ఒక కేసుని తీసుకోవాలి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఇద్దరిని సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తే కూడా ఏమవుతుంది తీసుకోవాలి. ఫస్ట్ నేను ఓన్లీ 1 woman అని చెప్పాను. ఓన్లీ 1 woman అంటే ఒక మెన్, ఒక విమెన్. సో 3 males నుండి ఒకరిని, ఇద్దరు ఫీమేల్స్ నుండి ఒకరిని, అంటే ఒక మెన్, ఒక విమెన్ తీసుకున్నాను. అండ్ సెకండ్ కేసులో 2 women అంటే మనం మేల్ని కన్సిడర్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, డైరెక్ట్గా మనం ఇలా తీసేసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, సో 5 members నుంచి ఇద్దరిని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. బట్ హియర్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఫర్ ఓన్లీ 1 woman అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఫర్ 2 women ప్లస్ అనే కండిషన్ తీసుకోవాలి. ఆర్ 2 ఒకేసారి జరగడానికి ఛాన్స్ లేదు. ఈ రెండిట్లో ఏదో ఒక కేసు మాత్రమే జరగచ్చు, అంటే అట్లీస్ట్ 1 woman లేదా 2 women ఆర్ కండిషన్. సో డోంట్ మల్టిప్లై హియర్, ఇట్ షుడ్ బి అడిషన్. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ హౌ దీస్ వర్క్స్. Alright, go back to your home, practice well. If you have any questions, please let me know. Please post in the comment sessions. This particular topic is very, very important. And probability ఎప్పుడైతే మీరు డీప్గా అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాలి, క్వశ్చన్స్ని ఫాస్ట్గా సాల్వ్ చేయాలంటే you need to have a strong hold on permutation combinations, exclusively combinations. So I have done 3 sessions for permutation combinations. So before you practice or before you see these videos, please go through the permutation combination videos and try to understand how the selection process works. So it is, I mean, it is so easy if you understand. So solving the probability questions are so easy if you understand how selection process goes. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 50 to 70% ఆఫ్ ద వర్క్ మీకు కాంబినేషన్స్లో మాత్రమే కంప్లీట్ అవుతుంది. సో ప్రాబబిలిటీ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ నా టోటల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఏంటి అనేది మీరు సపరేట్గా నోట్ చేసుకోండి. నా ఫేవరెట్ ఏంటి అనేది, ఐ మీన్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్, నా ఫేవరెట్ ఏం కావాలి అదేంటి, ఆ సెలక్షన్ ప్రాసెస్ సపరేట్గా నోట్ చేసుకోండి. అండ్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ అనేది జస్ట్ న్యూమినేటర్ బై డినామినేటర్ ప్రాసెస్లో మనం క్లోజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మీరు సపరేట్గా ప్రాబబిలిటీని ఇక్కడ లర్న్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరమే లేదు. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు బి రియలీ గుడ్ అట్ కాంబినేషన్స్. ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ప్లీజ్ పోస్ట్ ఇన్ ద కమెంట్ సెషన్స్. సీ ఇన్ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్లాస్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. Today we are going to discuss about mensuration. Okay, what is meant by mensuration? So mensuration is nothing but it's a branch of geometry where we understand how measurement works. If I say measurement, I mean length, breadth, diameter, whatever it may. Alright, all these comes under the mensuration. Now let's discuss the first question and the mensuration. Now, before we get into the question, so I have a small point, which we need to understand. If you say geometry and mensuration, see geometry అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే where we start from what is meant by point, line, circle అంటే ఏంటి, 2 dimensional, 3 dimensional, ఇవన్నీ మనం డిస్కస్ చేసాం. బట్ when it comes to aptitude, that too particularly company specific గురించి వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం చూసినట్లయితే majority of the companies they prefer the questions, I mean they are giving the questions or asking the questions on mensuration. So you have to concentrate more on mensuration compared to the geometry. Alright, let's see the first question. Okay, the diagonal of a square is 30 meters. I repeat, the diagonal of a square is 30 meters. The area of the square is, so the diagonal of a square is అని చెప్పారు. So which is so simple. So this is square. Now, so the diagonal of a square is how much? It is 30 meters. So this is D and it's nothing but 30 meters. Okay, now what they're asking, the area of the square is all. So the area of the square. Area of the square ఏంటి అంటున్నారు. Correct. So area of the square. Alright. So when it say square, ఈ స్క్వేర్ని మనం ఎలా అంటామంటే, see ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్క్వేర్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఆల్ ద సైడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్క్వేర్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఎస్, ఈ స్క్వేర్కి మీరు ఎస్ అని కన్సిడర్ చేస్తే ఈ సైడ్ కూడా ఎస్ అవుతుంది అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో ఎస్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఆల్సో ఎస్. ఐ మీన్ ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్క్వేర్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఆల్ ద సైడ్స్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్. కరెక్ట్. సో నా ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద స్క్వేర్ ఏంటి చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్, దిస్ ఇస్ ఎస్ స్క్వేర్. అవునా? బట్ డూ వీ హ్యావ్ సైడ్ in the particular question? No. So we don't have side, they have just given the diagonal. In such case, ఈ particular formula use చేయకుండా diagonal use చేసి స్క్వేర్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తాము? It is going to be same simple. So area of the square using the diagonal, which is nothing but 1/2 d square. So which is half d square. Now which is nothing but 1/2 into, so diagonal ఎంత ఇచ్చారు ఇక్కడ? 30 meters. Correct. So which is 30 into 30. So 2 ones 215. So 15 into 30 which is 450 meter square or square meters. ఎలా అన్నా నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు మీరు. మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ రాసినా ఓకే, లేదు స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ మెన్షన్ చేసినా ఓకే. సో బేసిక్ ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ మీకు సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి ఏంటంటే, సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద స్క్వేర్, సో సైడ్ని స్క్వేర్ యొక్క సైడ్ని మనం ఎస్ అని తీసుకుంటే ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఆల్వేస్ ఎస్ స్క్వేర్. అవునా? ఎస్ ఇంటూ ఎస్, సైడ్ ఇంటూ సైడ్. బట్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే డయాగ్నల్ ఇచ్చారు. ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ గివింగ్ ద సైడ్ దే హావ్ గివెన్ ద డయాగ్నల్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 30 meters. సో డయాగ్నల్ యూస్ చేసి స్క్వేర్ ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్, ఐ మీన్ ఏరియా ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారని చూసినట్లయితే 1/2 d square which is 1/2 into 30 into 30 which is nothing but 450 meter square. Now let's see the next question. A man walking at the rate of 6 km per hour crosses a square field diagonally in 9 seconds. The area of the field is, I repeat the question, please go through it. A man walking at the rate of 6 km per hour crosses a square field diagonally in 9 seconds. The area of the field. Okay. Now, so ఈ మెన్సురేషన్లో జామెట్రీలో మీ డిఫరెన్స్ చూసినట్లయితే, see in the geometry you will study, as I told you, as we discussed earlier, we study about lines and their properties. We study about, we'll understand what is two-dimensional figures. Two-dimensional figures అంటే squares, I mean rectangles, and then ట్రెపిజాయిడ్ అంటే ఏంటి, రాంబస్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఈ ఫిగర్స్ అన్నీ మనం చదువుకుంటాం. దాని యొక్క అప్లికేషన్స్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే మెన్సురేషన్లో. సో ఫస్ట్ మీరు ఆ బేసిక్స్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే జామెట్రీలో ఉంటుంది, వాటి అప్లికేషన్ క్వశ్చన్స్ మొత్తం చూసినట్లయితే మెన్సురేషన్లో అడుగుతారు. సో ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఎగ్జామ్స్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్ మీకు ఎక్కువగా కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది, ఇలాంటివి అడుగుతారు. నా ఇఫ్ యూ సీ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్, ఏ మ్యాన్ వాకింగ్ అట్ ద రేట్ ఆఫ్ 6 km/h అని మెన్షన్ చేశాడు. నా సీ లెట్స్ సే దిస్ ఇస్ ద స్క్వేర్ ఫీల్డ్. This is a square field. So a man walking at the rate of 6 km/h. In the sense, a person యొక్క speed ఇచ్చాడు. So which is 6 km/h. If you observe this question, it's a combination of time, speed, distance and mensuration and as well as the geometry. So ఈ క్వశ్చన్ మీకు సాల్వ్ చేయాలంటే మీకు టైమ్, స్పీడ్, డిస్టెన్స్ యొక్క బేసిక్స్ కూడా తెలిసి ఉండాలి. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ లైక్ they have integrated multiple topics in the same question. So what is the speed of the man? He walks at the rate of 6 km/h and he crosses the square field diagonally అంటున్నాడు. ఆన్ ద సెన్స్ ఇదొక ఫీల్డ్, ఇదొక ఏరియా అని తీసుకుంటే తన స్పీడ్ ఎంతంటే 6 km/h. ఈ స్పీడ్లో తను ఈ స్క్వేర్ ఫీల్డ్ని డయాగ్నల్గా క్రాస్ చేస్తున్నాడు. ఓకే, డయాగ్నల్గా క్రాస్ చేస్తున్నాడు. సో ఎన్ని సెకండ్స్లో క్రాస్ చేస్తున్నాడు అని మీరు చూసుకున్నట్లయితే టైమింగ్ చూస్తే 9 seconds. టైమింగ్ 9 seconds. సో 6 km/h స్పీడ్తో నడుస్తున్న తను 9 secondsలో ఈ పర్టికులర్ స్క్వేర్ ఫీల్డ్ని క్రాస్ చేశాడు. సో అప్పుడు ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా ఎంత, ఈ స్క్వేర్ ఫీల్డ్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత అనేది క్వశ్చన్. నా ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, సో తను ఈ స్పీడ్లో నడుస్తున్నాడు, ఈ పర్టికులర్ టైమింగ్లో క్రాస్ చేస్తున్నాడు. నా వీ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ స్పీడ్ తెలుసు, టైం తెలుసు. ఆబ్వియస్లీ వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద థర్డ్ పారామీటర్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద distance. Fantastic. Now we are going to find out the distance. But before we find out the distance, guys, try to understand స్పీడ్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 6 km/h అనే యూనిట్స్లో ఉంది, వేరస్ టైం మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సెకండ్స్ అనే యూనిట్స్లో ఉంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో నా మీరు టైం, స్పీడ్ అండ్ డిస్టెన్స్ నా క్లాస్ నేను చూసుంటే నేను క్లియర్ మీకు ఒక యూనిట్స్ టేబుల్ చెప్పాను, డిటిఎస్ అని. డిస్టెన్స్ కిలోమీటర్స్లో ఉంటే టైం ఎప్పుడు హవర్స్లో ఉండాలి అండ్ స్పీడ్ని మనం km/hగానే మెజర్ చేస్తాం. యూనిట్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఒకవేళ డిస్టెన్స్ మీటర్స్లో ఉంటే టైం అనేది సెకండ్స్లోనే మనం మెన్షన్ చేయాలి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం స్పీడ్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే meters/second. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద స్టాండర్డ్స్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు టైమ్, స్పీడ్ అండ్ డిస్టెన్స్. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే స్పీడ్ అనేది km/hలో ఉంది అండ్ ప్రాబబ్లీ టైమ్ ఇస్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ సెకండ్స్. సో ఆన్సర్ మీకు డెఫినెట్గా ఇది మీటర్స్లోనే ఉంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు కన్వర్ట్ ద స్పీడ్ ఇంటూ meters/second. స్పీడ్ని km/h నుండి meters/secondలో కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలి. కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్, 6 km/h. సో వీ నో దాట్ 1 km/h is equal to 5/18 meters/second. I repeat, 1 km/h is equal to 5/18 meters/second. In such case, it is going to be 6 into 5/18 meters/second. So 5/18 meters/second. Now 6 ones, 6 threes, which is, so the last step is going to be 5/3 meters/second. 5/3 meters/second. So నేను దాన్ని మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ నోట్ చేసుకుంటే ఈ స్పీడ్ అనేది km/h నుండి నేను meters/second నోట్ చేస్తే ఇట్ ఇస్ 5/3 meters/second. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా ఇప్పుడు తను నడిచిన డిస్టెన్స్ ఎంత అనేది మనం చూసినట్టయితే d is equal to, we know that s into t, speed into time or time into speed. So which is speed is 5/3 into time is 9 seconds. Speed is 5/3 into time is 9 seconds. So which is nothing but 3 ones, 3 threes. So 5 threes are, it is 15 meters. 5 into 3 times, it is 15 meters. In the sense, the distance covered by the person from this corner to this corner, in the sense ఈ vertex నుండి ఈ vertex లేదు కార్నర్స్ నుండి, ఈ డయాగ్నల్ ఎంత అనేది మనం చూసినట్లయితే 15. ఈ డయాగ్నల్ ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే మనం 15 meters. ఓకే, నా సో ఈ స్క్వేర్లో మనకు డయాగ్నల్ ఎంత అని తెలిసింది. తను నడిచింది ఎంతంటే 15 meters. సో తను నడిచింది బేస్ చేసుకొని మనం డయాగ్నల్ని ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసాం. ఆ డయాగ్నల్ ఎంతంటే విచ్ ఇస్ 15 meters. ఈ 15 metersని యూస్ చేసి ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద ఏరియా. సో హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ స్క్వేర్లో ఒక పార్ట్ మాత్రం మనం తీసుకున్నాము అంటే, నేను షేడ్ చేసిన పార్ట్ వరకు మీరు గమనించినట్లయితే ఇది ఒక రైట్ యాంగిల్ ట్రయాంగిల్ని ఫామ్ చేస్తుంది. అవునా, నేను షేడ్ చేసిన పార్ట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇది ఒక రైట్ ట్రయాంగిల్ని ఫామ్ చేస్తుంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇది మనకు తెలుసు 15 అని చెప్పి. నా వీ డోంట్ నో ద బేస్ అండ్ వీ డోంట్ నో ద హైట్. అండ్ స్క్వేర్ని 2 parts చేస్తే ఆబ్వియస్లీ స్క్వేర్ యొక్క వర్టిసెస్ మీరు అన్నీ చూసినట్టయితే ఈ పార్ట్స్లో 90 degrees ఫామ్ అయి ఉంటుంది. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇది కూడా 90 degrees. సో దిస్ ఫార్మ్స్ అ రైట్ యాంగిల్ ట్రయాంగిల్. అవునా, హైపోటెన్యూస్ తెలుసు బట్ వీ డోంట్ నో ద సైడ్స్, ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ బేస్ అండ్ హైట్ మనకు తెలియదు. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. Now సో పైథాగరస్ థీరం మీరు యూస్ చేసినట్లయితే హైపోటెన్యూస్ హోల్ స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సైడ్ స్క్వేర్ ప్లస్ సైడ్ స్క్వేర్. హైపోటెన్యూస్ హోల్ స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సైడ్ స్క్వేర్ ప్లస్ సైడ్ స్క్వేర్. నా హైపోటెన్యూస్ స్క్వేర్ ఎంత ఉంటుంది 15 స్క్వేర్ ప్లస్ సైడ్ స్క్వేర్ ఎంత, దిస్ ఇస్ ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్ ప్లస్ ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా సో దీన్ని 2x స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 225 అని నేను నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ దెన్ ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సో 225 by 2 which is 112.5. Now no need to find out x. ఎందుకు అంటే స్క్వేర్కి ఎక్స్ అనేది ఒక సైడ్ అయితే ఏరియా అనేది ఏమవుతుంది ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్ అవుతుంది. అవునా? ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. స్క్వేర్కి ఎక్స్ అనేది ఒక సైడ్ అయితే ఇదొక సైడ్ ఎక్స్ అనేది ఒక సైడ్ అయితే ఏరియా అనేది ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్ అవుతుంది. మీరు మళ్ళీ ఎక్స్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు స్క్వేర్ రూట్ ఆఫ్ 112.5 మీరు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్తో క్లోజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఈ ఎక్స్ స్క్వేరే ఏంటి ఇక్కడ ఏరియా అవుతుంది. సో ఏరియా ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 112.5 మీటర్ స్క్వేర్. సో మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ అన్న నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదు స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ అన్న నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఐ రిపీట్ దిస్ క్వశ్చన్. వీ స్టార్టెడ్ విత్ ఫస్ట్ ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక స్క్వేర్లో ఈ కార్నర్ నుండి ఈ కార్నర్కి నడిచాడు. ఎంతసేపు నడిచాడు అంటే 9 seconds నడిచాడు. ఏ స్పీడ్లో అంటే 6 km/h. సో దాన్ని నేను ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ km/h అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్స్ ఉంది కాబట్టి వీ హ్యావ్ టు పుట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ అ కామన్ టర్మ్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ మీటర్స్ పర్ సెకండ్ స్పీడ్లో నేను కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలి. మీటర్స్ పర్ సెకండ్లో నేను కన్వర్ట్ చేయాలంటే 1 km/h is equal to 5/18 meters per second. సో ఆ కన్వర్షన్ చేస్తే వీ విల్ గెట్ 5/3 meters per second. Now in such case distance is equal to speed into time, whereas it is like 5/3 into 9 which is nothing but 15 meters. సో ఈ బేసిక్ టైమ్ స్పీడ్ డిస్టెన్స్ క్యాల్కులేషన్లో మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసేది ఏంటి అంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ స్క్వేర్ యొక్క డయాగ్నల్. బట్ నాకు డయాగ్నల్ కాదు, ఐ నీడ్ ద ఏరియా ఆఫ్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ స్క్వేర్. సో ఏరియా కావాలి అంటే నేను ఈ పార్ట్ వరకు క్యాల్కులేట్ చేసి తీసుకుంటే దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 2 right angles కదా. ఒక స్క్వేర్లో 2 right angles ఉంటుంది. నేను ఒక రైట్ యాంగిల్ మాత్రం కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటే ఈ డయాగ్నల్ అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ నోన్ యాజ్ 15 meters, బట్ వీ డోంట్ నో బేస్ అండ్ వీ నో హైట్ అండ్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ స్క్వేర్ అండ్ రైట్ యాంగిల్ ట్రయాంగిల్ కాబట్టి 2 sides ఈక్వల్ ఉంటుంది. సో ఎక్స్ అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను 2 sides. అండ్ దెన్ పైథాగరస్ థీరం అప్లై చేసినట్లయితే హైపోటెన్యూస్ హోల్ స్క్వేర్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సైడ్ స్క్వేర్ ప్లస్ సైడ్ స్క్వేర్ అండ్ 15 square is equal to x square plus x square. 2x square is equal to 225. x square is equal to 225 by 2 which is 112.5. and no need to find the square just because x అనేది ఒక ఎక్స్ అనేది సైడ్ అయితే ఏరియా ఏమవుతుంది ఎక్స్ స్క్వేర్ అవుతుంది. మీరు మళ్ళీ రూట్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఎక్స్ స్క్వేరే మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సింది విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏరియా 112.5 meters square. Now let's see the other question. Okay, a room 11 meters 47 centimeters long and 7 meters 77 centimeters broad is to be paved with square tiles. I repeat, a room 11 meters 47 meters long and 7 meters 77 centimeters broad is to be paved with square tiles. Find the least number of tiles required to pave the floor. Okay, first thing, ilanti question manam the same question we have discussed in LCM and HCF, LCM and HCF అనే టాపిక్లో సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్ మనం డిస్కస్ చేసాం. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ అ కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ వన్స్ అగైన్ HCF as well as mensuration, geometry యొక్క బేసిక్స్ని మెన్సురేషన్ని అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ HCF LCMని కాంబినేషన్లో ఉండే ఈక్వేషన్ ఇది. ఆల్రైట్, సో వాట్ ఈస్ దాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ అని చూసినట్లయితే వాళ్ళు ఒక రూమ్ డైమెన్షన్స్ని మెన్షన్ చేశారు విచ్ వీ నో బై సీయింగ్ ద డైమెన్షన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ ఫర్ అస్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఆ పర్టికులర్ రూమ్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే రెక్టాంగిల్ అని చెప్పి. ఎందుకంటే రెండు డైమెన్షన్స్ మెన్షన్ చేశారు విచ్ ఇస్ లెంత్ అండ్ బ్రెడ్త్ అండ్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఆ రెండు సేమ్గా లేవు. సో ఆ సేమ్గా లేవు అన్ ద సెన్స్ ఇట్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ సేస్ ఇట్స్ అ రెక్టాంగులర్ రూమ్. ఓకే, రెక్టాంగులర్ రూమ్ అంటే ఓకే దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్. నౌ లెట్స్ అండర్స్టాండ్ what is the length, which is nothing but 11 meters 47 centimeters, and what is the breadth? 7 meters 77 centimeters. Okay, now this is the length and this is the breadth. Okay, now we know the dimensions. They are asking is to be paved with square tiles and mention chesadu. Paved is nothing but flooring మనం చేసాం యూజువల్గా న్యూలీ కన్స్ట్రక్టెడ్ హౌసెస్లో మనం చూసినట్లయితే గ్రౌండ్ వర్క్ ఈ ఫౌండేషన్ అంతా వేసిన తర్వాత ఫైనల్గా మనం ఇంటీరియర్ డిజైనింగ్ చేసాం. దాంట్లో ఫ్లోరింగ్ కూడా ఒక పార్ట్. ఫ్లోరింగ్ అంటే టైల్స్ కానీ వాట్ ఎవర్ మార్బల్స్ కానీ వేస్తాం. నా ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఒకవేళ ఈ పర్టికులర్ డైమెన్షన్స్లో ఉన్న రూమ్కి మనం టైల్స్ వేయాలి, టైల్స్ పైన ఫ్లోర్ మీద టైల్స్ వేయాలి అంటే అప్పుడు ఎన్ని టైల్స్ కావాలి అనేది రిక్వైర్మెంట్. బట్ ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద లీస్ట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైల్స్ రిక్వైర్డ్ అన్నారు. మ్యాక్సిమం కాదు, లీస్ట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైల్స్. నా సో ఈ లెంత్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 11 meters 47 centimeters. ఈ పర్టికులర్ యూనిట్స్ అనేది మనం ఇండియాలో మనం స్కూల్ డేస్లో మనం యూజ్ చేయం జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఇది మనం ఎలా స్కూల్లో మెన్షన్ చేస్తుంటాము అంటే ఇట్స్ లైక్ 11.47 meters అని 7.77 meters అని మాత్రమే మనం స్కూల్ డేస్లో మెన్షన్ చేస్తాం. ఎందుకంటే మనం మీటర్స్ అండ్ సెంటీమీటర్స్ రెండు యూనిట్స్ అనేది ఒకే పారామీటర్కి మనం యూస్ చేసింది లేదు. సో ఈదర్ యూ కన్వర్ట్ దిస్ ఇంటూ మీటర్స్ ఆర్ యూ కన్వర్ట్ దిస్ ఇంటూ సెంటీమీటర్స్. కరెక్ట్. మీటర్స్లో మీరు కన్వర్ట్ చేసినట్లయితే 11.47 మీటర్స్ అని, బ్రెడ్త్ మీరు కన్వర్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు 7.77 మీటర్స్ అని మీకు వస్తుంది. బట్ ఇలా మీరు యూస్ చేయడం వల్ల మీకు పాయింట్స్లో క్యాల్కులేషన్ పార్ట్ అనేది మీకు చాలా హార్డ్ అవుతుంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ దెన్ ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ కన్వర్టింగ్ ఇంటూ మీటర్స్ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్వర్ట్ దిస్ డైమెన్షన్స్ ఇంటూ సెంటీమీటర్స్. We know that 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters, 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters, we all know this. So నేను ఈ 11 meters 47 centimeters ని 11.47 meters గా కాకుండా, alright, I'm going to convert this into centimeters, which is nothing but 1147 centimeters, 1147 centimeters. At the same time, ఈ పర్టికులర్ బ్రెడ్ని కూడా నేను 7 meters 77 centimeters or 7.77 మీటర్స్గా కాకుండా ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్వర్ట్ దిస్ ఇంటూ సెంటీమీటర్స్, విచ్ మీన్స్ 777 centimeters. This is going to be the breadth. Alright, so we have a rectangular room, whereas like 1147 centimeters length and breadth in the 777 centimeters. Now we are going to pave the tiles for this particular room. Now let's understand. So first thing, టైల్స్ కావాలి అని మీరు చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ మీకు తెలియాల్సింది ఏంటంటే టైల్ సైజ్ తెలియాలి. టైల్ సైజ్ తెలిసినప్పుడు మాత్రమే we can identify how many tiles we need. Okay, if you go through the question once, a room 11 meters and 47 centimeters long and 7 meters 77 centimeters broad is to be paved with square tiles. Find the least number of square tiles required to pave the floor అని చెప్పి మెన్షన్ చేశారు. But make sure here they haven't given any tile size. Correct. So we have to find out the tile size. Tile size తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత మనం ఎన్ని టైల్స్ కావాలి అనే రిక్వైర్మెంట్ మనం చెక్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, హౌ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద టైల్ సైజ్? సో సింపుల్. ఒక టైల్ మీరు దీంట్లో పరిచినట్లయితే లెంత్ కానీ బ్రెడ్త్ కానీ ఫైనల్గా ఏ గ్యాప్ లేకుండా కంప్లీట్గా క్లోజ్ అయ్యేటట్టే ఉండాలి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ in order to find out the tile size, we have to do HCF. HCF of 1147 centimeters. HCF of 1147, 777. So if we do HCF, which we have already did in the LCM and HCF concept, the HCF of 1147 and 777 is 37. Okay, HCF of 1147 and 777 is 37. Alright, ఈ 37 ఏంటి అనేది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is not the total number of tiles we require. 37 is nothing but the tile size. సో అన్ని స్క్వేర్ టైల్స్ కాబట్టి సో టైల్ సైజ్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 37 స్క్వేర్ కాబట్టి 37 ఇది ఒక స్క్వేర్ టైల్. ఆ టైల్ యొక్క సైజ్ చూసినట్లయితే 37, దాని సైడ్స్ అన్ని చూసినట్లయితే 37. నా ఈ హెచ్సిఎఫ్లో చేయడానికి ఇంకొక రీజన్ కూడా ఉంది. సి ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. నా లెట్స్ సే మీరు మార్కెట్కి వెళ్ళారు. ఓకే, మీ రూమ్ ఇలా ఉంది అని తీసుకుందాం. కాసేపు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ని మర్చిపోయి ఇది చూశారు అంటే సి లెట్స్ సే మీ రూమ్ డైమెన్షన్స్ 10x10 అని తీసుకుందాం. అంటే 10 లెంత్ 10 బ్రెడ్త్. ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఎ స్క్వేర్. 10x10 రూమ్ ఉంది. సో ఇందులో మీరు టైల్స్ ఫ్లోరింగ్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారు, టైల్స్ పేవ్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ మీకు నేను 2 ఆప్షన్లు ఇస్తున్నాను. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ ఆప్షన్ చూసినట్లయితే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2x2 టైల్ ఉంది. 2x2 ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ లెంత్ 2 అండ్ బ్రెడ్త్ 2, 2 మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఏరియా ఆ టైల్ ఉంది. ఇంకొకటి చూసినట్లయితే 5x5 ఉంది. 5x5. ఓకే, మీకు 2 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 2 ఆప్షన్స్లో మీరు ఏది యూస్ చేస్తారు? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నాకు యూటిలిటీ అనేది తక్కువ ఉండాలి. అంటే నా టైల్స్ అనేది నేను చాలా తక్కువ యూస్ చేసుకోవాలి, నాకు ఎక్కువ టైల్స్ వద్దు అంటే మీరు 2 యూస్ చేస్తారా 5 యూస్ చేస్తారంటే ఆబ్వియస్లీ 5 అనేది యూస్ చేస్తారు. ఎందుకు అనే ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నేను 5x5 ఈ 5 మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఉన్న సైజ్ టైల్ని యూస్ చేసినట్లయితే ఐ నీడ్ జస్ట్ ఓన్లీ 4 టైల్స్ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు ఫిల్ ద రూమ్ కదా. ఈ 10x10 రూమ్కి నేను జస్ట్ 4 టైల్స్ తీసుకొస్తే సరిపోతుంది, విచ్ ఆక్యుపైస్ 5, 5, 5, 5, జస్ట్ 5 టైల్స్. బట్ ఇదే నేను ఈ 2x2 ఉన్న సైజ్ని తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఐ నీడ్ 25 టైల్స్. ఎలా అంటే లెట్స్ సే ఇలా ఉంటుంది. సో ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ మీరు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 2, 2, 2, 2, లైక్ 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. ఓకే, సో ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇక్కడ 25 టైల్స్ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉంది. బట్ ఇక్కడ మనం 5 యూస్ చేసినట్లయితే జస్ట్ ఓన్లీ 4 టైల్స్ సరిపోతుంది. ఆల్రైట్ నాప్. సో మీకు మినిమం నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైల్స్ కావాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు మీరు చేయాల్సిన ఒకే ఒక మీరు చూస్ చేసుకోవాల్సిన ఆప్షన్ ఏంటి అంటే టైల్ సైజ్ ఏదైతే ఎక్కువ ఉందో ఆ టైల్ సైజ్ని యూజ్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు మీ యూటిలిటీ ఐ మీన్ మీ యూసేజ్ అనేది టైల్స్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ టైల్స్ అనేది రిక్వైర్మెంట్ అనేది డౌన్ అవుతుంది. నా సేమ్ థింగ్. సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు ఐడెంటిఫై నాకు మినిమమ్ టైల్స్ అనేది కావాలి, టైల్ సైజ్ మాక్సిమం కావాలంటే ఐ హ్యావ్ టు యూస్ ద హైయెస్ట్ కామన్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ HCF. అండ్ ఫైనలీ వీ గోట్ ద టైల్ సైజ్ విచ్ ఇస్ 37/37. I mean length into breadth 37/37. It's a square obviously, so 37 all the sides. Fantastic. Now సో ఎన్ని టైల్స్ కావాలి అనేది ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు? ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సి మనం ఏరియా ఆ పర్టికులర్ రూమ్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత ఉంటుందో మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసి మనం తీసుకొచ్చే మనం పర్చేస్ చేసే టైల్ సైజ్ కూడా టోటల్గా కలిపి అంతే ఏరియా కవర్ అవ్వాలి. అవునా? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నా రూమ్ సైజ్ ఏంటంటే నేను తీసుకొచ్చే టైల్స్ కూడా ఈ మొత్తం రూమ్కి సరిపడేంత టైల్స్ని నేను తీసుకురావాలి. ఓకే, సో దిస్ మీన్స్ రిమెంబర్ ఏరియా of the room is nothing but the area of the tiles, all tiles together. Now in such case, number of tiles required, and remember it's like least number of tiles required is nothing but area of the floor by area of the tile. Area of the floor by area of the tile. So area of the floor అని చూసినట్లయితే సో ఫ్లోర్ ఏరియా ఏమొస్తుంది ఇక్కడ? ఇట్స్ లైక్ లెంత్ ఇంటూ బ్రెడ్త్ 1147 ఇంటూ 777 బై దిస్ ఇస్ ద L into B. ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద టైల్ అనేది స్క్వేర్, సో ఇట్ ఇస్ 37 into 37. So which is so simple, 37 once 31, 37 21 times. So 31 into 21 which is 651 tiles. So the number of tiles required is nothing but 651. Alright, I hope you understand this. Now let's see the next question. Okay, find the area of the rhombus, one side of which measures 20 centimeters and one diagonal is 24 centimeters. Okay, now we have to find out the area of the rhombus. Oka side మాత్రమే మనకి ఇచ్చారు, and no need to worry when it comes to rhombus properties మీరు చూసినట్లయితే all the sides are equal. Now let's understand what is the difference between a rhombus and a square. Okay, so the basic difference is all the sides in the square and rhombus both are same. In the sense, for example, let's say if this is a square and if you consider this is S. Okay, now consider a rhombus. Remember here is yes. So the common property between square and rhombus is all the sides are equal in both the geometrical figures. But what makes the difference? And me choose not like this. So simple, the diagonal makes the difference. Let's say this is D1 and here it is D2. Okay, in square this is square and this is rhombus and this kundam. It is square, it is rhombus. So any sides renditlonu equal untundi, but let's say ఇది D1 D2 రెండు డయాగ్నల్స్ ఉంటాయి. స్క్వేర్లో కామన్ ప్రాపర్టీ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే D1 is equal to D2. రెండు డయాగ్నల్స్ స్క్వేర్లో మీకు చూసినట్లయితే ఈక్వల్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ వెన్ ఇట్ కమ్స్ టు rhombus, remember this is what the point that makes a difference. D1 is not as equal to D2. సో ఇది D1 ఇది D2 తీసుకున్నట్లయితే మీకు D1 అనేది D2తో ఈక్వేట్ అవ్వదు. రెండు డిఫరెంట్గా ఉంటుంది, డిఫరెంట్ డైమెన్షన్స్ డిఫరెంట్ లెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. Okay, so D1 not is equal to D2 concept మీద మనం we have to find out the area of the rhombus. Fantastic. Now what they're asking us to do, it is so simple. ఒక సైడ్ మనకి ఇచ్చారు and then ఒక diagonal మనకి ఇచ్చారు, దీన్ని యూస్ చేసి we have to find out the area of the rhombus. Now let's understand, మీ క్వశ్చన్ చూసినట్లయితే let's make a note of the dimensions, which is find the area of the rhombus, one side of which measures 20 centimeters. So side of the rhombus is 20 centimeters. All right, now one diagonal, so they have, let's say D1 or D2. Okay, D1 is 24 centimeters. So we know one diagonal and one side. Fantastic. So how we are going to deal with this? Now if you observe, so side, since we know, I'm going to mention 20 all the way, correct? So this is 20 20 20 20 20 20 20 all the sides. Now we know one diagonal which is 24. Okay, so which is 24. Let's say for example నేను ఈ diagonal ని 24 అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఓకే, సో హారిజాంటల్ diagonal 24 తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఈ హారిజాంటల్ diagonal నాకు 24 అయినప్పుడు, సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే నేను షేడ్ చేసిన పార్ట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఓకే ఇట్ ఫార్మ్స్ అ ట్రయాంగిల్. అవునా, నేను షేడ్ చేసిన పార్ట్ని మాత్రం అబ్జర్వ్ చేయండి. 24 అంటే ఇది ఒక ట్రయాంగిల్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఈ పర్టికులర్ ట్రయాంగిల్ని నేను 2 పార్ట్స్గా తీసుకుంటే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఇలా ఒకటిను అండ్ దెన్ ఇలా ఒకటిను ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. కరెక్ట్. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ రాంబస్, ఆ రాంబస్ని నేను ఈ అప్పర్ పార్ట్ తీసుకుంటాను. నేను షేడ్ చేసిన పార్ట్ని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఒక ట్రయాంగిల్ అనేది ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ ట్రయాంగిల్ ఫామ్ అయినప్పుడు దాన్ని నేను వన్స్ అగైన్ ఈ వర్టికల్ డైరెక్షన్ చూసినట్లయితే 2 ట్రయాంగిల్స్గా మిస్ చేసినట్టు ఉంటుంది. నా ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ ఆన్ వన్ పర్టికులర్ ట్రయాంగిల్ అలోన్. ఓకే, సో ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ ఓన్లీ వన్ పర్టికులర్ ట్రయాంగిల్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ దిస్. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ నేను షేర్ చేసిన పార్ట్ని మీరు గమనించండి. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ పార్ట్ని మాత్రం నేను యూస్ చేసుకుని ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. నా సో లెట్స్ సే దిస్ ఇస్ ద ట్రయాంగిల్ అండ్ వీ ఆల్ నో, so ikkada it is going to be 90 degrees, correct? So this is 90, this is the right angle. Now we know that the entire the diagonal ikkada aithe 24, so ee part matram ante it is going to be 12 and it is going to be 12 just because the diagonal intersects the side into 2 equal parts. In such case, so ikkada 12, so ee base nenu 12 అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను and ee base nenu 20 అని చెప్పి తీసుకుంటున్నాను. Okay, so which is 20 and then 12. Now this, which let's say this is x is equal to question mark. Once again we can use the same Pythagoras theorem. So hypotenuse square is equal to side square plus side square. Hypotenuse square is equal to side square plus side square. Hypotenuse square మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is 20 square and ఒక side into x square plus ఇంకొకటి 12 square. Fantastic. Now x square is equal to 20 square which is nothing but 400 minus 12 square which is 144. So from this x is nothing but x square is nothing but 256. It is nothing but 256 and x is nothing but 16. X is nothing but 16. Okay, so ఈ x square 256, x అనేది 16. Now so x అనేది ఏంటి, ఈ ట్రయాంగిల్ లో ఈ పార్ట్ మాత్రమే. ఆల్రైట్, నా ఈ ట్రయాంగిల్ లో ఈ పార్ట్ మాత్రమే x, so which is nothing but 16. Fantastic. E part matrame 16. Now I'm going to reconstruct the rhombus once again with the help of this. Now observe this here and we know that this is 20 and this is 20 and this is 20 and this is 20. Now so oka diagonal nenu ee horizontal diagonal నేను తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఎంత మెన్షన్ చేసుకున్నాను, దిస్ ఇస్ 24 అని మెన్షన్ చేశాను, విచ్ మీన్స్ ఈ హాఫ్ అనేది 12 ఉంటుంది, ఈ హాఫ్ అనేది 12 ఉంటుంది. బట్ సో విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ వీ గాట్ టు నో ఈ పర్టికులర్ లైన్ యొక్క లెంత్ ఎంత ఉందంటే 16. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. దిస్ ఇస్ 16, ఇది 16 అయినప్పుడు ఇది కూడా 16 అవుతుంది. కరెక్ట్, రెండు 16. సో ఈ 16 ఏమవుతుంది, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 32. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నౌ D2 ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 32. ఓకే, సో ఇది 16 అయినప్పుడు ఇది 16, రెండు యాడ్ చేస్తే దిస్ ఇస్ ద కంప్లీట్ డయాగ్నల్. ఓకే, విచ్ ఇస్ 32. సో నేను ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తున్నాను అంటే ఒక పర్టికులర్ రాంబస్ని 4 ఈక్వల్ ట్రయాంగిల్స్గా స్ప్లిట్ చేసి అందులో పైథాగరస్ థీరమ్ని యూస్ చేసి ఐఎమ్ deriving the answer. I repeat the questions again, I repeat the solution part, explanation part once again. So first thing, we know that side of the rhombus which is 20 centimeters and diagonal of one diagonal of that particular rhombus is 24 centimeters. Now so a picture మీరు డ్రా చేసినట్టయితే ఇట్స్ rhombus where all sides are equal and diagonals are not equal. So which means one diagonal is 24. So నేను horizontal diagonal ని 24 అని తీసుకున్నట్లయితే నా so this particular diagonals divides this these two diagonals divide this rhombus into 4 equal triangles. కరెక్టే కదా. సో ఇలా ఇంటర్సెక్షన్ లైన్స్ ఏమవుతుంది, 4 ఈక్వల్ ట్రయాంగిల్స్ అవుతుంది. సో ఈ ఒక రైట్ యాంగిల్ ట్రయాంగిల్ నేను తీసుకున్నట్లయితే సో ఈ డయాగ్నల్లో హాఫ్ పార్ట్ మాత్రమే దీని బేస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 12 and obviously hypotenuse which is 20 and then we have to find out the other side which is x. So Pythagoras theorem where I'll get x is equal to 16 which is submitted back 16. So ee half part matrame 16 aithe next half length kuda meer 16 mention cheskunte so the entire line is nothing but the diagonal, second diagonal which is nothing but 32 centimeters. I hope you understand this question. Now let's see the next one. Okay, find the cost of carpeting a room. Find the cost of carpeting a room 13 meters long and 9 meters broad with a carpet 75 centimeters wide at the rate of rupees 12 per square meter. I repeat the question. Find the cost of carpeting a room 13 meters long and 9 meters broad with a carpet 75 centimeters wide at the rate of 12 per meter square. All right, fantastic. So how we are going to solve this question? Now, see, we have to use some common sense in order to get the answer. Multiplication, I mean, your calculation parts చూసినట్లయితే basic multiplication, basic divisions వచ్చేస్తుంది. But what is the concept behind this అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, see, let's draw that square. I mean, let's draw that figure. Let's understand whether it's a square or triangle. First thing, this said, I mean, find the cost of carpeting room 13 meters long అని చెప్తున్నారు. So 13 meters long అంటే this is going to be 13 meters long, correct? And 9 meters broad అంటున్నాడు. So broad is, so length and breadth not equal, so obviously this is a rectangle, not a square. Okay, this is 9 meters and this is length and this is breadth. So length and breadth we know. Now with a carpet 75 centimeters, so carpet width చూసినట్లయితే 75 centimeters. Okay, carpet. Okay, now try to understand ఈ particular హాల్ ఆర్ రూమ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఇస్, ఈ రూమ్ని కంప్లీట్గా కార్పెట్ వేసి క్లోజ్ చేస్తాం. సో కొన్ని కంపెనీస్ ఆఫీసెస్ చూసినట్టయినా, కొన్ని కాలేజెస్ చూసినట్టయినా, ఆడిటోరియం మీరు చూసినట్టయినా కింద కంప్లీట్గా ఫ్లోరింగ్ పైన ఒక కార్పెట్ పరిచి ఉంటారు కదా, సేమ్ కాన్సెప్ట్. దీన్ని మొత్తం నేను కార్పెటింగ్ చేయాలి. ఆ కార్పెట్ పరచడాన్ని వాళ్ళు కార్పెటింగ్ అని మెన్షన్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఇంకేం లేదు. ఓకే, నౌ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు యూజ్ ద కార్పెట్ టు కవర్ ద ఫ్లోర్. సో ఫర్ దాట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ టు బై ద కార్పెట్ అండ్ నాకు ఎంత ఛార్జ్ అవుతుంది అనేది క్వశ్చన్. నా సో ఈ కార్పెట్ ఎంత పరచాలి అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఈ రూమ్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత అనేది మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ రూమ్ ఏరియా మనం ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తాం? సో లెంత్, బ్రెడ్త్ అండ్ ఇట్స్ అ రెక్టాంగిల్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ is equal to 13 into 9, so which is 117 square meters or meter square, however the way you want. So now we have got the area of the room. So area ఎంత అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, so this is the area which we have to, ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం నేను కార్పెట్ పరచాలి అనుకుంటున్నాను. Now try to understand, I know the carpet width. సో నా విడ్త్ ఏంటి అంటే, ఇక్కడ ఇది విడ్త్ ఆర్ వైడ్ అన్నాడు, నా విడ్త్ ఏంటి అంటే 75 సెంటీమీటర్స్. సో ఈ పారామీటర్స్ అన్ని మీటర్స్లో ఉంది, బట్ కార్పెట్ యొక్క విడ్త్ మాత్రం ఎంత ఉంది అంటే 75 సెంటీమీటర్స్, విచ్ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్వర్ట్ ఇంటూ మీటర్స్. సో 75 సెంటీమీటర్స్ అంటే ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ 75 by 100 meters, which is nothing by 3/4 meters. So 75 సెంటీమీటర్స్ని మీటర్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకుంటే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 3/4. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం నేను కార్పెట్ పరచాలంటే నేను కార్పెట్ కొనాల్సిన ఏరియా కూడా ఇంతే, కరెక్ట్? నా సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్ is equal to సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ రూమ్ లెంత్ ఎంత ఉంటుందో కార్పెట్ లెంత్ కూడా మీరు అంతే తీసుకురావాలి. రూమ్ లెంత్ కంటే కార్పెట్ లెంత్ తక్కువ అయిందంటే డెఫినెట్లీ రూమ్లో స్పేస్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. రూమ్ లెంత్ కంటే కార్పెట్ ఎక్కువ తీసారంటే ఆబ్వియస్గా మిగిలిపోతుంది. సో రిమెంబర్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్ హియర్ ఇస్ ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ is equal to ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద కార్పెట్ మీరు అలానే కాపీ చేసుకోవచ్చు, విచ్ ఇస్ 117. Now, do we know what is the length of the carpet? No, we have to find out the length of the carpet. So length into, but breadth of the carpet, width manaku telusu, which is nothing but 3/4. Now which is 117, correct? Now length of the carpet is equal to 117 into 4/3. 117 is equal to 4/3. So which means you have to divide this. So 3 ones and 3 threes, which is nothing but 9. So 39 into 3, which is nothing but 117, and length is equal to 39 into 4. So 39 into 4 means chesnatlaithe, which is nothing but 4 9s, it is like 36, and 4 3s are 12, and it's like nothing but 156. So 156 meters. So carpet length ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 156 meters length carpet మీరు కొనాలి. Okay, and question, if you observe, the rate of a carpet per meter square is nothing but 12. Okay, 12 rupees per meter square. So now, so 156 meters ki meeru find out cheyalsi unta, I mean cost enta find out cheyali. So it's like 12 rupees per meter square. So obviously we have to find out 156, which is nothing but 12 into 156. So 12 into 156, which is nothing but, so let's make it as 156 into 12. So 156 into 12. Okay, so which means 2 6 it is 12, and 2 5s it is 10, and then 11, 2 1s it is 2 and 3. Okay, now this is 166, 155 and 1. So it is like 2781. So 1872 rupees. Okay, so which is 1872 rupees, which is so simple. rupees 1872, I mean 1872 rupees మీరు స్పెండ్ చేయాల్సింది. ఎందుకంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు కార్పెట్ విడ్త్ తెలుసు, బట్ వీ డోంట్ నో ద కార్పెట్ లెంత్ మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద రూమ్ యూస్ చేసి కార్పెట్ లెంత్ మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 156 meters, అండ్ 156 meters ఇంటూ ఎంత కావాలి అనేది మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఒక మీటర్ ఎంత అంటున్నారు, 12 rupees అంటున్నారు. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 156 meters into 12, so which means 1872 rupees. Now let's see the next question. Okay, a rectangular grassy plot 100 meters by 70 meters. So 100 meters by 70 meters ante it's once again a rectangle, we know that. So 100 meters acts as the length and 70 meters acts as the width. Has a gravel path 2.5 meters wide all rounded on the inside. Find the cost of graveling the path at 100 paise per square meter. Okay, now what is this? First, see, in order to solve these questions, ఈ terms అన్ని మీకు తెలిసి ఉండాలి. What does mean by graveling path? So graveling path is nothing but a path which is made of stones. I mean cement, concrete ఇవన్నీ ఏమీ యూస్ చేయకుండా నేచర్లో మీరు కొన్ని బర్డ్ శాంక్చురీస్, కొన్ని పార్క్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే కొన్ని పార్క్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే స్టోన్స్తో ఒక నడవడానికి ఒక వేలాగా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసి ఉంటారు, విచ్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ బట్ ద గ్రావెల్ పాత్ వేర్ దే క్రియేట్ ద path with the help of stones without any concrete and all. Okay, now let's see the question. So a rectangular grassy plot antunadu. So let's take a rectangular grassy plot which is 100 meters. All right, fantastic. And the width is 70 meters. So length and breadth. Has a gravel path 2.5 meters wide, 2.5 meters right, all around inside. Ante for example, see ఇది చూసినట్లయితే ఈ 100 meters 70 meters చూసినట్లయితే ఇది టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క లెంత్ అండ్ విడ్త్. బట్ ఈ ప్లాట్కి 2.5 meters చుట్టూ బయటకుందా లోపలికుందా అంటే ఆన్ ద ఇన్సైడ్ క్లియర్గా ఇచ్చాడు. ఈ ప్లాట్ లోపల ఒక కైండ్ ఆఫ్ పాత్ ఉంది నడవడానికి. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ యాక్చువల్ ఏరియా వేరే. ఓకే, సో టోటల్ ఏరియా ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 100/70. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ అ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఓకే. నా సో ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియానే గ్రావెల్ పాత్. అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్, ఈ షేడెడ్ ఏరియానే గ్రావెల్ పాత్. ఓకే, అంటే నడవడానికి ఒక పాత్ లాగా చుట్టూ, ఈ ప్లాట్కి చుట్టూ. కరెక్ట్. ఓకే, యాక్చువల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా A1 అని మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే విచ్ ఇస్ 100 into 70 విచ్ ఇస్ 7000 square meters. అవునా, టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా. ఓకే, టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 7000 square meters. ఇప్పుడు యాక్చువల్ బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఉన్న ప్లాట్ ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే A2 అని మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. సో 2.5 meters గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఉంది. సో దీంట్లో మీరు బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయలేరు. మీరు ఏమి కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలన్నా ఓకే దీంట్లో మాత్రమే. కరెక్ట్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్లో మాత్రమే లోపల. ఎందుకంటే బయట ఉన్న ఎక్స్టర్నల్ పాత్ను వదిలేసేయండి. అది ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ లెంత్ చూడండి. లెంత్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఏరియా లెంత్ యాక్చువల్లీ చూసినట్లయితే 100 meters. బట్ ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఇక్కడ ఒక 2.5 అండ్ ఇక్కడ ఒక 2.5 మీకు కట్ అవుతుంది. రెండు సైడ్స్ పాత్ ఉంది కాబట్టి 2.5 అంటే ఒక 5 meters కట్ అవుతుంది. సో బిల్డింగ్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఉన్న యాక్చువల్ ఏరియా ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే లెంత్ ఎంత అని చూసినట్లయితే 95 meters మాత్రమే. ఎందుకంటే ఈ సైడ్ ఒక 2.5 ఈ సైడ్ ఒక 2.5 కట్ అవుతుంది. దాంట్లో మనం కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయలేం. ఓకే, సో ఇంకెంత ఖాళీ ఉంది లేదు కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకునే ప్లేస్ విడ్త్లో మనం చూసినట్లయితే టోటల్ విడ్త్ అయితే 70. సో ఈ టోటల్ విడ్త్ అయితే మనకి ఈ టోటల్ విడ్త్ అయితే 70. బట్ టాప్ అండ్ బాటమ్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే రెండు చోట్లను 2.5 అనేది కట్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే అక్కడ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ అంటే ఒక పాత్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఉంది. సో ఖాళీ ప్లేస్ మనం చూసినట్లయితే ఇది మాత్రమే. ఇంకేదైనా న్యూగా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్లో మాత్రమే కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అవునా, సో దాని యొక్క విడ్త్లో కూడా మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 70లో కూడా పైన ఒక 2.5 కింద ఒక 2.5 ఆ పాత్కి మనకి వెళ్తుంది. సో ఇది 65 అయిపోతుంది. సో లోపల ఖాళీ ఉన్న ప్లేస్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఎంత ఉంది ఆ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ పోగాని చూసినట్లయితే 95 into 65 which means 5 5s it is 25 and 5 9s 40 5 9s 45 it is 47. Now 6 5s 30 9 6 it is 54 57. Now it is 5 7 okay 11 6175 square meters. Okay, now so let's cross check this once again. It's like 5 5s 25 5 5 25 9s 5 9s 45, which is 2 47. Fantastic. Now 6 5 33, 9 6 54, 54 plus 3 once again 57. So obviously here it is 5 7 11. Alright, 6175 square meters. సో మీరు ఇంకేదైనా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి అనుకుంటే ఈ ఖాళీ ఉన్న ప్లేస్ యొక్క ఏరియా మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 6175 మాత్రమే. కరెక్ట్. నా సో టోటల్ ప్లాట్ యొక్క ఏరియా ఏంటి అంటే 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. ఆ పాత్ పోగా ఈ చుట్టూ ఈ పాత్ పోగా ఖాళీ ఉన్న ఏరియా ఇంకేదైనా కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేయాలి అనుకుంటే 6175 మాత్రమే. అప్పుడు సో ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, విచ్ మీన్స్ 825 మీటర్స్ డిఫరెన్స్. అంటే ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ అనేది 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ని ఆక్యుపై చేస్తుంది. అంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఈ ఏరియా ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఈ షేడెడ్ పార్ట్ మాత్రం ఎంత ఉందంటే 825. టోటల్ 7000 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్లో గ్రావెల్ పాత్ ఎన్ని మీటర్స్ ఆక్యుపై చేసుకునిందంటే 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. ఈ గ్రావెల్ పాత్ 1 మీటర్కి 100 పైసే అంటున్నాడు, విచ్ మీన్స్ 1 మీటర్కి 1 రూపీ. సో 825 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ మనం తీసుకున్నట్లయితే 1 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్కి 1 రూపీ. సో 800 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇంటూ 1 రూపీ, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 825 rupees, which means 825 rupees. Okay, so this is how it works. Let's see the last question. See, the length of a rope by which a cow must be tethered in order that it may able to graze an area of 2244 square meters. Repeat. Okay, this is very famous question, frequently asked question in all the top companies. Find the length of a rope by which a cow must be tethered ante kattivedam. Okay, kattivedam. So in order that it may be able to graze an area of 2244. Okay, so first thing, see, if you observe this, okay, if you look at the board, see, for example, ఇది ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్ అనుకుందాం. ఓకే, సో ఇది ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్, దీని భూమిలోకి పాతి దీంట్లో నుండి ఒక రోప్ తీసుకొని ఒక దారం తీసుకునేసి ఒక కౌకి కట్టారు అని తీసుకుందాం. లెట్స్ లైక్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద కౌ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద రోప్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద మెటల్ రాడ్ విచ్ ఇస్ డగ్ డీప్ ఇన్ టు ద ఎర్త్. ఆల్రైట్, ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్కి ఒక రోప్ చుట్టి ఒక కావ్కి మీరు కట్టివేస్తే ఒక ఆఫ్కి మీరు కట్టారు అంటే, ఓకే, ఇది ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇది ఒక గ్రాసీ ఫీల్డ్ అనుకుందాం. ఇట్స్ ద కౌ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్. ఓకే, సో కౌ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దీనికి ఇది రోప్. ఓకే, ఇది ఒక కావ్, ఇది ఒక రాడ్. సో దీంట్లో మీరు కట్టివేశారు, మీరు చైన్లలో మీరు చూసారు అంటే ఒక ఆవుని ఒక ప్లేస్లో కట్టివేసేసి ఉంటారు. ఇట్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఈటింగ్, కరెక్టా? సో ఇట్లాంటి ఒక మెటల్ రాడ్కి కట్టివేసినప్పుడు అది ఎంత తినగలదు, ఎంత ఏరియా ఫస్ట్ కవర్ చేయగలదు అంటే ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్. ఇట్ కెన్ మ్యాక్సిమమ్ ఇట్ ఫార్మ్స్ అ సర్కిల్. అవునా? సో ఇదేమైతే ఆరిజిన్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, ఇదేమైతే రేడియస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఈ కవ్ అనేది ఇంత రేడియస్లో మాత్రమే ఇట్ కెన్ ఈట్. సో ద మ్యాక్సిమం ఏరియా ద కవ్ కెన్ కవర్ while it is eating is nothing but the area of the circle. ఓకే, సో ఒక ఆవుని మీరు ఇలా కట్టివేశారంటే అది ఎంత కవర్ చేయగలదు అంటే ఇట్ ఫార్మ్స్ ఎ సర్కిల్. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఇట్ కెనాట్ గో బియాండ్ దిస్. ఎందుకంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ రోప్ అనేది ఆ కవ్కి రేడియస్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. అది ఇందు లోపల మాత్రమే ఎక్కడన్నా తినగలదు, ఇందు నుంచి బయట వెళ్ళడం అనేది కష్టం. సో నా ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా 2244 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ అయితే, ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా 2244 స్క్వేర్ మీటర్స్ అయితే ఈ పర్టికులర్ రోప్ లెంత్ ఎంత అంటున్నాడు. సో రోప్ లెంత్ ఎంత అనేది క్వశ్చన్ పరంగా, సో యాజ్ పర్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్ రోప్ లెంత్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ హియర్ ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద డయామీటర్, నథింగ్ బట్ ద రేడియస్. కరెక్టా? సో ఈ ఏరియా మొత్తం మీకు 2244 అయితే ఈ రేడియస్ ఎంత ఉండాలి, అనేది క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్. నా సో ఏరియా కావ్ ఎంత తింటుంది అంటున్నాడు, 2244 ఎంత కవర్ చేస్తుంది, వేర్ ఇట్ కెన్ గ్రేజ్ అంటే వేర్ ఇట్ కెన్ ఈట్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 2244. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్. సో ఏరియా ఆఫ్ ద సర్కిల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఇస్ లైక్ 2244, విచ్ ఇస్ area of the circle, and we all know that it is pi r square. So pi r square is nothing but 2244. Now it's like you have to find out what is this r. అవునా? సో ఈ ఆర్ని మీరు ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు అని మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి r square is equal to 2244 ఇంటూ సో 3.14 అనేది ఇన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవడం కంటే కూడా 7/22 చేసుకోవడం ఇట్ ఇస్ బెటర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో వీ ఆల్ నో దట్ పై ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 22/7 అండ్ సో పై నేను అలా 7/22 అని తీసుకుంటున్నాను, విచ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి నౌ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డివైడ్ దిస్. సో 2 ఇట్స్ లైక్ 2 4 4. ఓకే, so half this works. It is so simple. So 1, so obviously, and then 4 0 and then 4 once again, so which is 2, so 4. Okay, so r square is equal to, it is nothing but 102 into 7, 102 into 7. So r square, which is going to be 714. 714. R square ante 714. So r is equal to under square root of 714. Okay, now don't worry. సో ఈ స్క్వేర్ రూట్ ఆఫ్ 714 నేను ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి అనేది మీరు పాయింట్స్లో ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఎలా చేయడం అనేది సో సింపుల్. జస్ట్ కొంచెం కామన్ సెన్స్ యూస్ చేసినట్టయితే విల్ గెట్ ఇట్. సి వీ ఆల్ నో దాట్, we all know that it is going to be 714 ki. So nearest square root మీరు ఏది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేశారంటే it is going to be so simple. See, we all know that 25 square is like 625, correct? So it is going to be 625 and 26 square. So 26 square మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is 676 and then 27 square మీరు చూసినట్లయితే and it exceeds 714 for sure. So your answer lies within 26 and 27. Okay, so your answer it is going to be 26 points lo meeku answers vachestadi. Okay, so 26 square is nothing but 676 and 27 squares like which goes beyond 729, so which goes beyond 714. So meeku square root of 714 kavali anedi exact ga meer find out cheyalsi avasaram ledu, which lies between 26 and 27. So obviously the answer is going to be 26 points lo unte saripotundi. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed the session and you understood. If you have any doubts, please post the comments in the comment section. Thank you so much for the class.
Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this lesson we are going to understand the Angular validations. In the last class we have created the registration form, right? So inside the same registration form we are going to add the validations. So what is validation exactly, if you can recollect? Earlier also we have created validations in Bootstrap. So validations is a concept of checking the input values whether those are correct or not. If the value is valid, we are going to display one message. If the value is invalid, we are going to display another message. So the success message will be appear if the value is valid. The error message will be appear in case of it is invalid. The success message should be displayed in green color. Error message should be displayed in red color. Also we can additionally display the submit button. In the submit button we can verify whether the values, whether the complete form is valid or invalid. If the complete form is valid, then we are going to execute the program for storing the data into the necessary storage, for example local storage in our example. So if the form is invalid, at least one text box is invalid, then we are going to stop the execution of the saving program and we can display the appropriate message to user, please enter the correct values, etc. So in order to implement these validations, Angular provides necessary predefined classes and also necessary predefined properties. What are the predefined classes that are provided by Angular? ng invalid, ng valid, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng focus and blur. So let us understand the 6 important Angular validation related classes. Then we will discuss about the Angular properties. So let's check. List of Angular classes for validations. The first one, ng pristine, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng touched, ng untouched, ng valid, ng invalid. We have given a brief overview about all these classes in the yesterday lesson. Let us try to recollect the same and also proceed with the practical use of all these things. So first of all, these classes will be applied only depending on the situation based on the value that is modified by user or entered by user. For example, if you can notice the name text box, I am trying to open the name text box, have a notice. So I am going to check the name text box. Inside the app root we have div, inside that we have app registration, and inside that we have a div, and inside that we have a form, inside that we have a form group. Let's open the correct form group, and there itself we have a text box. By default this text box is untouched. By default any text box that you have is untouched. Untouched indicates the value, the text box is not touched by user. That means the user did not click on the text box at least once. Once the user clicks on the text box and go out of the text box, automatically it becomes as touched. Once cursor in plus cursor out is equal to touched. So by default the class is untouched. Suppose we have clicked on the text box and click outside. Now the same text box become touched. ng untouched has been replaced with ng touched. Same way, once we type some value, and of course we have mentioned required equal to required, and now it is ng valid, which means that required equal to required says that it cannot be blank. Now some value has been typed by the user, right? So the value is valid, right? So if the text box is having valid, the class ng valid automatically gets applied. And if the user has not modified the value, then it is called as ng pristine. If the user has modified the text box value, it becomes ng dirty. So overall, out of these 6, any one will be applied, either ng pristine or ng dirty, ng valid or ng invalid, either ng touched, untouched, either of these only gets applied. Alternatively, so at a time there is a maximum possibility of applying 3 classes in this list. Out of the 6, only 3 will be gets applied maximum, either pristine or dirty, anyone compulsory, either touched or untouched, anyone, and either valid or invalid, anyone. It is not possible to apply valid plus invalid at a time to the same text box. Notice these classes gets applied automatically by Angular depending on the value what is entered by user. As a developer, we can just only read these particular values and accordingly we can show the styles to the particular text boxes. So let us try to understand when these classes will be applied, when it is not. So sorry, this class gets applied when the text box value not modified not modified by user. That indicates modified by user. So ng pristine indicates the text box value is not modified by the user. That indicates modified by user. When the text box is touched by user, it will be touched. When the text box is untouched by user or is not touched by user, it will be untouched. Next, this class gets applied when the text box value is valid. and ng invalid gets applied if it is invalid. So check the classes. ng Predefined gets applied when the text box value is not modified by user. Text box value is not modified by the user. Whatever the default value of the text box, the same is being displayed as it is. If that is the case, ng Predefined gets applied. If the user has intentionally modified the value, that means at least one character has been typed by the user, then the class is going to be ng30. But once it becomes 30, it cannot be Predefined by default. ng touched will be when the text box is touched by user, that means cursor in plus cursor out, it becomes touched. Once it becomes touched, it never be untouched again. Untouched means the user is not touched the text box. Valid means the text box value is valid. Invalid means the text box value is invalid. So these are the 6 classes gets applied automatically behalf of the validations. So based on these classes, we can apply the corresponding CSS styles. So check the CSS styles. If it is valid and ng touched, that means it is modified by user, and it is valid. If that is the case, we are going to apply green color border, otherwise red color border. So presently the text box value is modified, at the same time it is valid, so green color. In case if it is invalid, you can see red color border. Similarly, email, password, for all these things we can apply required. So for all these, either green or red is being applied. Okay, we have not applied for receive newsletters, gender and country. Date of joining also is mandatory. Okay, so we have applied necessary validations for all these. Next, let us add the necessary validation rules for the fields. So for example, the name is required. At the same time, I want to accept alphabets only. The name should be required, at the same time alphabets only. How to accept alphabets only? We have to apply the regular expressions. Whenever we say the value is valid, we are going to say it's required. Whenever you have a requirement saying that alphabets only or numbers only or email address or phone numbers, if these are the cases, we have to use regular expressions. In HTML5, we have essential attributes to apply the validation rules. Required says that it is mandatory. Pattern says that it is a regular expression. Based on the regular expression, we can specify the rules like alphabets or numbers or emails, all these things. So let's apply the necessary pattern and required for the text boxes. So check it. For the first one, for the first text box, we are going to apply the regular expression, that is A to Z. That means only alphabets accepted. Let's apply the pattern for email address. Pattern is equal to email. For the email address, suitable pattern is this one. Specify that this is the email address. And for the password and confirm password, we are not applying any regular expressions. Also for number, we are going to accept only numericals. So we are going to add pattern is equal to cap symbol, which indicates the beginning of the number 0 to 9, star means any number of digits, and dollar means ending. So this pattern specifies that we are going to accept the numerical values only. And also, so the name should be alphabets only. In case if you have entered any digits, it is showing error message. And email address should be in a correct format. Suppose we have entered some wrong email address, it will show the error message, I mean the red color border at least. In case if you have entered the correct values, then only it is going to be accepting. Password cannot be blank. Confirm password also cannot be blank. And annual income must be number. If you enter the strings, it is going to be error. It must be number.